Okay, chat, looks like we are back. Unfortunately, had a little bit of a hiccup there. I tried to make it seamless, but it somehow put us in some weird time portal. And when I clicked live, it just nothing happened, and I had to do a little adjusting to make the stream go live. But here we are once again. A little late night space radio. I'm not going to do my whole spiel like I normally do. I'm just going to go right back into the show, because we've already been here hanging out this whole time. Let's get right into it. Got quite a few things here to talk about on this Saturnday. Let's start off talking about Columbia. Not the country, the university in New York City. Because in this latest piece of news that we have on Columbia is maybe the most pathetic news that we've gotten. And I know you're thinking to yourself, how is that possible, StreamLord? How is there worse news about Columbia than them completely caving, kowtowing, acquiescing? We've been using all of those words in reference to the behavior of the leadership at Columbia regarding their working with the Trump administration. And before it, their response to the protests back in 2024 were also very awful and weak.
Awful. Weak.
I'm going to try and move slowly here. I know people are probably shuffling back in. We only got half the space fams that we had when I ended. I had a feeling this might happen for a little bit. When I did this, I was making a choice. I'm hoping it brings people to, just having a specifically one topic video will help us somehow in the long run. Oh, yes. No, absolutely, Mono. I forgot to mention that our emotional support characters definitely carried over. It would be incredibly rude of me to just take them away from you when we're still doing Saturnday stream. That's not fair.
How rude.
So no, yes, you'll be getting all of your ESCs as you deserve. But this latest little piece of news of Columbia is, it's one of those things that made me question my reality. Maybe question my existence.
I don't want reality.
Made me question so many things. But, considering everything that the president of Columbia has been doing, right? The new one, the interim Columbia president, right? At Columbia University. After everything, she went above and beyond, bent over backwards to do everything the Trump administration could do, helping them deport people on visas, revoking visas, all that kind of stuff, right? I'm almost incapable of saying this because of just how horrifying this is. I cannot believe that this is the story that we're about to talk about. But from the tiniest bit of pressure, tiniest little bit of truthing, Donald Trump manages to pressure this Columbia president enough. Maybe it's easy to bend over backwards when you just don't have a spine. Maybe that's what it is. Because Trump criticized her a little tiny bit, said maybe she should resign. What did she do? Resigned.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh, I just realized the sound shots are low. Was that?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, slightly better. That's slightly better. All right, Al Jazeera from 17 hours ago. Colombia's president resigns after the tiniest pressure from Donald Trump.
In the US, the interim president of Columbia University has resigned. It comes a week after the school agreed to change several policies following demands from the Trump administration. Katrina Armstrong had led the Ivy League university since August. Its previous president resigned over campus protests against Israel's war on Gaza. Heidi Jo Castro reports from Washington.
Columbia.
My question, perhaps to the ether, to the abyss, to anybody listening right now, if she was just going to resign from the tiniest bit of pressure from Donald Trump, why the fuck did she, cooperate? Why not just leave? Why not just quit? Why did you wait for Donald Trump to tell you to quit? Why did you need that pressure from him to quit? I mean, if she wasn't planning on staying on, do you get what I'm saying here? If she wasn't concerned about losing her job, not concerned about being able to be there for students, right? Then why do any of what she did in the first place? Why help Trump in his, his campaign of getting rid of pro-Palestinian students? Anybody who attended a protest that they can justify in the most, nonsensical ways, I mean, they're not justified. But my point is like, they find reasons, right? It's like, oh, you're on a green card, so we should just be able to deport you for free speech, right? You're on a visa. Oh, well, sorry, you're here for school, not for protesting. If she wasn't gonna, what's the point? Why? How? How do we even get here? Why even take the job in the first place? Why?
City's president, Katrina Armstrong, had only had this job since August. Now she is resigning amid accusations that she folded too quickly to the Trump administration. Last week, Columbia announced that it would carry out a list of reforms demanded by the federal government, including giving campus police arrest powers and new oversight for the Department of Middle East Studies. That was in order to begin the process of restoring $400 million of annual federal grants that the Trump administration canceled for Columbia. That's about a fifth of its operating budget. And this punishment was for alleged anti-Semitism and for the university's response to encampment protesters who had been demonstrating against Israel's war in Gaza. There is no guarantee that this federal money will be restored to Columbia, but Armstrong was recently praised by Trump's education secretary for agreeing to the government's demands. Many of Columbia's faculty, though, were not happy about what they viewed as their president's acquiescence without even so much as a legal battle. And there's also concern that this will further embolden the Trump administration to go after other universities, which it already has. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
All right, let's just check out this Eyewitness ABC
A big shakeup
one
announced
on the
just a
same
few
thing.
hours ago at Columbia University. The school's interim president is stepping down.
Katrina Armstrong is returning to her prior role as CEO of the university's Irving Medical Center. Her abrupt departure.
What is happening?
Though, coming a week after the school agreed to several of the Trump administration's demands. The move designed to restore $400 million in federal funding, but it wound up sparking new protests among staff members and students who said Armstrong's actions threaten the very spirit and soul of the institution.
So
It definitely
who's going to be
does.
stepping into the role? The university said Claire Shipman will take over as acting president. Shipman is a graduate of the school and has served as the Board of Trustees co-chair. She is also a journalist who has worked at several television networks over the years, including ABC. Columbia says she will serve as acting president until the board completes its search for a new president.
Wow, so Columbia University is going to have two different interim presidents in 6 months. And, I don't understand this decision from her. But it's pathetic that she caved to all of this pressure from Donald Trump, allowed all this to happen. Fact is, if she didn't ever have what it took to be President, stick up for students, protect them. She should have never been there in the first place. That's my opinion. Let's talk a little bit more about people in danger of being deported. People being deported. Here's PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Migrants in the United States are being illegally. Well, this isn't quite the title. I'm making an editorial here. But with no legal ramifications, no criminal history, are being deported.
President Trump promised the largest mass deportation effort in the country's history. And as the Homeland Security Department works to deport more people, immigrants with legal status or no criminal history are also being detained and deported. We talked with 3 people affected by the changes: a Canadian who tried to renew her visa, the husband of a Peruvian immigrant who's being detained in Louisiana, and a graduate student currently being targeted for deportation. Here's what they told us.
My name is Jasmine Mooney, and I am from Canada.
My name is Mamadou Tao. I'm from the UK and the Gambia, and I am a PhD candidate in the Department of Africana Studies at Cornell.
Bradley Bartel. I live in central Wisconsin. Sylvia Munoz, she was detained February 15th, roughly 1 p.m. or so. We were coming back from our honeymoon in Puerto Rico. The agents at the airport in San Juan were asking everybody if they were American citizens or not. That's when they pulled her to the side, starting asking questions like, hey, this is my wife of American citizen, and, do you have this form on you? Do you have this form on you? And no, we didn't.
Wow. I was detained on March 3rd. I was in detention for a total of 12.
I mean, this is outrageous. To suggest that, people need to walk around with their marriage certificates. Like, wow. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, right? Like, if you don't have the right documents right now, can't prove she's your wife, we're going to have to put her in jail. Can't prove, Like, what? Like, what? Let's deport Melania, I guess, right? It's the same deal with her. She leaves the country, I say we just keep her out for good.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Days before they release me. Everything in that place is meant to break you. From being put in cells that are absolutely freezing cold with no blankets. The first 48 hours I slept on the mat on concrete with no blankets, no pillows. They gave me this aluminum foil thing that you wrap around your body like a dead body.
First, we filed injunction against the Trump administration. Then, law enforcement agencies are seen at my residence. Then, my counsel received an email that I am to surrender to ICE custody, and then my visa is revoked.
They gave us a ICE lookup number to look her up in the system, and she didn't even turn up in the system for like a week, so I didn't know where she was, didn't have any way to contact her, nothing, didn't know anything, so that part was pretty terrible.
1, they break you down when you are in there. 2, they scare you. They try and scare you. No one wants to stand up for them. People are scared to talk about this because they think they're going to be banned for life or that they're never going to be able to travel. And everything is a scare tactic. They do not want this getting out.
What we're seeing now is a worrying trend, first and foremost, of people being essentially abducted and kidnapped throughout the country. Young scholars, graduate students, graduates are being abducted and kidnapped and taken to unknown locations. I've not been convicted of a crime, alleged of any crime, or arrested. I've only expressed my what should be First Amendment protected activity.
Especially with no criminal history and having come here being documented, I believe that kind of thing should be forgiven as it has in the past. Historically, people that have overstayed their visa, that kind of thing has been forgiven by the courts. One person asked me if she were to be deported, what would I do? And I'd seriously be considering becoming a Peruvian citizen and just leaving America.
I'm not going to let it jade me because I love America still. I love my friends there. I just am still extremely confused about what is actually happening and these processes, and it does not have to be this way. There has to be a better system.
I feel hunted and persecuted, and it seems like the president, the executive, has taken on these law enforcement agencies as his own personal police. What Trump administration is doing by the executive orders and by these actions is sending a clear message. If you are in this country and you are in a precarious visa situation, you can be deported. Not for any crime, not for any action that's illegal, but purely based on what you say and whether that is critical of the US foreign policy or the state of Israel.
Laura Barron-Lopez has been following their stories and the Trump administration's efforts to restrict legal immigration and joins us now. So, Laura, first,
all right, that's enough of that. But I mean, their stories are, harrowing, incredibly concerning, and not the only ones. And the fact is that last point that Mamadou made is the point that needs to be made over and over again. This is about free speech. This is about free speech that contradicts the current narrative that this government is willing to go to any lengths to stop people saying things that they don't like. That is a huge problem for everyone in America, citizens and non-citizens alike. All right, we're going to move on from immigration for now. We may come back to it in the Canada half portion, whatever you want to call it, of the stream. Let's go on now to talking quickly about a few other things here. It's pretty varied, I would say, this stream tonight. Let's go here to Nation's Top Facts. In fact, I would say, if you count both streams, I mean, really getting in all of the kinds of possible galactic content. Even did YouTube drama, something we rarely do around here. We're getting a full regular stream. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, if you ask me. All right, let's talk about the HHS. Well, really, let's talk about RFK fucking Jr. and what has been going on over there at the HHS. We already listened recently to an interview from a man who had quit the CDC. Let's go here, CNN from 13 hours ago. Nation's top vaccine official quits over RFK Jr.
This fellow was in charge of Operation Warp Speed, that in this Democrats' opinion was the most successful thing Donald Trump probably did in his first presidency. That means that this is not some left-wing conspiracy theorist. He's somebody who helped Donald Trump do the most successful things in many people's, and probably save millions of lives. Again, a Democrat saying that because of what they just did. So I think that that's important as y'all argue about if it was wrong or right.
He also was willing to put together studies that would focus on what RFK Jr. essentially was saying, that vaccines need to be studied more. He was willing to put those studies together to make sure that real information came out, that transparency came out, to hopefully say, Mr. Secretary, this is now what we know. Let's put this aside and let's push for vaccines because we know that's what the case is. Clearly, that didn't happen. And it seems from the reporting that he was given either the choice to resign or he was going to be fired. That's right. So he was pushed out. because clearly he was not acquiescing to these crazy views of RFK Jr. So good for him and good for telling it all in this searing, brutal letter, because yes, he, RFK Jr. and the Trump administration are putting public health at risk.
Look, I'm very skeptical of RFK. I feel he is on the right track when it comes to America needing to be healthier. And I know that because I can afford to lose a couple pounds. All the folks who tweet at me when I'm on the show tell me that too.
Well, they should mind their business.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
They should, but they do. I'm with them on that. But when it comes to vaccines, RFK Jr. is completely off the reservation, entirely off the reservation. Having said that, I do not view doing this as a courageous act.
No.
When you resign, you are a borderline coward. If you actually believe in what you're saying, some harshly worded letter, that's what the United Nations does. It means absolutely nothing. It's just a bunch of words on paper.
I think it has weight. He was gonna get booted, so you think that he should just have been fired?
If you really truly believe,
but what's the
then
difference?
get fired. Then stand up for something.
Let me ask you, Mike, when somebody does resign, I mean, obviously he was going to get fired. Our reporting is that he was going to get fired or he had the choice to resign. He resigned. But when somebody leaves a position like that, there may be an argument to say, well, when he leaves, someone else replaces him that does not have his credentials and that does not have his same stance. So is that good for example?
Okay, but if his stance is being completely disregarded by the director of the HHS, does it matter? Does it matter if you have somebody in that chair? You know, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's, it's a matter of strategy, I guess. But I mean, I would be frustrated. The fact is people, doctors with a lot of experience, who are highly qualified, do make a lot more money in the private sector. And if I don't know, if I was placed in that position, would I be like, oh no, I'm just going to sit here and twiddle my thumbs for the next 4 years and say things that will be disregarded and make less money than I would in the private sector? Would I do that? I don't know. I think once again, it's like a matter of strategy, and it has to do with your personal circumstances or whatever else. But it doesn't seem very productive. He could go help somebody come up with some other. I mean, he's the top vaccine expert. He could, he could be working on vaccines rather than ignoring them or researching whether or not vaccines cause autism, right? Because that's what RFK has directed vaccine experts to do. All of the agencies below the HHS, under the purview of the HHS, are now studying something that's already been proven to be just a conspiracy theory. They don't cause autism. But RFK Jr. is so certain that the government's been lying to him all these years. Scientists have been colluding, conspiratorially, some sort of deep state, and just, I don't know.
The organization that he is over, the CDC.
And that's Pete's point. Like, stand up for it, stay in that position. Even if you're pushed out eventually, at least we have a voice of reason within the organization. This is very personal to me about RFK because I have a daughter who's on the spectrum. I have an atypical daughter and I have a typical daughter. And I know vaccines don't cause autism. And my co-host, Nick Saveri, I want to shout him out from Can We Please Talk? New episodes every Monday. Nick's wife is an pediatric ICU doctor at St. Luke's Hospital in Pennsylvania. So this is very personal to us as a show. I've done a lot about RFK's confirmation and, again, no degree in epidemiology, molecular biology, virology. Few doctors have that. So what do? They put together boards, advisory boards, that make public recommendations. This person was an environmental lawyer. You want to put him in charge of the EPA? Put him in charge of the EPA. Exactly. Putting him in charge of the health and human services in this country, in my opinion, is not putting people in the best positions to succeed. Kudos to this guy for writing the letter. I get Pete's overarching point, and I do agree. Stay because you could be the voice of reason within that. And to Chuck's point, And I love that he said that. I'm going to echo it 5 more times. Operation Warp Speed stayed alive. Chuck is really smart. I think the hack makes him 10 times smarter. But seriously, the fact that this is the compromise you guys are looking for, right? Donald Trump says, hey, Democrats, you got to compromise. He just gave credit to somebody who helped with Operation Warp Speed. And this guy is telling you that RFK is not qualified to lead this agency.
Well, seems like for once in a long time, a bipartisan CNN roundtable discussion was unanimous. Excuse me, ma'am. Nope, not yet. Suddenly in, what was I saying? Unanimous agreement on something. RFK, completely unqualified, unfit to lead the HHS. All right. Let's quickly see what J.D. Vance had to say while in Greenland. Not about Greenland, but about the blunderous signal chat, which everyone has been talking about this last week. He had this to say in response to being asked about the signal chat blunder Sunday.
When can we expect an update on the internal investigation into that signal chat leak? Has that investigation concluded, and what are the findings?
I think we'll get an update soon. Look, we take it very seriously. We all accept that a journalist should not have been invited into the chat, and members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it. But I find the American media's obsession with this issue very, very interesting, because I happen to remember about 4 years ago when American military leadership made a catastrophic error that got 13 innocent Americans killed in Afghanistan and had about $80 billion of military equipment turned over to one of the worst terrorist organizations in the world.
I see.
Years, the American media ran cover for a Biden administration that refused to fire any generals or even launch an internal investigation that was meaningful and substantive about what happened.
Oh, God.
And now, the same American media that covered for the Biden administration after the untimely death and the unnecessary death of 13 brave Americans is really, really interested in forcing the President of the United States to fire someone because of a signal chat. That is not honest behavior from the American media, and if you think you're going to force the President of the United States to fire anybody, you've got another thing coming. President Trump has said it on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'm the Vice President saying it here on Friday. We are standing behind our entire national security team.
Wow. Well, there's J.D. Vance in Greenland. When asked about the signal chat we've all been talking about, he was incredibly confused why anybody would want to talk about this, why they're so obsessed with this blatant violation of U.S. national security laws by the Trump administration. Very confused why anybody would want to know anything about that. You know, because what about Afghanistan? Right. Okay. He acts like they didn't cover Greenland. I'm sorry, Greenland. Why did I say Greenland? I was reading a chat. But it's not like they didn't talk about Afghanistan at all. It's like he acts like there's been no coverage on Afghanistan. But I remember Afghanistan. There was coverage, and there's been investigations. You know, and the fact is, you pull out of a country that you've been occupying for a long time, where the people who you had been fighting this entire time still existed. You know, I think it would be almost impossible to do a, full withdrawal without the expectations that maybe the enemy would get word of that withdrawal at some point and maybe take advantage of that vacuum. Maybe I'm being too generous. But I think it's kind of fascinating. He's not the only one. I mean, I don't know how. Scott Jennings was saying it earlier on CNN. I think Pete Hegseth mentioned it. I think multiple Fox News hosts have been talking about it, all of a sudden remembering Afghanistan. What about Afghanistan? Well, here's my response to that. Beyond everything I've said, forget everything I've said up to this point. In response to, what about Afghanistan? What about the Hillary email servers that you guys were so obsessed with? Are you no longer obsessed with national security? What about that? Why aren't you more concerned about this clear breach? You know? But no, Republicans only demand consistency out of other people, not of themselves. That's inconvenient.
That's too much, man!
Why should Republicans have to be, you know? No, they just get to call other people out for being inconsistent. Okay, right, yeah. I'm sorry. I just could have sworn you guys were concerned about that stuff. Those nasty, nasty private servers. Nasty, criminal, the crime, Biden, Hillary Clinton crime family. Always treating documents very nasty. All right, let's talk a little bit about Elise Stefanik, a terrible human being who led the fake anti-Semitism hearings, the anti-Israeli free speech hearings, where, of course, she lambasted people like the Columbia University president over her supposed lack of concern over anti-Semitism on campuses. She was, of course, nominated by Donald Trump pretty early on to be the UN ambassador. Within the last 36 hours, that dream of Elise's going from the from the House of Representatives all the way to the UN, oh boy, that dream has come to an end.
Fortunately, there is an advantage to having high information voters and high propensity voters. And that's what the Democratic constituency has. They have a core group of voters who are very intense, very specific about voting, are on top of all this stuff.
It's science.
The Republicans have a wider, slightly, a group of voters who know less. This is just data. I'm not maligning anybody.
But that was on exit polling for why, Trump won in 2024 and why how the midterms in 2022 weren't indicative because high propensity voters turn out for that. A lot of people just came out for Trump and left the rest of the ballot blank. And when you look at, factors that cut across those low propensity voters, it's usually people that are lower information. The exit polls get a majority of their news from social media or don't consume news at all.
We know that people who don't follow politics will more than likely vote for Trump.
Yep.
However, the other day in Pennsylvania, there was a couple of, one was a House race, and one was a state Senate seat. In the state Senate seat, it was a
plus Trump, 15.
Trump had won by 15% in just 6 months ago, and a Democrat won that seat by a hair, but that's a 15-point swing. In the House seat, the Democrat had won, or Harris had won, I think by, I can't remember what it was, 8 or something to that effect. And there was another. And this person, this Democrat who won in that seat, won by like 23. So that gives you a sense of and it's a very rough thing, and it's almost, the perception that it creates is almost as important as the reality of it. But it has got the Republicans panicked. On Tuesday, there is a incredibly important Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. We had Ben Wickler on a couple of weeks ago to talk about this. Voting is open in Wisconsin. Go and vote right now. Hang up your radio or computer and the phone and go and vote right now. Make sure you vote in that race. And in Florida, there are 2 House districts that were vacated, one by Matt Gaetz because he had an invitation with prosecutors, and so he had to leave. And the second was Mike Walz's place. And Mike Walz, who knows how long he'll be around these days.
Right.
These 2 seats, Florida's 1st and 6th districts, they're slam dunks for Republicans, except for maybe the next week.
There's been some polling that shows that particularly in that 6th district, which Waltz vacated, is that basically it's within the margin of error that Democrat is polling. And that Democrat's name is Josh Weil, running against, well, I can't read my own handwriting, but a Republican in that district.
And I just want to make this clear. This is not speculation on our parts. This is, or to the extent that it is, here is evidence that the Republicans are very, very worried about this. Elon Musk is going to Wisconsin and offering like $1 million to anybody who signs his petition or something like that.
That's legal in this country.
And I don't know how worried they are about Florida, but they are worried about these seats. And Elise Stefanik, perhaps one of what's the word for least integrity? Is there a word for that?
I mean,
craven.
Yeah.
One of the most craven members of Congress, maybe politics. She has just gotten off her final Instagram tour, reminiscing on her congressional career.
That is,
it was such
she was touring her district. Say goodbye. I was part of the Republican House leadership, but now.
Oh, that has got to be so awkward. You just got done just sort of taking a victory lap on all of your success. And then you got to come right back and be like, I was kidding. I was kidding. That's what I did.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Moving on. Be the ambassador of the UN.
To bigger and better things.
And you know who, that is like a huge step. If you want to go from Congress into the presidency, what do you need? International relations. Nikki Haley, before she, ruined her chances of going further in the Republican Party by having brown skin. Elise Stefanik is looking at that. That's the ticket for her. Bye-bye, Congress. I'm leaving, except what? Pennsylvania? Go.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik joins me with more. Congresswoman, a lot of people praising your action today.
Pause it. I just want you to look at this. Whenever you see a politician come on with a smile that seems to be literally surgically implanted on their face, you know they are enraged and upset because...
it's beyond the smile. I feel like, when I look at Elise right now, I feel like one of her eyes is doing something different than her other eye is doing, in a way feels a little unhinged. Like her left eye is like, I was watching it while I was watching this interview. It seemed like she was like doing everything she could do to keep that eye from not twitching uncontrollably and like bursting into a fit of rage.
Their people have said you cannot let anybody see that you're upset about this. So put on a huge smile, and you can tell, like the strain in her upper lip is so intense in making sure that those 2 corners of her mouth do not drop.
It's actually good news.
Everything is great,
it's my
actually.
birthday today.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is
Everything is
exactly
actually
what I
really
wanted.
good.
I can't believe it. This is like 45 level chess.
It's a bold strategy,
Congresswoman, you know, a lot of people praising your action today as selfless, as really heroic for the agenda of President Trump. I want to pull up this razor-thin House majority. This is what we were looking at here. 218 to 215 is the narrow majority, 218 to 213 rather, which means Republicans can only lose 2 votes on any given piece of legislation. A senior White House official told our Peter Doocy that when you look at this seat that you are in could have been vacant for most of the year. We don't have time to waste. They were referring to Governor Kathy Hochul, who is no friend of the Trump administration and would like to hold your seat open as long as possible. There were a lot of political realities at play, and I'm hoping you can take me behind the scenes into exactly how this transpired and what the thought process was.
Well, thank you, Kaylee. First of all, I was honored to have earned that nomination by President Trump, and I'm proud to be one of his top allies on Capitol Hill. This goes back to fighting against the witch hunt impeachment. It goes back to being the first member of Congress who endorsed him, as well as leading the charge in so many ways to combat anti-Semitism, which of course he is taking action on today. I know the stakes as an elected representative for New York's 21st District and as a previous member of leadership in the House that we need to.
Did anybody else catch that moment? Like, this is what I'm talking about. One of her eyes just completely independently of the other eye blinked, and I was like, "Oh, she's almost losing it right there. She's about to explode."
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
For New York's 21st District and as a previous member of leadership in the House that we need to secure the border, cut taxes, unleash American energy independence, and deliver these historic results on behalf of the president because of this tremendous mandate that the American people gave him. So I have been proud to be a team player. The president knows that. He and I had multiple conversations today, and we are committed to delivering results on behalf of the American people. And as always, I'm committed to delivering results on behalf of my constituents.
Pause it for 1 second.
She is so pissed.
So you understand what she's saying here. She's implying that, like, I had to keep saying to the president, please, let me go back to Congress and not have this position because I need to protect our majority. She is so angry.
Oh, yeah, she went to the president. Actually, sir, I made a huge tiny mistake. We made a huge tiny mistake. I must not go to the UN, where I definitely don't want to be, and because, the most important thing is that we maintain the majority in the House of Representatives. I didn't want to go and yell at the UN about anti-Semitism against Israel. That wasn't my dream.
About this. She was angry that they were delaying her.
That's what the Times reported, was that she was like, what's taking so long? Oh, yeah, I guess she must be thrilled to be going back to the House.
And here's the other thing. Her position of leadership in the House, they gave that to somebody else. She's not on any committees. So they'll probably bump somebody, but she's going down. She's actually taking a step down. She is so...
Ooh, I wonder... Oh, boy. Am I wrong, or is it Marjorie? Is Marjorie the one who got Elise's seat? Who took her seat? I'm trying to remember right now. Which committee was she on? Oh, that is rough. Ooh, boy. Are we going to have a Marjorie Taylor Greene v. Elise Stefanik fight? Jewish space lasers v. anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism.
Sorry, I mispronounced that. Anti-Semitism. Thank you.
It is delightful. And also, it's clear she doesn't want to be there, so she's up for a challenge in 26.
Oh, yeah. I hope that puts a target on her back. I also liked how Kayleigh McEnany, who's filling in for Hannity, tries to set her up so nicely about how she was the first to endorse Donald Trump. Yeah, this time around. The first time around, she came into Congress as basically a very Trump-critical Republican, and because she has no principles at all except, going after students for standing up for genocide and college administrators, she flipped on that too.
What was the timeline on this? Did this all transpire today? Was it a long and thought out conversation? There's a lot of factors. There's, of course, the key election in Florida on Tuesday. There's Kathy Hochul's part in this. There's the notion that your seat does not have an open primary. So there's a lot of factors. What was the timeline of this? Was this a quick decision or one that was long and thought out?
Well, as you know, Kaylee, I had my hearing the day after the inauguration. The hearing went incredibly smoothly. It passed by voice, and there's been universal praise for the nomination. The reality is, as Democrats, as we see in New York State, it is totally corrupt. Kathy Hochul started threatening to move the ball on the election day. You see a highly, highly politicized radical left trying to do everything they can to defeat the president. And this is about stepping up as a team, and I am doing that as a leader to ensure that we can take hold of this mandate and deliver these historic results, that we can pass this reconciliation bill, which will have tax cuts, it will have border security, American energy independence, and importantly, I look forward to continuing to hold higher education accountable for their failures, as well as all of my work on the House Armed Services Committee and in the national security space that I have been known for at the highest levels in Congress. So it really came to a culmination today, but it was a combination of the New York corruption that we're seeing under Kathy Hochul, special elections, and the House margin. And look, I've been in a House. It's tough to count these votes every day, and we are going to continue to defy the political prognosticators and deliver victory on behalf of President Trump. And all
right, whatever. Dark Kathy.
It's going to be interesting to see what position she gets in the House leadership. They're going to have to create a new position for her, but that means that she's going to have to share.
30 likes, huh? So are you expecting to receive emotional support characters, not just from the but you're trying to add these on, you're trying to make it a cumulative likes-based situation. Is that what's happening here? I don't know. Wow. That's groundbreaking. For sure. It would be unprecedented. It's the weekend. I'm feeling generous. Yeah. I'll give you some support. I'll give you some extra emotional support. It's been a rough week, hasn't it? Incredibly rough week for everyone. We all deserve a little extra help through these trying times. Hey, we have that one too. I'll let you get away with this one. I'll let you get away with it. Whoops.
There's enough cravenism to go around, but this is absolutely delightful. So so glad to see her personal dream stifled, although this was a potential Democratic pickup, no doubt. I mean, this is, the Republicans are paying attention to this, for better or for worse. And so that's where we're at. Go vote. Vote in Florida, vote in Wisconsin. The election is on Tuesday. Not sure what the early voting rules are in Florida, but certainly I know you can go vote in Wisconsin right now. Another day, another Trump attack on basic freedoms, this time targeting Palestinian activist and green card holder.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, a lot of good points made there by the majority report. I'm sure Elise Stefanik wasn't incredibly excited to have this new job at the UN, which would help her later in furthering her political career. She's not at all an opportunist who's, changed her views on things based upon the way the wind's blowing. No. She just really, really wants the House of Representatives to keep that majority.
I don't want reality.
Okay. There you go. You have 11, 10, something like that. You've got at least half of the emotional support characters out there right now. Hope you're enjoying that. Now, this next guy I've got some issues with, and I'm sure some people in chat do too. But I felt that this was perhaps an effective and important point to make. Something we talked about yesterday to some degree. We talked about the MTG-led hearing discussing bias at NPS, at NPR and PBS. They've been incredibly upset about inclusivity over there at public media, feeling like Republicans are being. Oh wait, I forgot. I have one more video. I just looked past it completely. I ignored Steve Kornacki. Oh, poor Steve. That's rude.
How rude.
It's very rude of me to ignore Steve. Whoops. Why did I just click past it? No, go to Steve. What's the max number of emotional support characters? I think Moanope's got that one covered. Yeah, let's go here. NBC News from yesterday. It is 20, though. It is 20. I will confirm. 20 is the correct number. Moanope. It's only 20 sides on the dice, so that's the most we can get. At some point, we may have a refresh on emotional support characters. I'm considering having a vote on the refresh, whether we do that or not, and then maybe doing a refresh. Because there's been a lot of requests for new emotional support, but we did it democratically. We attained all of these emotional support characters by way of galactic vote. You know, it was the will of the galaxy that brought all of them together. It's only the will of the galaxy that can change all of that. It is also a great deal of work for me to go through all of the things I just said, which is partly why it hasn't happened yet. I've been kind of afraid of doing it. Not gonna lie. Okay, NBC News. Steve Kornacki. What to expect in special House elections. Something that we were just talking about.
Steve, let me head over to you at the big board. As we've been talking about, Republicans appear to be concerned about these special elections, particularly the one in Florida next week. What are you watching for? What do the numbers say?
Yeah, let's take a look at both of these districts. And really, it is that you've been talking about it here. Waltz's old district, the 6th. This is where more of the action is in Florida. You see where the two special elections are being held. We're talking about here sort of the area between Jacksonville, Daytona Beach on the coast, and the district now moves a bit inland as well. So the Republican candidate, Randy Fine, the Democrat, Josh Wheel. A lot of money has come in nationally, a lot of grassroots money from Democrats who are very keyed in on these special elections here for Wheel. And the backdrop, of course, is this is what the presidential result looked like in this district last November, Trump winning it by 30 points. Waltz, for that matter, was reelected by a similar margin last November. So you look at this number and you say, why would Republicans, be a little concerned? Is it about losing the district? That might be a stretch. There's nobody in the House. There's no Democrat in the House who has won in a district like this recently. But would they be embarrassed by a significantly smaller margin than this? That's certainly possible. They wouldn't want that. And the other thing, as you mentioned, talking about Elise Stefanik in her district, the decision for her to stay there, the margin in her district was 20 points. That's the New York district that she represents. Trump won that district by 20. So 30 is an awfully high threshold for Democrats to overcome. When you start talking about 20, it's probably still much too high in a special election for Democrats, but it's lower than this. And if this is making them sweat at all, you can imagine what they would think about turning towards New York 21. And again, the other district where there's action here, this is in the Panhandle. This is Pensacola based here. This really is one of the most Republican districts in Florida. How Republican? Trump's margin here was almost 40 points. So again, Republicans with more of a pad here. You take a look at what we've seen from the early voting. This is just the share of the ballots taken by registered Republicans, by registered Democrats in each of these districts. And you do see, look, for Democrats, that's pretty good in a district like the first. But again, that's still a solid Republican advantage.
Yeah, but these numbers have really tightened. Yeah, wow, this is, yeah, wow.
Take a look at what we've seen from the early voting. This is just the share of the ballots taken by registered Republicans, by registered Democrats in each of these districts. And you do see, look, for Democrats, that's pretty good in a district like the 1st. But again, that's still a solid Republican advantage. In the 6th, again, that's still a Republican advantage. That's good for the Democrats there, historically speaking. But again, it gets to that question of, is it going to be enough for the Democrats to actually have a chance to win it? These numbers suggest that's still very much a stretch. But again, to get that number down certainly seems possible for them. And the question will become, how much can...
Okay, thank you, Steve. All right. It's enough Kornacki files for today. Looks like regaining those districts down in Florida would take a tremendous amount of work for Democrats. The fact is, in many ways, I feel like Democrats have given up on spending in places like Florida, even though it wasn't that long ago that places like Florida were considered purple states. And so, do I think they will this time? I don't know. Hard to say. But there's a lot of upcoming elections in the House that are going to be important if Democrats care about taking back the majority. All right. Now, let's go back to talking about PBS and NPR. What was I saying about this? Oh, right. Okay. So, yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, about how Republicans just want to get rid of NPR and PBS because they see them as being biased, because, of course, the truth has a left-wing bias, because Republicans are more interested in whether or not the Bible says it's okay, or whatever their other fantastical beliefs happen to line up, with that's their main focus rather than science or facts, unfortunately for everyone. But NPR and PBS are under fire and potentially maybe will be going without funding. This next guy, I'm not a huge fan of, and I know some people here are not a huge fan of. And when he's got bad stuff to say, we're going to bring the smoke. But right now, let's go to Ro Khanna, who was at this hearing on NPR and PBS's supposed left-wing anti-Trump bias. Here's Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Ro Khanna grilled one of the witnesses, this man came out specifically to talk about how shitty PBS and NPR are. Jet is right. We should save PBS. I agree.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to wave on to the committee. Mr. Gonzalez, I read with interest your testimony. It was so angry, so I thought I'd try to lighten things up a little bit. Who are 3 of your favorite characters on Daniel Tiger, or what episodes are your favorites?
Representative Khanna, thank you very much for the opportunity to lighten up. I think I've taken a time machine here. Sesame Street went to HBO.
Daniel Tiger, do you have some favorite characters? The owl, any of them?
No, none.
What does Ugga Mugga mean to you?
Nothing.
You've never heard the expression Ugga Mugga?
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
It's affection. Have you ever watched a Daniel Tiger show, or know any families who watch a Daniel Tiger show?
Come on! I don't think so. No.
Wow.
You've never watched one?
I've never seen Daniel Tiger.
Wow.
Sorry.
Do you know what Daniel Tiger is a successor to?
And I don't know Daniel Tiger.
I don't know Daniel Tiger.
Do you know?
What? What are you saying, guy? Huh? I love this. I mean, this guy is supposed to be an expert witness to discuss PBS, and he can't even. He hasn't even watched it. Apparently, he's never watched PBS. How is this guy considered an expert witness? Doesn't even know what Daniel Tiger is.
Do you know what Daniel Tiger is a successor to?
And I don't know Daniel Tiger, so I don't know what he's.
No, the show. What it's a successor to? Do you know?
No.
You really don't know?
No, I really don't. I'm on the road.
Come on. History. It's a successor to Mr. Rogers.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Rogers.
Okay.
The show that's off the
familiar
air.
with his 1969 testimony?
I am.
He said, I want to quote, because it's one of my favorites. I studied this actually going to school. It's some of the most effective testimony in Congress. He said, I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. Senator Pastor was a hard-headed fiscal conservative, said he got goosebumps by that testimony, and it's what convinced him to fund the public broadcast. You've said you wouldn't have funded it. Do you think Senator Pastor made a mistake back then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with Fred Friendly, who testified and said,
you would have voted against.
I would have voted, yes. I don't think that you should have state broadcasters.
Now, what is the cost of public broadcasting as a percent of the federal budget?
I don't know, but it is a.
I mean, yes, come on, you're talking about the $36 trillion of debt.
Why doesn't this guy know anything?
You're saying this is a really.
How is this guy an expert witness on this topic? He doesn't seem to know shit. He doesn't know anything about the program, apparently, or programming of PBS or NPR. Seems to have never watched any of it. He just seems to have some sort of ideological objection to all of this. That doesn't make you an expert. Just having some sort of, vehement hatred for public broadcasting doesn't make you an expert on it. Why is this guy here? Can't even tell us how much money is getting spent over there. What part of the federal budget is it?
Important thing that we need to cut. You didn't research out what percent
It's important in principle.
Well,
it's those principles.
The principle is a different thing. You're saying this is an effective strategy to cut debt, and you have no idea what percent.
It was 5% of the discretionary cuts in the GOP.
It's 0.01%.
Right, but it was 5% of the discretionary cuts in the 17 budget.
Point zero.
So he's touting how much money has been taken away as some sort of great statistic that proves his point. It was 5% of the cuts. I mean, we really gutted the shit out of PBS. I mean, that's basically what this guy's saying. In the 2017 budget, we cut a shit ton of money from PBS, even though it was 0.01% of the budget. And that somehow proves my argument. Okay.
I don't want reality. Give me a joke.
Percent of the federal budget. That's one of the reasons Senator Pastor said, it's worth it in an investment in American kids. Now, you said Sesame Street is a private organization, or Sesame Street is going private. I didn't understand that because Sesame Workshop is a nonprofit. What did you mean by private?
Well, I mean it's a nonprofit. It's separate from.
But it
when I say private, I mean it's a nonprofit, which is by definition a non-private entity, if I'm not mistaken.
That's public funding. Were you talking about the HBO thing?
Yes.
Do you realize that HBO just canceled with them? And
I do, yes.
And the reason they canceled them, and I'm trying to explain why Senator Pastor funded this, and if you talk to families who watch Daniel Tiger, maybe you'd appreciate it. The reason they canceled it is because it wasn't making a profit. See, because when you try to do Daniel Tiger or Sesame Street, and you try to do what Mr. Rogers was talking about, helping the emotional and social development of kids, it's not easy. You have to hire people who are child psychologists. You have to hire people who are educationalists. A lot goes into this. And HBO said, you know what? It's not making money. We rather put on things that are geared towards adults or that are going to be conflicts. We aren't making money on this. And the whole reason Senator Pastor said that we're going to fund this, I know you kind of mocked in your testimony the kids, but the whole reason was that when you make programming for children to help their social and emotional development, it costs so much money to do, and it's a public good, then not everything has to be about profit. Do you have any idea what it takes to produce Daniel Tiger, who all they hired? Did you ever try to figure it out?
No, but I can tell you that the market said that it wasn't, and there wasn't enough demand for it, and that's the reason why HBO got rid of it.
Right.
Because there wasn't enough demand.
Yeah, so are you...
He's making the argument that Ro Khanna is making, is that we cannot leave the education of children, right? Can't leave it up to the private business incentives and whims of capitalists and large companies. And that's why it needed to be funded by the public, by society, for the greater good of society. And this guy is just sitting here basically making it incredibly clear that not only is he not an expert on any of this, he just doesn't he just doesn't seem to understand the concept of public, the word public, and why some things are important that they remain public. Oh my God. Just wild. Doesn't realize that it's a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the budget, but he thinks it's going to help with getting down the national debt. It all makes perfect sense. HBO, no, Dark Sparkle. My understanding is that HBO did not buy out, right? If I'm not mistaken, they didn't fully buy it, but they partnered. They did like some sort of partnership deal. I don't know the entirety of that deal, but I think it made it, like it's sort of convoluted how it worked out. But if you're not familiar with it, like this gentleman here, who I mean he's a bit elderly. I assume his kids are, if he has any, grown up, not watching PBS. While he gets them ready for school in the mornings or whatever else. But Daniel Tiger is, like Ro Khanna mentioned, the successor to Mr. Rogers. Let's take a quick look at one of the clips from little Daniel Tiger here. See how horrible this is. Why we would give money to this horrible woke leftist cartoon. A minute and 1 second, but wow, this is horrible. Woke communist propaganda. A cute little tiger cub riding a train with his mother. Why is this family using public transportation rather than driving in a Humvee on private roads? How dare we create content to help children learn how to behave in public? Oh, God. Oh, wokeist Marxism. Oh, my God. Terrible. How could they? Exactly, Narwhal by nature. Up yours, woke moralists.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
That's what Jordan Peterson would say. And like that expert witness who's so expert he didn't know what portion of the budget, the thing that he was recommending be cut, even was, or what this show was. Seems like a real expert to me. Thanks for the super chat, Narwhal. Appreciate you. Oh, also, I saw Mo and Noab ask the question back here whether or not we have a goal for this half. No, we do not have a goal. Not that I don't want donations. I certainly am accepting all donations. But we did the goal for the first half, and even though I broke up the two, the whole point of that goal was to make sure that we got this half, because I was actually considering going to bed super early tonight if we didn't beat that goal. But we completed that goal, no problems. So we're getting the full shebang bang, okay? We're going to get the whole stream. All right, let's go here. We watched this yesterday. I just figured we'd watch it again. Piece of history. It was mentioned previously there at the House hearing on NPR and public funding of public programming. Let's go back in time to 1969. Whoopsies, why don't I have sound? Oh, wait, please hold. No, God damn it. There we go. Okay.
Shut up!
All right, Rogers, you got the floor.
Senator Pastore, this is a philosophical statement and would take about 10 minutes to read, so I'll not do that. One of the first things that a child learns in a healthy family is trust, and I trust what you have said that you will read this. It's very important to me. I care deeply about children. My first children...
Will it make you happy if you read it?
I'd just like to talk about it, if it's all right.
Sir. Okay.
My first children's program was on WQED 15 years ago, and its budget was $30. Now,
Jesus
with the help
Christ.
of the Sears Roebuck Foundation and National Educational Television, as well as all of the affiliated stations, each station pays to show our program. It's a unique kind of funding in educational television. With this help, now our program has a budget of $6,000.
Oh my God.
It may sound like quite a difference, but $6,000...
I cannot believe just how little money was spent making this stuff. Oh, it's just wild. $6,000 budget? I mean, I don't know if anybody here has ever seen Mr. Rogers before, but before I ever watched this, I assumed that they must have been getting more money than that. It seems insane to think all of that was put together for as little money as it was.
pays for less than 2 minutes of cartoons. 2 minutes of animated, what I sometimes say, bombardment. I'm very much concerned, as I know you are, about what's being delivered to our children in this country. And I've worked in the field of child development for 6 years now, trying to understand the inner needs of children. We deal with such things as the inner drama of childhood. We don't have to bop somebody over the head to make him, to make drama on the screen. We deal with such things as getting a haircut, or the feelings about brothers and sisters, and the kind of anger that arises in simple family situations. And we speak to it constructively.
How long a program is it?
It's a half hour every day. Most channels schedule it in the noontime as well as in the evening. WETA here has scheduled it in the late afternoon.
Could we get a copy of this so that we can see it? Maybe not today, but I'd like to see the program.
I'd like very much for you to see.
I'd like to see the program itself, or any one of them, you see.
We made 100 programs for EEN, the Eastern Educational Network, and then when the money ran out, people in Boston and Pittsburgh and Chicago all came to the fore and said, we've got to have more of this neighborhood expression of care. And this is what I give. I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service for mental health. I think that it's much more dramatic that two men could be working out their feelings of anger, much more dramatic than showing something of gunfire. I'm constantly concerned about what our children are seeing. And for 15 years, I have tried in this country and Canada to present what I feel is a meaningful expression of care.
Do you narrate it?
I'm the host, yes. And I do all the puppets, and I write all the music, and I write all the scripts.
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps for the last 2 days.
Well, I'm grateful not only for your goosebumps, but for your interest in our kind of communication. Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important?
Yes.
This has to do with that good feeling of control, which I feel that the children...
Whoops. Well, I guess I'll just take this moment to respond to a few things. Just want to say thank you to Charlie Janier for gifting a Galactic membership to Dark Sparkle. Didn't want to break it up, but since YouTube just paused it without me doing anything, I figured this would be a wasted opportunity. Say thank you. Same thing for Moa Noab, who gifted one to Sarah Layla. It seems like a lot of very space fams type people have been receiving Galactic memberships today. I'm glad to see that the gifts are going to people who are genuinely hanging out in this stream on the regular. Really appreciate all of you for continuing to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Narwhal, if you're trying to find this speech, which we're going to watch the whole thing, public record, just search Mr. Rogers' House testimony. It'll come up. There's multiple channels that have posted it. I can't think of what the name of the channel is right now, but something
Children
1991.
need to know is there. And it starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. I work with children, doing puppets in very personal communication with small groups. What do you do with the mad that you feel? When you feel so mad you could bite. When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine. Know that there's something deep inside that helps us become what we can. For a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. Looks like you just earned the $20 million.
That was Mr. Rogers in the House getting PBS $20 million back in 1969. Now, the budget currently for PBS and NPR combined, if my numbers are up to date, is around $500 million. And on a yearly basis, on an annual basis, a guy that we're going to talk about, not immediately, but a little later, it might be second half type material. We are going to be talking about this guy, but not quite yet. But Elon Musk receives, what is it? I think 80 times that much. I believe he received $40 billion from the U.S. government approximately last year, 2024. That would have paid for 80 years of both NPR and PBS's programming. I don't think we need those SpaceX rockets as much. And, I should be biased, as a spaceman myself. But, the fact is we need early goddamn education and public broadcasting more than we need Elon's, Tesla's, or SpaceX's, or whatever Starlink crap that he's doing. Okay, sorry for the segue there, but it's true. All right, let's go here. Talk about some other things that are looking at being, unfortunately, having their funds taken away. Let's go to CNN from 16 Hours. Did you know that the Smithsonian Institute received funding from the U.S. government? Neither did I. And now it's under threat for being too DEI over there. Talking about the wrong history, I guess, here at the Smithsonian.
President Trump signed an order this week in his war against woke. His latest executive order demands the removal of all, quote, divisive, improper, and anti-American ideology from famous institutions. First, he took over the Kennedy Center, as you remember. Now Donald Trump wants to control the Smithsonian, the African American Museum, national parks, and the National Zoo. The executive order says it is for restoring truth and sanity to American history. But does this really just translate into whitewashing American history? We are going to discuss. First, to you, Torrey.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about American greatness, and clearly he means white greatness. And we are erasing Black history. I mean, I didn't realize that the Smithsonian, the Black History Museum, was part, I mean, like, obviously, but I didn't read that yet, and it almost makes me want to cry, because that is such an incredibly important space. I took my children and my wife there, like, as soon as it opened, and, like, I studied AFAM in college, and I learned a lot going through that museum, and it's deeply emotional and moving. And to say, we don't want to talk about the history of racism, that is part of American greatness. It's part of America's evil. But the way we have moved from enslavement to segregation to wherever we are now, or wherever we were a few years ago, is part of America's greatness, and it's part of America's real story. And to say we're...
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm sorry. I meant to let him get through that. Hold on. Say it again.
Erase this and just focus on what white people have done. That's not what America is.
Come on! Seriously. Kwame Ture on CNN. Almost brought to tears over the potential of having the Smithsonian and its other related what do you call it? Like bodies, exhibits, whatever else, all having their funding taken away. I mean, it's insane to think of just how much important shit is just being cut down by this administration. If someone had proposed I make a list going into the Trump administration, I don't think I would have caught stuff like this, you know? There's certain things I just thought, there's no way they would go after the Smithsonian. It's like a world-renowned museum in the United States. Who cares if it's got government funding? Well, apparently they do, because that government funding is paying for too much wokeness. Talking about just the history of the United States without editing it to make, certain people feel better about themselves. Sorry, but talking about slavery is anti-white racism. Make America forget again. Mafa. All right. Let's go to maybe a good piece of news. I guess. I mean, maybe. Will it be abided by once again? I don't know. But we got another judge ruling coming down on Donald Trump's targeting of U.S. law firms. Here's CBS from 19 hours ago. Judges block Trump's orders targeting law firms. Yay.
Well, in back-to-back rulings Friday night, 2 federal judges temporarily blocked President Trump's executive orders targeting specific high-profile law firms. The orders signed this week restrict the firms from working with federal agencies. The firms have represented and employed President Trump's political opponents. Meanwhile, 2 other law firms have entered into agreements with the White House to avoid sanctions. CBS News Justice correspondent Scott McFarland has more from Washington.
A flurry of activity in the courts late into the night Friday night. Some of the largest and most name brand law firms in America fighting to stay alive, to stay in business. They accuse the Trump administration of targeting them with executive orders that would be a basic death sentence for firms like Wilmer Hale, firms like Perkins Coie. And they've been in court challenging the executive orders that have put them in dire straits. The Trump administration has threatened to strip the
It is utterly pathetic because in this particular case with Paul Weiss that they reached this settlement. Like this is, this is a complete lack of solidarity. This is, what have we been calling it? Preemptive acquiescence. Like they reached a massive multi-million-dollar settlement. I think it was in the tens of millions of dollars of free pro bono work that they're going to give to the Trump administration. It is disgusting that these people would do that. Like, rather than fight it in court. Just buckle to the tiniest bit of pressure from a fucking fascist dictatorship. If you like dictators so much, then quit the law. There's no reason for it. What's the point of the law if the dictator can just do whatever the fuck he wants? What's the point? Undermining the institution which you hope to uphold makes no fucking sense. It's the same criticism I had of the Supreme Court back when they ruled in 2024.
challenging the executive orders that have put them in dire straits. The Trump administration has threatened to strip the attorneys at those firms of their security clearances or of their ability to do business in government buildings or with government workers. And on Friday, the president said another firm who's been on the radar, Skadden, has agreed to a settlement. They will not be subject to an executive order, but they've agreed to do $100 million in pro bono work for causes or organizations the president does not object to. There's concerns this is a chilling effect on law firms nationwide. There will be fewer firms and fewer lawyers willing to take cases challenging the administration for people who need help with a veteran's benefit.
Honestly, I feel like some of these people just haven't studied game theory, you know? Like they're completely unfamiliar with the prisoner's dilemma, you know, and they're just defecting ahead of time before anything is even close to being decided. People who should know better, lawyers, senators like Chuck Schumer. I mean, like all these people who are just sort of blithely, you know, going along with things rather than banding together. And it is just mind-boggling. Okay, we are blasting through some of these stories. It's a slightly shorter stream, but of course we already got over 4 hours of stream, so don't worry, we're going to have plenty of content tonight. But the regular stream is going to be slightly truncated in comparison to a regular stream. Let's go to talking a little bit about the state of the economy. Trump was asked about the stock market. It's recently been plummeting. The tech sector has lost over 13% in the last, I think it's like last 7 trading days or whatever. Trump was asked about whether or not he had concerns regarding recent market tumultuousness.
Tariffs next week. Will those be immediately effective April 2nd on all countries, or will you focus on the worst offenders?
No, we're going to make it all countries, and we're going to make it very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It'll be, in many cases, less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very surprised.
And on these auto tariffs,
I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. I don't know. I think we're trying to keep it somewhat conservative.
And on these auto tariffs, we saw obviously the NASDAQ 100 go down 2% at close, S&P 500 down 1%. What are you concerned about that market reaction?
Today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I want to see the jobs. I want to see that'll all take care of itself. That could take care of itself in 1 day, 2 days, or 1 week.
Yeah, there we go. Donald Trump talking about the tariffs, the stock market. suggesting that the tariffs were going to be very fair, but across the very lenient, that everyone's going to get them, and in some cases much, much less, whatever that means. And when asked about the stock market and the recent sort of slow motion implosion going on over there, amidst all of this increased volatility and all that jazz, well, his answer was, actually, I'll just get, I don't even pay attention. When did it happen? I don't even look at the stock market. I don't own a lot of stocks, so not really up on it. What is that? Oh, it's not good. Well, it'll take care of itself. A great period of transition, where everyone's gonna feel super good and even better at the end. So no worries there. 40 likes. Okay, Mona, thank you for reminding me. I'll get you more emotional support. Completely groundbreaking here. Never have we combined the likes from 2 streams into one, but we're doing it today. It's the weekend. It's been a crazy two months. So we're doing things never seen before. All right, now let's see what the Ministry of Truth had to say about the tariffs. Caroline Levitt, head spokesperson for the MOH. Forbes breaking news from 3 days ago.
They are doing that. On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. Can you help explain to the American people how tariffs will help them in the long run?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the president directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd Day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day.
Ah, yes, Freedom Liberation Day. Ah. Forget Independence Day, okay? That shit is played out. July 4th, never heard of it. April 2nd, baby. The day Donald Trump stepped up the trade war. That's how you know you're living in a free market economy, of course, when the government is imposing tariffs. That's the freest. That's when you know you got freedom.
Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow...
Great. So when asked, if you didn't quite hear the contents of the question that was asked of little Caroline here, she was asked, based upon recent consumer sentiment numbers, which have, like the stock market, been imploding, I think it's lost like over 10%. Like I think it was like consumer sentiment going into Trump was, I think, high 50s, almost maybe 60, and now is, in the latest reading as of I think Friday's numbers, hovering around 50 points, having lost almost 10 points. Which actually I just realized is more than 10%. That's like 20%. Well, slightly less than 20, like 17%. And so, I love that. Caroline, well, actually, consumers are just stupid. They don't realize how great things are going to be after, not Independence Day. Was it after Liberation Day? That makes sense. Right. We're all very stupid, us consumers. And our lack of confidence is just our lack of understanding. Trump will explain it to us. And if that doesn't do it, well, liberation will make it all clear. That's when we'll start to understand how great things actually are. All right, let's go here. Ah, yes, exactly, as you Sanchez. Liberation Day. Citizens being free of their money by paying more on everything. You're right. I've never felt as free as I feel in anticipation of Liberation Day. Thanks for the super chat. Great comment. 100%. Never felt freer. People that tell me, sir, I'm so excited about Liberation Day. The feeling of freedom And anticipation is truly incredible. I never felt as free as I do right now. And I assume I'll feel a lot freer. People, because, paying more for stuff actually reminds us of how free we really are. It's really great. Have you seen the new Tesla Y? Here's a great car. Everything is computer. All right, let's go to the majority report. Talk about the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, former hedge fund manager, private equity, whatever it is. Now Department of Commerce Secretary had to say. I think we heard him say this exact statement on this stream earlier.
Let's turn to this. No, Howard Lutnick is Trump's Commerce Secretary. He's on the All In podcast. Is that the same one where
It's with Chamath Palihapitiya, sorry.
Who is that guy?
He's a
VC scammer.
VC crypto guy. We'll cite this often, is they were caught on this podcast almost admitting that they were doing crypto pump and dumps, just openly. So these are really rich guys that talk about finance on their podcast. And I guess Lutnick went on with them. This is how you know that this administration is really in touch with everyday people with comments like
everyday venture capitalists.
I don't think Lutnick here is attempting to justify what his what this administration is doing with Social Security directly. I assume he's aware that they're trying to destroy the Social Security Administration from within, both by forcing hundreds of thousands of people to come to offices, whereas they used to be able to deal with those things over the phone, shutting down the offices, thereby making all of the wait times much more extreme, and people start to get dissatisfied with Social Security. And the acting Social Security Administration head threatening to shut down the system because he didn't like a court ruling about giving DOGE all the data from Social Security Administration. I don't think Lutnick is responding to that, but I think he is showing just how deluded the Republican brain is writ large about Social Security, and B, the billionaires and 100 millionaires who are in their administration. And I would also add just how out of touch these two crypto guys are, who seem to go to some, factory where they just impose the exact same tie on them. It's weird. All right, go ahead.
Generation. So there's a lot of domestic terrorism. Is that the response to try to slow down the expense side of the house? Is it basically to put fear into people that are trying to find this waste and fraud? Is that
pause
is that
for a
what
second.
that
I
is?
should add that what they're trying to
What
do
is he talking
is
about?
justify that they're pretending they're looking for waste and fraud. They have found 0 cases of fraud. B, they fired all the inspector generals whose job it is to police their own agencies, who know how to spot waste and fraud because they've been working in these agencies. What DOGE is doing is just doing cuts so that they can undermine all these agencies in the name of waste and fraud. And they're having to justify things like, we fired the guys in charge of the nuclear arsenal, or we fired the guys who were working on the bird flu, or we fired the guys who were working at
these airports as planes crash out of the sky.
We'll rehire them. Don't worry, that's the way we do it. And this is what they're trying to justify here with this.
The burning of the dealerships.
If you were, I describe it to people this way. Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain.
No.
She just wouldn't. She'd think something got messed up, and she'll get it next month.
She wouldn't call.
A fraudster.
She'd text.
Always.
She'd text.
Makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
Oh.
And if all the guys who did PayPal, Like Elon knows this by heart, right? Anybody who's been in the payment system and the process system knows the easiest way to find the fraudster is to stop payments and listen.
Yeah.
Because whoever screams is the one stealing.
Yeah.
Because my mother-in-law.
Oh, I see. She just got to stop the flow of money. And then, like some sort of a expert in tracking in the wild, Howard Lutnick, he puts his ear to the ground and listens. Listens for the rumbling. You're like, what is he talking about? Now, of course, Howard Lutnick's mother might be 94, but she does thankfully have Howard, who is a billionaire, if I'm not mistaken, or is a very, very, very, very wealthy man. So if she won't call him, she'll probably just text him, hey, can you wire me, 5-10 grand? Mama needs to pay the bills. And she's lucky. She has an incredibly wealthy son to take care of her. But there are people who can't just sit there on their hands for a month and not pay the bills or eat. In fact, that's most people. Oh, Megastar with the super chat. Thank you, Megastar. So you're playing Plague Inc., and you just remembered why Greenland is important. Maybe the Cheeto is onto something.
Cyclone Cheeto.
What's that? What is Plague Inc.? I actually have no idea what Plague Inc. is. So I have to Google it. Or someone maybe explain to me what the hell you're talking about. Because I'm confused.
I mean, come on, your mother, 80-year-olds, 90-year-olds, they trust the government. They trust, okay, maybe got screwed up, big deal. They're not going to call and scream at someone. But
Pause it
someone
for a
who's
second.
stealing.
I just want you to contemplate, first of all, like how insane all of what he's saying is. I mean, it may be the case in when he's ripping off people or people are ripping off him or whatever, that this holds true. But he's saying that these people are so feeble, they're not going to be the ones to call in. Or he's saying that their son-in-law is a billionaire and is going to pay for them and cover them. Yeah. Mom, when she's living in the back of one of my chalets, she doesn't call if she doesn't get the check. Part of it is, maybe after a month or two, the 24/7 multiple home health aides that we have working, they would call. Maybe. So blinkered. The number, I don't have the number right in front of me, but the number of people who, if they don't get their Social Security check, would not be able to eat or pay their heat, depending on the time of year.
Now, I don't want reality.
Or pay their electrical bill. At the end of those 30 days, would be easily in the millions. Easily.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's basically what we were saying. And the fact is, this is him repeating this statement. We watched him, this was at a different fascist TED Talk. All right, go back. Where is this? Like, if you recall, when we first heard Howard Lutnick tell us this anecdote, this hypothetical, this thought experiment, he was at a completely different fascist TED Talk, where instead of U.S. seals all over the place, and by seals I mean like the eagle there, rather than the iconography there, it was just more of like, it was just a bunch of gold, right? It was gold chairs, like fancy gold chairs. It was the same point, 3 dudes sitting on a massive stage that could have fit 50, talking about, Howard Lutnick's poor mother, who'd actually be fine, and who should pull herself by her old bootstraps and get to work rather than complaining, because she's no bum. She wouldn't leech off the system and call when she didn't get her Social Security. This guy is such a piece of shit. Oh shit. Izzy Sanchez with the explanation of what Plague Inc. is. Plague Inc. is a game about how viruses spread across the world. The objective of the game is to destroy the world by infecting and killing off the rest of everyone else in the world. Okay. Fascinating premise for a video game. A little bleak. Sounds almost like it sounds reminiscent of maybe Risk or Civilization, but instead of battles, something to do with pandemics or something. Jesus Christ, it's dark. It's dark. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Really appreciate you. Good to know people appreciate the stream enough to contribute. Every time it gives me a little bit more, what do you call it? What are words again? I can't even think of the word. Oh, God. Makes me feel supported. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not what I was trying to, literally. I had a different word I was going to say, but that's pretty much what I was trying to get at. I appreciate it. Okay. One last story before we take a quick break here. We got a lot to talk about. The second half is going to start off with Elon talk. Might take up an entire half today. Maybe longer. Hard to say. A lot of Elon talk to get into, which is why he's the main focus of the thumbnail. All right, let's go here to Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Frank Pallone. Who is Frank Pallone? I just realized I have no idea who he is. Frank Pallone calls attempted firings
illegal
of FTC commissioners a blatant violation of the law. Yeah, it's almost like they're an independent agency.
I thank the chairman. Thank you, gentleman. Yields back. Now I recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've said, President Trump's attempted illegal firings of the Democratic FTC commissioners is not only a blatant violation of the law, but also puts American consumers in danger of kneecapping the very agencies designed by Congress to protect all of us from unfair and deceptive business practices and unfair methods of competition.
Illegal.
I have to say again that I am disappointed that my Republican colleagues, including those on this committee, have remained silent as the president threatens the independence of this agency. And Republicans on this committee have routinely said that they care deeply about protecting all people, and especially our kids, from online harm. I heard you all say that today. But now you remain silent as the agency that protects consumers is threatened. And make no mistake, this is just the beginning. President Trump has sent a clear message that he's willing to ignore the rule of law and Supreme Court precedent to benefit himself and his billionaire buddies. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, is he not? Chairman Guthrie's not here, right? No? All right, then let me ask Chairman Bilirakis, are you planning on holding an oversight hearing or any kind of hearing to demand answers from the Trump administration about this illegal action by the president with regard to the FTC commissioners that I believe harms consumers and harm our children? Are you planning on any kind of hearing on that issue?
I'm being repressed.
Yeah, look, I have to speak with the full committee chair, and I'd be happy to discuss it with you as well.
Oh.
The three of us can get
Like a nice little private discussion.
Talk to the ranking member,
Like how he's like holding his hand over the microphone, like trying to make sure nobody hears about how he's too much of a coward to actually speak up about this. Like, I'd love to talk to you about this in private. It'd be great to have a good discussion about this.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
of the committee, the subcommittee. So, yeah, we can have those discussions.
All right, I appreciate that. I'm concerned that as President Trump escalates his attacks on our democracy and gleefully destroys the institutions created by Congress to benefit all Americans, I just wonder if there's any action that President Trump could take that will result in an oversight hearing on this committee. Because I do believe that part of this committee's responsibility is to review actions taken by the president, regardless of the fact that he is a Republican. And the illegal attempted firing of Commissioner Slaughter and Bedoya, I think, is just the beginning. And if my Republican colleagues refuse to speak out, they're going to show everyone that they're willing to put the profits of big tech billionaires ahead of kids' online safety. So let me go to Commissioner Slaughter. In your view, if this illegal move is allowed to stand, is anything stopping President Trump from removing any sitting commissioner, including those from the Republican Party, for launching investigations he does not agree with or refusing to dismiss cases against his crooked big tech buddies? I know you got in.
I mean, it would seem so. I mean, there were Donald Trump appointed justices, right, in the federal courts that Trump was talking about. I mean, it seems like that's where we're headed. Republicans don't seem at all interested in attempting to wield power from the legislature. They seem more interested in watching all this happen while quietly mumbling to themselves.
Your opening, but you got 2 minutes. If take the 2 minutes if you can to, to talk more about it, if you will.
Thank
All right, that's all we need from that. It's a great question, and I guess we'll have to just wait and see as to whether or not Republicans do anything about any of the illegal actions that Donald Trump takes. So far, the only people that have technically stood up in a meaningful way is some of the justices who have ruled against Trump, I guess. But even then, some of those, there are other justices who instead kowtowed to Trump. So I don't know. It's a real fucked up moment we got right now. Things like the FTC, CFPB, every single government agency, commission, and otherwise lawful organization intended to do things on behalf of the government is under threat if they don't do exactly what Trump wants.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, chat. We are only 5 minutes away from 2 hours, so we're going to take the break now. Before we get to talking about Elon Musk and Tesla and stuff like that, all right. Before we take that break, we're going to do a few galactic messages. Why do we have no sound? What's happening? Oh, there we go. Well, I do hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too while you're at it and get all of the latest galactic content and notifications. You wouldn't want to miss a stream, would you? Otherwise, you might get behind galactic happenings. And since you're doing things with your fingers and or thumbs, do also consider using those digits of yours to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships. Of course, the more memberships we get or gift, the more galactic emotes that we will eventually receive. For space fams to use in the chats, of course. We got Twitch, bits and subs, Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those two aforementioned platforms their cuts. Rather not make me wait a full month to see that money, but the best way, of course, to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. Only $3 a month. Get you access to a cornucopia of benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Avatar, shout out, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enough of the galactic messages. Enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, all you space fams probably know what that sound means. That's right, it's time for us to get back to the show. What does this count as? I guess this is the fourth half of the stream, even though it's a new stream.
That's too much, man!
But really, the second half of the second stream. Alright, let's get to talking about Elon Musk, Tesla, and other things relating to that horrible, horrible man. Let's start off talking about some of the protests that have been going on all over the place. And then we'll get to talking about some of the other things. In fact, we're going to be going back and forth. Alright, so here's the plan. Alright, we're going to go back and forth between some of the protest footage that I have. That there was a worldwide protest against Elon Musk and his companies and his behavior worldwide. It's weird to think of behavior worldwide, isn't it? Like, you know, that you can do things that affect every country on the planet. But that's basically where Elon and his money have gotten him. Yes, we're going to be going back between what he's actually been up to and what people have been up to on the streets. Start here, King 5, Seattle, 2 hours ago. Hundreds protest outside Seattle area Tesla dealerships as part of worldwide movement.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Illegal.
Tesla takedowns popped up across the country and here in Western Washington. Linwood, University Village, Soto, South Lake Union, Fife, Bellevue, and beyond.
All the way from Linwood down to Vancouver, Washington. We just rocked it today. It was a great day.
Devin Hermanson was one of the Bellevue organizers. He said about 300 people showed up as part of the worldwide movement. Protesters targeting Tesla dealerships and vehicles in opposition of CEO Elon Musk's role in the government.
The basic message is that democracy is for the people, not for billionaires. To have a billionaire essentially buy an election and is now interfering with the functioning of our government is terrifying.
At the U Village protest,
I am so proud to represent you.
Representative Pramila Jayapal was among those to address the demonstrators.
Musk and the Department of Greed and Evil, that's what DOGE is, the Department of Greed and Evil, have got to go.
Hermanson suggests this is really just the start of the movement.
We are the proverbial sleeping giant that is awakened to our power. We're going to keep going until this Tesla stock, hits single digits.
Wow. These are really diverse looking protests, both in age and otherwise. That's what I noticed immediately.
With spending more than a
when
quarter of $1 billion.
We got young and old people all banding together against Elon.
Donald Trump.
It's pretty great.
We look now.
I gotta say, it's a beautiful sight, which brings much joy to my heart. All right, let's go now here. To Democracy Now! Amy Goodman. Talk about what Elon's been doing in other elections. Of course, he played around in the presidential election, and now he thinks he can do whatever he wants in any elections he pleases. Which, I mean, until we do something about our campaign finance laws, in some ways it's true. Let's go here to Democracy Now! 2 days ago. Can Elon Musk buy Wisconsin? Ari Berman on billionaire-funded attempt to flip state Supreme Court. Whoa.
With spending more than $250 million to elect Donald Trump. We look now at how the richest man in the world, senior advisor to President Trump, Elon Musk, is pouring money into an election in Wisconsin. Musk has spent more than $18 million to support the Republican Brad Schimmel over Democrat Susan Crawford and has been paying Wisconsin voters $100 each to help flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court. This would allow Republicans to keep gerrymandered districts in place and control Congress. If Democrats retake the House, they could investigate Musk, DOGE, and his millions of in-government contracts. For more, we're joined by Ari Berman, voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine, author of Minority Rule, The Right-Wing Attack on the Will of the People and the Fight to Resist It. His recent pieces are headlined, Elon Musk revealed why he's spending millions to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And
It should be completely illegal, but they found a loophole, right? They found a loophole, and they found a man with enough money to plug that loophole. As much governmental influence as he can possibly muster. But there was a loophole in the law about financing. It is not illegal to pay someone to register to vote. It is illegal to pay someone to vote a specific way. And it's an arbitrary distinction I never thought would be necessary to make. But it is leaving this... it makes things whatever.
the Wisconsin Supreme Court election is a referendum on Elon Musk. So much is happening with voting rights. Let's start in Wisconsin, then we'll move on from there. Ari, can you lay out what's at stake? Why Wisconsin is about the country, and then, of course, will affect the world.
Well, good morning, Amy. The Wisconsin Supreme Court is important in its own right because this election on April 1st will determine which party and side controls the ideological majority of the court. And that will decide things like the fate of Wisconsin's 1849 abortion ban, laws restricting labor rights, the legality of Wisconsin's congressional maps, which could decide control of Congress. But it's taken on much more significance because Elon Musk is now spending over $20 million to try to flip the Wisconsin Supreme Court, which is a record for any state judicial race in the history of the United States. And it really has become a test of whether Musk can buy Wisconsin like he bought the White House and can extend his plan for oligarchy to the states, or whether Democrats can fight back and strike a tangible blow against him, and whether there can be a reaction to all of the things that he's done in Washington that he's now trying to do to the states. And so it's an extremely important race in the state, in one of the most important swing states in the country, but it really has taken on a tremendous amount of national significance since Musk got so involved in this Wisconsin Supreme Court race.
And explain, what does paying $100 to voters mean? What's that about?
So Musk is paying voters $100 a pop to sign a petition opposing quote unquote activist judges. And I just saw that he has now given $1 million to a supposedly random winner of the petition signing, which is just a staggering amount of money. And he's going to keep doing that every 2 days until the election.
Shit should be so fucking illegal. But as long as he doesn't say outright, legally speaking, it's a gray area which they've driven a Mack truck through. The distinction is almost nil, because while doing this, they can legally say, hey, now while I'm not giving you this money right here for voting a particular way, I'm going to take a real long time handing you this check as I tell you about how great Donald Trump is. That's not illegal, right? Say, my opinion is that you should vote for Trump. But don't worry, I'm just paying you to register to vote. You vote however your conscience, however your conscience tells you to vote.
And this is just a crazy scheme in a state Supreme Court race. Remember, Amy, this is about electing judges. These are people that are supposed to be impartial in terms of how they rule. And basically what Musk is doing is he's taking the playbook that he used, which was very controversial, very legally suspect, certainly ethically dubious in terms of getting Donald Trump back in the White House. And he's trying to use it in a state Supreme Court election in Wisconsin. And we've never seen this kind of thing in a judicial race before. We've never seen this kind of money in Wisconsin before or any other state Supreme Court race. We've never seen these kind of tactics in a state Supreme Court race before. And so just the level of corruption at play here, the level of money at play here, really is a warning sign for what's happening to our democracy.
So you're a voting rights specialist journalist, and this.
Yeah. Now, technically running an illegal lottery is a crime. I see what Grand Theft Autobot's saying. You're absolutely right about that. But depending on the details of that lottery, the actual punishments can vary widely. And, at the very, if he has, somebody favorable to rule on it, then it won't even matter in some ways, because it'll maybe just be a fine, slap on the wrist. Maybe it won't even be, And certainly is Trump's DOJ, is Pam Bondi going to investigate? I mean, this is what we're talking about right now. Right? Whenever we talk about what is illegal, what's not illegal, it's all really just a matter of political desire. Not really the law so much, especially for people like Elon.
Amidst a slew of other election news. On Monday, the U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments against Louisiana's voting map that includes 2 majority black districts that could also...
Okay, all right, I'm going to move past this because I really just wanted to cover the Wisconsin election part of that. All right, now let's go here. And actually, I feel like I put these in the wrong order. Hold on, I'm going to put this, I'll put this here. This makes more sense. Yeah. Okay. Right. Let's go to Forbes breaking news from 18 hours ago. Democratic House member, oh God, what is this woman's name? Oh, I want to say it's like Lorraine something. I cannot think of her name. Oh, my brain is broken. But yeah, a Democratic representative in the House went on to Forbes breaking news for an interview. Usually avoid these interviews on Forbes breaking news, but I thought this one was decent enough to listen to. At least according to this particular Democratic lawmaker, Republicans are saying different things than they are in public. That's very strange. So privately, they're saying one thing, and then they're saying something different later?
I don't want reality.
That's weird. Why would they do such a thing? Not like afraid of contradicting the king or the co-king. It couldn't possibly be it.
Final question. You've referenced the concerns of your constituents and the American people throughout this conversation, and I'm just wondering if you've had any town halls recently or anything else that you've been hearing from them that might, I know it's early, but that we might hear about in the midterms or just even over the course of this year. Anything that's popping to the top of your mind?
Yes, I've been in office now for 6 years, and we've held a town hall about every month, 3 to 4 weeks in between. We have held almost 100 town halls, and our most recent in-person one was attended by 700 people, and we also had to turn away what we estimated was 400 to 600 more people because there weren't enough seats in the theater. that we held it in.
Double.
What I'm hearing from people is what I think you've heard in this conversation.
Just take that in right now. More than double the maximum occupancy in number of people showed up to this town hall to tell lawmakers how concerned they were. This is really becoming a big thing. Everyone seemingly is concerned about what's happening.
Definitely a group of people who understandably want to make sure that our government is working for them. I do too. Want to make sure that people who are in this position are being good representatives and good leaders. I do too. And there are also a lot of people who are very, very concerned with what they're seeing happening right now, particularly with Musk and his behavior, with the behavior of the DOGE, and with kind of the disconnectedness that you're seeing between the administration and DOGE and their efforts. We recently saw a piece of news that came out that said that Elon was going to be briefed on the war plans for China. Like, that makes no sense. Well, it turns out it made no sense for the administration either. But the fact that there was no communication, or seemed to be no communication, between DOGE and the president is pretty darn alarming and ought to alarm people. The idea that we will somehow clean this up afterwards. When I was at Munich, I had the opportunity to talk to a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and ask them, how are you listening to your community who are worried about what's happening, and adjusting for the fact that people are losing their jobs, in the VA, or people are not getting services at the national parks. And they said, well, we just figure it'll all work itself out, that Musk will get tired of Trump, or that Trump will get tired of Musk, that those things that are wrong will get unwound, and that Secretary Rubio will make it all better, in the end. And if that's the way we're going to run the government, that's some pretty crazy stuff.
Give me a
and
joke.
So I think that that's what the people in the town halls that I'm holding are also telling me, is this is not how we run a government. And so I think it's really important that I do my best to, as we've been doing in this conversation, to learn and research and respond to the things as fast as they're happening to us all, and try to make sure that we still.
There you go. Yeah, people are upset about Elon and all the things that he's been doing. Republicans seem to be afraid to publicly criticize Elon, even though in private they're saying maybe this isn't good for us right now.
I don't want reality.
Now let's go to this Democracy Now! Piece. Actually, wait. I meant this to be way... Actually, no, this is fine. Let's go into this. Let's do a deep dive. Now, we got other stuff to talk about, like Elon attacking Musk. Elon attacking Musk. Like Elon Musk attacking at Hasan Piker. But before we get to any of that stuff, I figured we would talk about this. And actually, it makes sense to do this in the beginning. Now that I think about it, I remember now what my thinking was. I feel like we really need to remember, and if not remember, learn a little bit about who the fuck Elon Musk is, where he comes from. Because when you really lay it out, it's pretty fucking disturbing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with part 2 of my recent interview with the reporter Chris McGreal, who was the Johannesburg correspondent for The Guardian during the last years of apartheid through 2002. He's been closely following the South African-born billionaire Elon Musk, who was born in 1971 in Johannesburg, South Africa, and raised under the country's racist apartheid laws. Some of McGreal's pieces include what does Elon Musk believe, and how the roots of the PayPal mafia extend to apartheid South Africa. I began by asking Chris McGreal to discuss Musk's grandfather, Joshua Haldeman.
We see Musk's grandfather, Joshua Haldeman. He immigrates to South Africa in 1950, and that's really when apartheid's just starting to kick in. The 1950s are when the first laws South Africa had discriminatory laws before, but you see the specific apartheid laws, which are much more aggressive and in many ways reminiscent of the Nazi Nuremberg laws against Jews in the 1930s. They have very similar echoes in stripping black people from the right to work in certain places, their movements, controlling them, confining them to areas. You already had a situation which is now come to the fore because of recent events with Trump. But
you mean with Elon Musk giving the Nazi salute?
Yes, but also with the sanctions over land, is that the 1913 Land Act had already deprived most black people of land in South Africa anyway. At that point, the 7% or 10% as it was of the population that was white owned more than 85% of the land under the Land Act of 1913. So the apartheid laws kick in the 1950s. Elon Musk was born in 1971 in Johannesburg, and at that point the Prime Minister was a guy called John Vorster. And John Vorster's background is very telling, really, because Vorster in the 1930s had been a member of a neo-Nazi militia called the OB, which was openly sympathetic and linked to the Nazis in Germany. It was responsible for all kinds of attacks, but including burning Jews out of their businesses in Johannesburg.
And we're talking about what years?
In the 1930s, so the late 1930s. And then South Africa goes to war as an ally of Britain against Hitler. The OB and the groups that support them, like Vorster, people like Vorster, they actively oppose that. They actually are in touch with, OB is in touch with German military intelligence, and they plan to assassinate the Prime Minister of South Africa, Jan Smuts, and overthrow the government and have it support Hitler. That plan fails because the Germans are unable to provide the necessary weapons and back out. But in 1942, John Vorster, later Prime Minister, stands up and gives a speech, and he talks about the system that their kind of ideological belief system, which was Christian nationalism. And he says, Christian nationalism in South Africa is the same as Nazism in Germany and fascism in Italy.
Illegal.
Jesus Christ. You know, being reminded about just how many very sort of aspiring Nazis were in South Africa. Maybe unnecessary for some, but certainly brings you into the time period we need to be thinking about when it comes to where Elon Musk comes from, because
all anti-democratic,
all wrapped up
in
in
thing.
this.
By 1971, when Elon Musk is born, that man is the Prime Minister of South Africa. And Christian nationalism is the basis of not only the political philosophy, but the entire education system that Elon Musk is brought up into.
So take us from Elon Musk's grandfather moving to South Africa in the 50s to his father, how they gained their wealth.
So Elon Musk's grandfather moves there in the 1950s. He's not particularly prosperous. He arrives without a lot of money, but it's Elon Musk's father, Errol, who makes the real money, principally through investments in emerald mines in Zambia. And, you know, mining conditions in southern Africa in that period were really pretty dire in the 1960s and 70s. Very high death rate, very poor conditions, but the owners got very rich. And Musk lived what can only be described as a neo-colonial life. If you were white South African in that period and you had any money at all, you lived with servants at your beck and call, you lived in sprawling housing, and what you see with Errol Musk is that when we get a glimpse into just how much money he had when he and Elon's mother get divorced, she says at the time that, well, he owns a yacht, he owns a jet, he owns several houses, so there was considerable wealth there.
Was the grandfather of Elon Musk on the record in his support for Vorster?
Well, he was certainly on the record in his support for apartheid, very vividly so, yes. And he said that that's why he'd moved to South Africa from Canada in 1940 was in support of it. Now, the grandfather himself is killed a few years later in a plane crash, but it's not known what Elon Musk's grandmother's personal views of Forster particularly were, but they were both avid supporters of the apartheid system, and the grandmother lived for a number of years afterwards.
So you've been talking about Elon Musk's maternal grandparents and how they moved to South Africa, but talk about their roots in Canada.
Originally, the grandparents have no connection to South Africa. They're born and grew up in Canada. And in the 1930s, the grandfather, Joshua Haldeman, he's head of the Canadian branch of a US movement called Technocracy Incorporated. And Technocracy Incorporated is essentially a movement to overthrow democratic government in the United States.
This particular fact utterly broke me. I was like, what? Elon Musk's maternal grandparents started a political movement called Technocracy Incorporated, which had the sole goal of overturning democracy in the United States. And now, as a technocrat, he's trying to overturn democracy in the United States. And wow. Yeah, foreshadowing much, huh? I mean, like that's almost a little too apt.
And Technocracy Incorporated is essentially a movement to overthrow democratic government in the United States and have technocrats, but big businessmen in many ways, come in and run the country. That's partly a reaction to FDR's election and New Deal and massive reforms that he's introduced in the United States.
So from Canada, they would help to launch a coup against FDR?
No, Canada had its own branch of this movement to overthrow the government in Canada. Haldeman heads that branch. And through the 1930s, it takes on increasingly fascist overtones. They start wearing grey uniforms, modelled on the Nazi brown and black shirts. And so when Canada declares war on Germany in 1939 alongside Britain, the movement is banned because it's clearly sympathetic to Hitler. Then Haldeman is arrested.
Elon Musk's grandfather.
Elon Musk's grandfather is arrested. They find documents sympathetic to the Nazis and other subversive documents inside his house, and he is sent to prison for a few months and then remains on essentially a subversion watch list for the rest of the war. Yeah, so he's basically regarded as a Nazi sympathizer, a fellow traveler.
And about a decade later, he moves to South Africa. Why?
So after the war, he founds another political movement which has deep anti-Semitic roots and actually promotes the forgery, the protocols of the
Elders of Zion.
Elders of Zion. That's it. But obviously, after the war and the Holocaust, there's no real appetite.
I mean, that is crazy. The Elders of Zion. People know what the Elders. I mean, that's old school anti-Semitism. That was like the propaganda of the time. Oh, wow. I mean, it was used by the Nazis. I mean, just wow. There are so many disturbing parallels to what's going on right now. Oh, God. So many easy lines to draw to this current moment.
In Canada, it's a failing political movement, and so his eye casts down to South Africa. By 1950, the apartheid government has been in power for 2 years, and Haldeman looks at it and thinks that's just my kind of place, which clearly that was what he would want to create in Canada and had been trying to create in the 1930s. And so that's the point at which he and his wife, May, they move to South Africa and become very fervent supporters of apartheid.
Now, I wanted to blend in some breaking news in addition to cutting off all aid to South Africa, news of the region, and that is Sam Nujoma, the freedom fighter turned president who led Namibia to independence from apartheid South Africa in 1990, has died at the age of 95, often referred to as Namibia's founding father, known for his motto, a united people striving to achieve a common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious. this used to be called Southwest Africa, became the independent Namibia. Talk about Sam Nujoma and how that fits into this picture of South Africa through apartheid.
So Sam Nujoma was the head of the Southwest Africa People's Organization, which was the liberation movement of Namibia. SWAPO, indeed. Really, SWAPO takes off and is able to have effect after Angola becomes independent with the fall of the Portuguese dictatorship. The Portuguese colonizers leave Angola, and Angola provides a base then for SWAPO to really fight to liberate Southwest Africa. That becomes known as the Border War. Euphemistically, the South Africans call it the Border War. They actually invade Angola in an attempt to overthrow the Marxist-leaning government of Angola, but also to keep SWAPO at bay. But the war goes on, and eventually South Africa loses that war. At that period, though, one of the things you see is that Peter Thiel, another member of the PayPal mafia, very close friend of Musk, he had been at school in Johannesburg, but his father gets a job on a uranium mine near Swakopmund in what is then Southwest Africa. And so Peter Thiel moves there as a child and goes to school there. And the thing to know about Southwest Africa, the reason it was separate from South Africa, is that it had been a German colony until the end of the First World War. Then it becomes falls under South Africa's mandate, partly because at that point South Africa was a British colony. When South Africa becomes a republic in the 60s, it hangs on to Southwest Africa and it becomes a South African colony. But the population, big part of the population was of German ancestry. And you could, I remember going to Windhoek in the early 90s, and the main thoroughfare through Windhoek was called Hermann Goeringstrasse, named not after the Luftwaffe chief, but after his father, who had been a governor of German Southwest Africa. In Swakopmund, it was even more extreme. It was notorious for many, many years, really into the 80s and 90s, as a hotbed of open support, continued support for the Nazis and for Hitler. The New York Times has a story from the mid-70s of a reporter pulling up at a gas station to get his car filled with gas, and the attendant openly giving a Nazi salute and saying Heil Hitler to him.
Can you imagine going to a gas station and getting a Nazi salute when you showed up in the 70s, in the 1970s? That's 30 years after the war was over, and they're still keeping things. I mean, why? What?
You could go to curio shops in Swakopmund, and they would sell Nazi-themed mugs and flags and things, and they openly celebrated Hitler's birthday every May. Thiel went to a German school there, so that's the atmosphere he grows up in. His father is an official on a uranium mine there, and the interesting thing about the uranium mine, amongst many other things, is that it supplied part of the uranium to develop the South African atomic bombs in the 1970s, which were developed in league with Israel. Now, part of the deal with Israel was that South Africa would deliver yellowcake uranium to Israel. We don't know where the yellowcake came from. It may have come from that Swakopmund area mine, or it may have come from somewhere else in South Africa. But South Africa was shipping yellowcake to Israel at the same time, because it too was developing nuclear weapons.
And talk about what Peter Thiel has said about all this. You know, I remember as we cover conventions for decades now, Peter Thiel standing up at the first Republican convention that nominated President Trump and, you know, supporting him and who he is.
So Peter Thiel has said of his time in Swakopmund, and particularly the school, which he describes as particularly a brutal education, that it turned him against government and into a libertarian. And I think that's an interesting element in all of this, is that one of the things that isn't necessarily appreciated outside of South Africa is that there's two kinds of whites there. There's the Afrikaners who we've been talking about, but there's a big English-speaking white population. And one of the aspects of the English-speaking population was they, on paper, said they opposed apartheid, but they gained all of its benefits. And most of them, certainly not all, there were some really heroic individuals, but most of them did very little to actually end apartheid. But one of the products of that is you have people like Musk and Thiel who have done very well, and whose parents did very well out of the apartheid system, who deny responsibility for it. They blame it on the Afrikaners, they blame it on a government, extreme right-wing government. But then they have to explain how it is that their own parents were so able to do so well out of apartheid, and then they put that down to individual talent.
It is it is insane. It is insane to think that this is the man who is now just doing whatever he wants in our government, with no check surveillances. A Nazi, apartheid-loving, but denying responsibility for all of the bad stuff of apartheid. Well, I mean, what? How have we gotten to where we are? Yeah, I mean, the thing that really bugs me the most is that people like CNN pretended in the wake and are still pretending like that. It's still up for debate what gesture Elon Musk made at that Trump rally, right? All these organizations are still pretending like it's still somehow just impossible to interpret with any certainty whether or not he did a Hitler salute or not. So we're just going to call it the gesture. Dude's a Nazi.
That they're naturally gifted, and that leads them down this whole libertarian path, anti-government path, because essentially they have to explain how they too were benefits of apartheid without taking responsibility.
And talk about their relationship, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk.
Well, they're co-founders of PayPal together. They both essentially share the same kind of worldview, from what I can make out. They're libertarians. They're very opposed to any kind of DEI. You've seen there a deep hostility to DEI. I think Thiel buys into the same message about anti-white, the war on white people in South Africa that South African white groups like AfriForum have been pushing in the United States. So I think that philosophically they're very similar, and obviously they have a very close relationship.
And then talk about David Sachs, and talk more specifically about what you're referring to as the PayPal mafia. I don't think most people in this country understand all of these connections and this unusual situation where these, some of the wealthiest men in the world work together, founded PayPal, and now surround the president of the United States.
Yeah, so David Sachs was born in Cape Town in the 70s, and he moves, his parents take him to Tennessee when he's 5 years old, so he didn't grow up in the same milieu as Musk and Thiel, but he did grow up in the white South African diaspora, for sure. He clearly shares the same views. As you say, they're part of the PayPal mafia. They all get rich from the creation of this company. They're all at the top running it, and now Sachs has emerged as Trump's AI and crypto czar. Again, part of the same project. So you can see this.
And he was a chief fundraiser for President Trump, as you said, born in Cape Town.
Yes, a big. So they've all emerged with essentially, from what I can make out, the same philosophy. And of course, that's only been reinforced by their success. They're convinced, obviously, of their own genius and worth, and that government, whether it's South African government or in this case it seems to be the US government, is an obstacle to success.
And then we talked about it in part one. Finally, Roloff Botha making this little quartet, white men of a certain age together, and his history also a part of the PayPal mafia.
Yes, he's part of it, and he has not emerged as a open supporter of Trump. I'm not entirely sure what his personal views are on this, but he does have a very interesting background. His grandfather was Pik Botha, who was the last foreign minister of apartheid South Africa, and Pik Botha's job essentially was to go around the world, particularly the West, and assure them that apartheid was being amended, was being dismantled, when in fact it was in many ways, although what was known as petty apartheid, which was the routine discriminations, the segregation, was being dismantled. In fact, the political system was actually only reinforcing it, solidifying it. The government of the time cooked up a system of 3 parliaments that would represent different parts of the population, but and give some people who weren't white a vote, but none of those people were black. There was no black parliament, partly because they were being pushed into the independent homelands. The idea was that they were no longer South African anyway. So Pik Botha.
Just wow. These guys seem to have very racist parents and or grandparents. They're now all unimaginably wealthy and also in proximity to or in actual power in the government right now. Well, fake power, because Elon, we still don't know what his job is technically. But if that, well, hopefully that at least explained to you all some of the horrifying history of these guys, what they all basically represent. 21st century Nazism. And that seems to be what they want to usher in. I mean, that's what I see when I look at the stuff they're up to. Then you tell me stuff like that, and I'm like, oh boy, I am not just imagining things, am I? Now the new dictatorship has been issuing warnings to people on the consequences of vandalizing Teslas. The new co-king of the country, of course, he owns the private company. So you can't do anything nasty to a Tesla.
The growing backlash against Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Demonstrations have taken place near Tesla showrooms as Musk's political profile has grown. The multi-billionaire businessman has taken a leading role in the Trump administration and has used his social media platform X to back far-right politicians in the U.S. and abroad. But some of the responses to Musk are being investigated as crimes. Allie Bauman is here with that part of the story. Allie, good morning.
Good morning, Dana and Michelle. Police across the country say they're seeing an uptick of attacks on Tesla property since President Trump tapped its CEO, Elon Musk, to oversee the Department of Government Efficiency, which has recommended deep federal budget and job cuts. But authorities warn the vandalism will come with steep consequences.
Illegal. Surveillance video shows what police say is a suspect firebombing Teslas parked at a Las Vegas service center last week. Thursday, authorities arrested 36-year-old Paul Juan Kim, who they claim graffitied the word resist onto the building and fired several rounds into the cars before throwing Molotov cocktails at them.
Ultimately, that DNA that was collected from our subject does match. It was a positive identification to the DNA that we collected on scene.
CBS News has identified at least 32 vandalism cases across 16 states on Tesla cars, charging stations, and dealerships since January. From swastikas spray painted on them in New York City to incendiary devices found outside of a Tesla showroom in Austin, Texas, Monday. Jeff Nguyen bought his Tesla 3 years ago and says the built-in camera caught a man keying it at a Texas airport last week.
It's kind of crazy that just something like this is turned into like a political thing.
Is it crazy? Is it crazy though? Is a Nazi salute not a political thing? I mean, the owner of the company is doing Nazi salutes. But, you know, that's pretty political. He's gotten himself involved in politics. You know, this is one of the downstream negative effects of that. You know, innocent consumers getting, people's anger directed at their cars. But usually, you know, somebody like Elon, who's supposedly in the government, is supposed to own public companies like that. But him and Donald Trump are both doing it. Trump still holds a huge amount of Truth Central stock, social, whatever it's called. And it's just the state of play now. Why divest yourself from any of these things? You know, maybe what would fix it for Tesla owners is if Elon divested himself from the company, removed himself from leadership, and then Tesla owners wouldn't have to deal with this anymore. All right, let's go here to Michigan. This is some footage in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It looks like Forbes News sped it up. But as you can see, a lot of people outside of this Tesla dealership all protesting Elon Musk's political behavior. Look at all these people. That is a long, long line. Moves too fast for me to read these signs. Bottomless need, top-down greed. Here we are stepping in. DOGE is shit. DOGE shit? Oh, I see. Doggy shit. DOGE. I get what they're doing. That's a good one. All right, let's go to Rochester, New York, from 18 hours ago. News 8 WROC. Tesla protest in Henrietta. Like I mentioned earlier, there was worldwide protests against Tesla, and it seems like everybody turned out from sea to shining sea.
Outrage over tariffs, government cuts, and layoffs brought protesters out to a Tesla dealership in Rochester Friday afternoon. Tesla's largest shareholder is Elon Musk, and Musk has faced plenty of criticism lately for actions taken as part of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Protesters stood on both sides of West Henrietta Road near Marketplace Mall. At least one person spoke in favor of the changes coming from the Trump administration.
One whole person, you say, still supportive. Wow. Must be the keep fighting guy. Keep fighting! I don't know what I'm talking about. I was just paid to come here and say, keep fighting! All right. Let's go to New York City, where crowds gathered in front of the Tesla facility there to do the same thing all of these other people are doing, protesting Elon Musk and his Nazi ways. And the destruction of the federal government. Camel work is really bad. Greenland strong sign. Cut waist. Oh man, do you see that? You see that? The sign that says cut waist, but instead it's Elon Musk cutting his own head off. It's pretty good signs going over here. Death by Medicaid cuts? Oh, instead of death by 1,000 cuts. Well played. Wow, who's got the camera here? Oh my god. Shakiest camera work of all time. Alright. Let's move from here to a little known channel called Hasan Archive. You may have heard of it. Elon going after Hasan.
Illegal.
Let's see what's been going on over here in the Hasanabiverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm under attack by the real president of the United States of America, by the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. All of this started when baby formula breast milk stealer of Blizzard, allegedly, Grums, a 60-year-old man, decided to post this. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft at Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. Hasan is such a chicken shit retard that he blocked me. No, I just didn't want to see his fucking spam, dude. What does he think I'm a... Dude, you are 60 years old, man. You own the fucking platform. What are you talking about? There's a follow-up. He posted that I blocked him. This guy is such a fucking loser.
Wait, hold on. I think this is... Oh, here we go.
I have Grimes on the broadcast. I'm going to have your daughter on the broadcast.
Wait. Is this... Hold on.
Loser. I can't believe it. I can't. Oh, my God. I'm going to have Grimes on again on the broadcast. You keep this shit up, Elon. You keep this shit up. I'm going to have Grimes on the broadcast. I'm going to have your daughter on the broadcast. You keep this shit up. You keep it going.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm gonna interview everybody, okay? Time to learn Blue Sky, buddy. No, this is the whole point. No, I did block him. Yes, it's not a lie. It's right here on screen. Of course I blocked him. I don't want to see his fucking post, dude. What do you mean? If there's a post that is relevant, Megaphonics will let me know, okay? Trust me. Yeah, I blocked him because I couldn't. It was so much. It was always. He posts so much. He constantly fucking tweets, and he's such a narcissistic man-child that it's just unbearable. It's unbearable. I constantly see his fucking dumbass posts. Hold on. I'm going to force everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7K times a day. If you say something particularly stupid, I blocked you at Elon Musk because you bought this website and forced everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7K times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream. Such a big man. Read Magaphonics' logs. Oh my God, Magaphonics got banned. Bro, he's gonna come after me next? No, he's not, dude. You're his number one. Oh my God, he got so horny to post. Flossabot clapped him, dude. This is Magaphonics' Super Bowl, okay? This is literally his Super Bowl.
Okay. We're gonna go to the shorter clip of this because this is the long version of it. A little much. It's a little bit much for me. Little bit much. But before we go to the next one, let's go to Boston, Massachusetts. Boston. Austin's having a party over here. This guy's got an Avenger shield. Wow. Wow. An Avenger shield. A band. Alright, let's see the actual clipped up version. We ain't got time for the full version today. Dear Elon Musk, from Hasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm under attack by the real president of the United States of America, by the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. All of this started when baby formula breast milk stealer of Blizzard, allegedly, Grums, a 60-year-old man, decided to post this. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft at Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. Elon Musk, being the absolute loser that he is, that spends way too much time on his own platform that he purchased for incredibly narcissistic reasons, turned around and replied to it saying, Hasan is a fraud. Then he doubled down, double tweeted, and said sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. To which I screenshotted and quote retweeted, this literally paid someone to power level his character in Path of Exile 2, Lamau. What do you mean I'm a fraud? Elon, I challenge you to a duel in Elden Ring. I will cook your fat rolling ass. The reason why I said that is because Elon is not a real gamer, but a fake one. And also because From Software games are the only games that I'm above average competent in. Even though I am not the best gamer, Elden Ring is one of the games that I am decently good at. Elon Musk has also reportedly power leveled his Path of Exile 2 character to a degree where he was one of the top players, allegedly, in the entire planet. All of this was, of course, revealed by Crip and Quen and the work that they put in. Elon Musk basically exposed how fraudulent he was in that process. But it seems that Elon had not had enough, because he went back and he's still apparently crying about me. That's right. He turned around and called me a chicken R word. Again, 60-year-old man, by the way, just so you understand. Nobody pays Elon to play Path of Exile 2. How much money do they pay you for Assassin's Creed Shadows, says Grums. These are the real shills and grifters. To which Elon Musk replied, Hasan is such a chicken R word that he blocked me. And then he double tweeted again and said, and showed that I was, blocking him, which I did. Of course I blocked him. For people wondering why Elon is so focused on Hasan, oh, that's funny. Oh no, everyone is posting. Everyone is posting replies. Everyone is Grimes posting in the replies. The hack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you just so 1,000 bits?
Oh my God, Omega Star. Blamming with the bits over there. 1,000 bits at once. That might be the biggest bits donations we've ever had since starting this here spacecast. I am overwhelmed by your generosity. I didn't even know you were lurking over there on Twitch. And now I'm looking at the chat. I see you see you emoting hard right now. Space emotes and otherwise. I think this might be a NCC emote. I can't tell. But thank you so much. I'll get them. We're getting them. We're getting them. Grimes posting. Hasan chat. I was unaware of this particular piece of Hasan lore. Grimes looking at Hasan in some sort of way over here.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Don James, that reminded you. Yeah. Okay, resubscribing Tier 1 for 10 months in a row. That shows you exactly how much dedication space fams have around here. Okay. Okay. It's good to see while we're talking the biggest leftist hero on Twitch. We got people over on our Twitch donating, showing their galactic love for the stream. I appreciate all of you so much. Hopefully that got me over the marker before March ends. I don't know if people are aware of this, but you have to make more than $50 on Twitch a month, and I don't hit that mark every month. And so sometimes I'm stuck looking at like $45, and I'm like, oh, come on, Twitch, you could. But it just said that you're going to make me wait another entire month until I say, wow, it's incredibly rude of you.
How rude.
But I think, if I'm recalling correctly, both of you helping us get there. Okay, back to Hasan and this whole Elon situation.
Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I
Wait,
like working out.
We missed this. Hold on. We have to go back. We have to hear this. We have to hear this one.
Attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out.
Now, what I find to be particularly strange about this saga is that no one is addressing the fact that I said I would have him on the stream. I would 1v1 him in Elden Ring and expose him for the fraudulent gamer that he actually is. Now, I'm rusty on Elden Ring. I haven't played in a while. I don't know what the new metas are, and I still think I could cook his ass. That's number one. Number two, if we are not going to test our mettle in Elden Ring, we could also do it as interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. I responded to him, a 60-year-old man who's the wealthiest person on the planet and yet still a ginormous narcissistic crybaby, with this. I said, yeah, I blocked you out, Elon Musk, because you bought this website and you forced everyone to see your dumb tweets 7,000 times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. Elon Musk, noticeably, has refused to respond to me at all. Perhaps it's because I've blocked him. So, in the interest of fairness, I will unblock him so he can reply to me directly if he chooses to do so. Elon Musk, of course, is a coward and narcissistic and thin-skinned. I will most likely subsequently block him once again because, as I said, on this tweet, I hate seeing all the posts that he boosts on purpose. It is so annoying. If he actually had something interesting to say, if he actually had something worthwhile to say, perhaps I would not have issues with his tweets, but he tweets so much instead of running any of his many companies. That's all he does, as a matter of fact. And as you guys know, I've talked about how Elon Musk is someone that I truly love because his ineptitude in broad daylight is single-handedly destroying the myth of meritocracy. Because if someone as stupid and as thin-skinned as Elon Musk can be the wealthiest person on the planet while demonstrating that he doesn't do anything real, then I truly hope that one day many Americans will start recognizing that perhaps these billionaires didn't actually work super hard or super smart for their wealth. That's it. Jabri also had a funny tweet on this. The richest man on earth having a meltdown over a Twitch streamer just proves that no amount of money can make you any less
seriously,
of a loser.
Dude. Seriously.
There it is. This is...
I mean... I would say that the Elden Ring, the Path of Exile thing was maybe even more embarrassing, honestly, but it just wasn't as relevant. This one is more relevant, but that one was maybe the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. A man with, I mean, he could quit all of his jobs immediately. If he wanted to actually be good at Paths of Exile 2 or whatever that game was that he cheated at, paid somebody to do for him, like, didn't tell you just how just fragile this man's ego was, then nothing was ever going to convince you of that, right? Like, this, I mean, if he, like, you know, he, you know, like, who does that even impress? Who is that supposed to impress exactly? That you're really good at Paths of Exile too. The richest man on earth, also great at Paths of Exile. Like, he just needs to be able to tell everybody he's just the best at everything. Otherwise, if he can't, he won't be able to sleep at night. He can't get through his day if he can't tell some 13-year-old on Twitter that he's better at him at Paths of Exile too. Oh, actually, I'm very skilled at Paths of Exile.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk saga. My challenge is still simple. Elon Musk, come on the stream. Show everybody how not afraid you are. Except, Elon Musk, you have backed away from challenges time and time again. When Jon Stewart said he wanted to have you on the broadcast, you said you'd be down to do it with, as long as it was in real time. Then you turned around and ran away from that, and you claimed that he was compromised. Elon Musk also backed away from fighting after entertaining the notion of fighting Mark Zuckerberg. Imagine being afraid of Mark Zuckerberg. Will Elon Musk run away from a challenge once again? Perhaps he will. Anytime, any place, Elon Musk
Weak.
will come to you if necessary. The ball's in your court. I will say that every moment that he spends crying on Twitter about how a Twitch streamer blocked him is perhaps a moment that he is not spending on eviscerating the administrative state and potentially cutting Social Security. So I'm doing my part, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. What have you done today?
Just crazy enough to work.
One last note that I will mention is that I have talked time and time again about how Elon Musk...
You hear that, people? Hasan is taking one for the team. He's taking time out of his busy schedule to distract the richest man on earth from destroying the government of the United States. What a hero.
Has known who I am and has not been a big fan of me for quite a while. I've talked about this quite a bit, and people used to tell me, Hasan, you are so full of yourself. He has no idea. I knew, because of sources that I cannot reveal, that Elon Musk has actively had a grudge since I had his baby mama, friend of the show, Grimes, on the broadcast, where she said this. This could perhaps be one of the reasons as to why Elon Musk has been so angry and so resentful about my existence for quite some time.
Because the attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out.
Yeah. You miss long hair.
This is Grimes.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Long hair Hasan wasn't that good. I wasn't a fan of long hair Hasan. Anyway, let's see if he tweets a little bit more after this, but I think this will most likely shut him up again. There's a certain amusement in Elon screenshotting your profile complete with the PFP of your armpit. Yeah. It is also kind of funny that award-winning journalists are sending me the Elon Musk tweet. I won't name who, but apparently Grok thinks you would win in a 1v1 versus Elon and Eldering. Ask it 1v1 in Eldering who would win, Elon Musk or Hasan Piker. I don't know how to use Grok, and I don't want to use Grok. What are the odds he actually comes on? Less than 0. Are you kidding me? He has never in a million years entertained contentious conversation. Are you kidding me? He lost his shit at Don Lemon, dude. A lot of my naysayers would much rather stick to their own platforms and cry over and over again rather than talk to me directly. It's actually rare that he mentioned you. Yeah, yes and no. He has in the past, but only tangentially. This is one of the first instances where he's like directly mentioned me.
So you said if they kill the company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean,
I don't want reality.
I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Wow.
Odds on if he's watching the stream right now, there's a likelihood.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
Same question.
Oh my God.
You said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the
I
company.
forgot about
The
this.
buck doesn't stop it.
I forgot about this interview until Hasan put it back in front of me. I was like, this feels like it's so long ago. Oh my God.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, like, get you or anything.
Just a question.
I'm just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, you're the...
It's almost like, Don Lemon was just sitting in a field, just recently fell off of a beautiful lemon tree, freely dancing through the fields with much freedom and liberty, and so, in his mind an idea forms, and then he came straight from that field here to talk with Elon Musk, and then he said that thing freely. What's that called again? Oh, free speech. Right. It's almost like Don Lemon, as a journalist, was using that free speech to ask you so inconveniently a question.
How rude.
Free speech platform started from the very beginning. Truly, so much free speech around here.
Buck stops with the president of the United States regardless of what happens, right?
By the way, that Hasan Twitch chat is wild. Hot fire. Does he even have mods? Oh, he does have mods. Okay. I was going to say, I don't spend enough time on Hasan's Twitch chat. I tend to watch his clip vids on YouTube like a boomer. But, my God. That chat is... I can't even imagine trying to read it. And I don't know how he successfully does it. It's really an impressive skill that he's acquired over the years. Reading words moving at 10,000 words per second.
So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you're...
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Not cogent.
Yeah.
It's not well thought through. Not a good...
I'm not meaning to offend you.
Not logical. An illogical question. I'm a Vulcan. I don't understand illogical questions. Thank you. Next question. Thank you, Don. What's logical about me being in charge of the company I just bought? That's not fair.
Person, where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way.
I was born.
And I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
So tough.
Right, well,
I had a tough childhood, okay? Sometimes I had to tell my servants to get me a drink when I was thirsty. There are other times where I had to tell my servants, to amuse me when I was bored. And there were other times where, I was just sad because nobody seemed to like me very much. But I had all of this access to wealth and privilege by being a white South African during apartheid. And it was really tough for me to have all that privilege, actually.
well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. Into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so
all
right,
too long to describe.
So
one or two questions I can do, and then
wait, what, your childhood? Your childhood is too long to do. We don't have time to go through my childhood, but it explains everything. Why I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Awkward.
And I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
I had a difficult childhood. My father was spectacularly wealthy. We basically had slaves. This is very difficult. Oh my God, did the Assassin's Creed social media account came into the rescue? That's crazy. Elon Musk calling me a sellout. Assassin's Creed, is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Oh no.
Oh, burn. Oh my God.
Oh my God. W intern.
Oh my God. The Assassin's Creed golden checkmark account checking Elon Musk. Is that what the guy playing your... Oh my God. Assassin's Creed coming in hot with the comedy.
That's hot.
Holy shit. When you got Assassin's Creed coming at you on your own platform, that's when you know that you fucked up. In fact, it's Assassin's Creed knows where their bread is actually buttered. It's not Elon. It's Hasan's viewers. God damn it. Okay, where are we now? Well, where were we last? We were in Boston. Let's go to the Florida protests. How's that sound? Florida? A little bit see what Florida man's been up to. Breaking news, Florida man in St. Petersburg, Florida, gathered in protest in opposition of Elon Musk outside a Tesla dealership. Tesla dealership. Very nasty. People say bad things about Elon and Tesla.
Illegal.
Here you go. People hanging out on sidewalks and in the street from Seattle, Washington, down to St. Petersburg, Florida, and pretty much everywhere in between, all coming out to voice their support loudly with that free speech that Elon so loves. I mean, honestly, I feel like this must be, now that I'm thinking about it, this must be really inspiring to Elon, Like, there's, he's got to love this. And I don't know why Donald Trump is trying to make all this illegal. I mean, Elon loves free speech, right? That's why he spent nearly $50 billion buying Twitter, because he's a free speech absolutist, and he believes these people have the right to come out to his dealerships and tell him how shitty of a person he is publicly. It's their right as an American, because he's a great patriot, of course. All right, let's go back to Hasan. What happened? Oh no, Hasan said it, and he wasn't kidding. Keep it up, Elon, and he might have on Grimes and your daughter. Who's this? Vivian Jenna Wilson, Elon Musk's daughter, on the Hasanabi pod.
That's too much, man!
No, it's true. It happened. Here it is. Straight out of the hot presses of the Hasanabi industrial complex.
We are having Vivian Jenna Wilson on. Hold on one moment. I'm going to call her real quick. Is this your first ever real-time live interview? Is that what's going on? Or have you done these before?
Interview? I think live interview, yes, but it's not my first live stream. I did one with Dad Domain.
DAC Domain?
Dad Domain.
Dad Domain. Oh, no, I'm unfamiliar, but I'm sure people in the chat know Dead Domain. Dead Domain W. That's what they're saying. You gave an interview to Teen Vogue. Vivian Jenna Wilson on being Elon Musk's estranged daughter, protecting trans youth, and taking on the right online. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. This was an interview by Ellie Yerman. Shouts out. So you're in Japan, right?
Currently, yeah, I'm studying here, but I'll be back in like a month.
That's sick. Don't come back. I promise. It's not better. When I was there, I fled to Japan during the inauguration, like immediately after the inauguration. And it was 14 days.
Saw you.
You saw me in Japan?
No, my friend saw you.
Oh, your friends. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Event, this like protest rave that my friends all went to.
Oh, yeah. No, I was there. It was the pro-Palestinian protest rave.
Yeah, my friend literally saw you and took a picture and then sent it to me.
Yeah, it was sick. It was dope. It was very cool. There's a lot of pro-Palestinian protests in Japan. There's a big movement there. But yeah, I was there for 14 days and I came back and it was very, very, very depressing.
Yeah.
To be in the United States of America. So just stay there for as long as you can, I think. But first of all, let me get started by saying I didn't know how to reference you, because I feel like it's weird to be like Elon Musk's estranged daughter. Is that all right?
I also feel like that's weird.
Okay, good. You okay? So I wasn't wrong. I still did it, but I just want to let you know I felt bad doing it.
The absolute audacity of something.
Yeah, I apologize, but I don't know what the appropriate way to describe it would be. You know what I mean?
Anti-nepo baby.
A nepo baby?
Oh, well, okay.
Is that what you said?
Whatever.
No, it's fine. I'm a nepo baby too. Well, I guess I'm a nepo nephew.
Nephew. Your uncle is Cenk Uyghur. I looked
double N, N squared.
Uyghur, Cenk
Uyghur.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I read.
There's no reason for you to know that, Boomer. Probably for the best.
Preparation for this.
It's for the best, I promise.
I don't even know what's on there, but
truly,
it's probably not good.
We already covered that one.
Bad on there. It's fake. I think there's a segment called
fake.
The Controversy where
you got banned a lot.
I do get banned a lot. Yeah.
Illegal.
I recently got banned for something that people misunderstood. I was talking about the Republican hypocrisy on caring about Medicare fraud, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. So you're in Japan, you have a lot of opinions, and you You started posting. Was it on Threads initially? I think you started on Threads.
I am. Yes, it is Threads. I am the queen of Threads, as I have been
The
playing
queen
by
of
myself,
Threads.
and then also by other people.
Yeah. Threads is interesting. I sometimes accidentally click on it on my Instagram because I'm 33, so I still use Instagram. Sometimes there'll be something like Justin Bieber is selling all of his properties in red states and moving out of the United States after having a heated debate with Elon Musk. And I'm like, I don't know if that happened, but I'm going to click on it.
I definitely didn't. And I know I didn't because no one's mentioned Justin Bieber in like 6 years. So there's that, first of all.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know. But that's just, I think there's fake news on there too, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's impossible to, fake news is impossible to avoid, it seems, even on Threads, which is not surprising because Meta is just as dog as Twitter, and not as dog as Twitter, but
Not as dog shit as Twitter.
it probably, well, still pretty, nah, it's right up
I mean,
there.
well, we're kind of comparing.
Yeah. So you started off on Threads. You now post on TikTok, and you have a lot of opinions. What do you mean when you say you want to take on the right?
I didn't say that. The people who wrote the Teen Vogue article said that.
What?
What do you think
Wow.
they meant?
That's
when you
journalism.
wrote that?
That's the sort of top-notch journalism I expect out of Teen Vogue. I actually didn't say that.
Give me a joke.
No, just people are afraid of a woman with opinions, and I am a woman with many opinions.
Okay.
So I guess that, whatever that means.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to broach this subject in terms of like your level of comfort talking about Elon Musk in general. So if there's anything you feel uncomfortable by, you don't have to answer it at all. And it's perfectly fine. Is it okay if I ask some questions like that, or if it's not, then I won't?
Maybe just like a few. I don't want to like go too deep into it because
No, I feel you.
obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Again, at any point, if you feel even slight discomfort, you can tell me, and we don't have to talk about it at all. We can talk about whatever else. And even before then, I just wanted to start with that, but go into something entirely different and ask you what you enjoy doing in general. Like, what do you do?
I enjoy doing. Well, I like reading. I like watching TV. Pretty normal 20-year-old person activities.
What do you watch?
Recently, I've been on a Yellow Jackets kick, actually.
I don't know what that is. I don't know. I only watch anime for the most part.
Yellow Jackets, it's a bunch of lesbians get stuck in the wilderness and then they kind of start eating each other. That's pretty much what it is.
What the Okay, wait. I'm going to look this up now. Wait.
Zombie lesbian.
What the hell is this? Okay. Hillary Swank on her Yellow Jackets face off with Melanie Linsky in twisted cannibalistic cliffhanger. Okay, did you spoil it by saying it's cannibalism, or is that like a first
No, it's
episode?
revealed as like they gradually turn into like a cannibal cult.
Mm-hmm.
They're lesbians stuck in the wilderness. It's actually, the plots are kind of insane. The writers just
So, I mean, it sounds like maybe Yellow Jackets is like... Yeah, no, it's the Lord of the Flies, but instead of children, it's lesbians. That's a pretty good premise. I could get into that.
decided to put these characters through like literally every form of trauma imaginable. Yeah, it's basically just a bunch of lesbians stuck in the wilderness and then they start eating each other.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. What else do you watch?
Well, Drag Race is my favorite, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else? Do you play video games?
Sure. Occasionally. I don't really have any device that's capable of like high-level gaming. Unfortunately, I am unable to play Elden Ring, but I play like Dress to Impress with my friends.
Okay. Wait, why don't you have a device that's capable of playing anything like you don't have a Steam Deck?
What's the Steam Deck?
Oh my God.
I'm not like a pro gamer.
I gotta put you on game.
That just made
Steam Deck
Hasan
is
sad.
a Valve thing. It runs on.
It just made Hasan sad, and I feel like he's looking over at like a stack of Steam Decks that he probably owns. It's like, I wonder if I can send it to her in Japan.
Illegal.
Linux. It's like a handheld portable. It's like a handheld portable. Basically, it's like a Nintendo Switch on steroids.
Okay. Well, I'm not. Okay. So I'm going to just because I have been a gamer. I was on my college's esports Smash Brothers varsity team.
Okay, that's wait,
pretty,
what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Varsity?
You play Smash?
I do.
What does that mean?
I feel like a prerequisite is you can't shower. You're like, you have to be smelly to play Smash?
Illegal.
Well, I met other people in the community, so.
People want me to ask you who your main is.
I'm in Robin.
You main
And
who?
Wendy. I'm in Robin.
I don't even know what that is.
can't-
People are saying
okay, I
Omega
like him.
Base. Do you know
I like him
Ludwig?
because- Ludwig? I main Wendy. I side main Wendy. Ludwig is one of the Bowser Jr. alts. I
No,
play Wendy
no,
because-
no. The content creator Ludwig. He
Oh.
plays Smash. L for Ludwig.
Wow. Seems like Hasan is bonding with Elon's daughter more than Elon's done in quite a while. Hold on, we can't watch this whole thing. So let me go through some of the chapters here. But yeah. Let's see what's been
the doo-doo. So talk to me about your experiences growing up.
My experience.
Again, if it's bad, if it's something you don't want to talk about, you don't have to. We can just move on to some
I
some
mean,
other
I
shit.
don't know what there is to talk about, so I'd rather just move on.
Like where did you grow up? You know,
LA.
school, stuff like that.
I went to school and then I got home from school. I don't.
What did you find yourself more interested in?
French?
French? Like the language. Okay.
Yes.
Do you speak French?
What?
Oui. Let me
What
hear
is
it.
French?
Drop some French.
Drop some French.
Okay, that sounds convincing. I can't speak French. I only speak Turkish. Do you
Give
speak
me
any
the
other languages?
I know Tokipona, but I don't think that counts.
What? Tokimon?
Okay, so Tokipona is this fucking this is fucking urgent. It's this Kongling. So it's not a real language. It, like you can learn it in like a few days. It has like 100-something words.
What is
And
it?
that's
The translated as language of good is a philosophical, artistic, constructed language designed for a small vocabulary.
Yeah, that's a very
Simplicity and
artsy way of
ease of
saying
acquisition,
language.
created by a Canadian linguist and hyper-polyglot Sonia Lang to simplify her thoughts and communication.
Yeah, we love Sonia Lang. She is a
How did you?
Sounds like Elon Musk's daughter might be a genius. I'm just realizing we've almost been going for 8 hours already, the stream. I keep thinking it's...
They did not.
I keep sort of separating in my mind the first and the second stream, but we've been going hard tonight.
Well, it's like an actual musical. They like put on like a middle school production of Shrek the musical, and that was the last time I went to that school.
Wow, you were like, I'm out. Did you play a character?
That was after I left.
Did you
Well,
play?
I didn't leave my choice. I was fucking 10, but
Wow, you could be 10 and be in a musical for the school. I mean, the
I was not. No, it was for the 8th graders, and I left in like 4th grade. Yeah,
okay.
it was like 3 years after I left.
Did you do musicals when you were there? No.
No.
Not at all. Are you interested in musicals?
I listen to some occasionally,
Okay.
but I'm not like a theater kid. Everyone thinks I'm a theater kid, but no, I'm just charismatic. Allegedly, but
I
no,
mean,
I'm not.
you like it happens. Okay, so you move on from Merman, you go to another school. I suspect this is yet another one of these like for those of you who don't know, because like LA is very unique.
It's so much worse than what you think. Whatever you think, it's so much worse.
Oh, okay.
It's
I don't
so much
know.
weirder.
I don't know what you did, but
Okay,
a lot of
I'm
people
gonna
don't
use the
understand how the
restroom.
Los Angeles like school system works. But like the private schools in LA are insane. Like
They are.
they're like
They're on crack.
Insta-lock Harvard schools, basically. One of
Pretty
them is
much.
literally called Harvard, actually. Harvard Westlake.
Yeah, that's one of the high schools. Just,
Wait, you need to go pee?
Oh, I do. Just a
Oh,
sec.
go
I
pee.
had to do an IQ test and then a physical test, and I'm pretty sure the only reason I got in was because I was like obsessed with geography, like insanely obsessed.
Okay, let's see what else we got up to here. This is a long interview that Elon I just called us on Elon. Wow.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's like an hour and a half long interview that he did with Elon's daughter. He wasn't kidding. When he said he was going to do this, he did it. Elon called that bluff. And Hasan did the thing. I wonder when we should be expecting that Grimes interview.
literally like translucent.
Yeah.
Like,
No, but
anyway.
the reason why I was talking about like American brain rot and whatnot is like I wanna hear your experiences about being visibly trans online, and I don't mean that like clocking or anything like that. I mean like being a famous trans person online who's
I'm famous and I'm trans. I don't
yes,
fucking know.
exactly. Whose father is, at the forefront of the anti-trans agenda alongside this administration that's doing like horrible, awful. Like, how does that make you feel? How do you feel about that?
God, what is there to feel about that? Okay. So I am famous. Sometimes people are mad at me because I am that happens a lot more because I am famous, which I don't care. People can send me as many hate comments as they want. As for the political aspect, it feels phenomenal. How do you think that feels, Hasan?
No, I mean, I look, I can't. I have no idea. I get enough being, like pro-Palestine, being Muslim, having a name like Hasan, and being a woman online already. Not to come across like Mr. Male feminist here, but like from what I've seen from my friends in this industry, being a woman online is like automatically you're getting a faucet of endless hate. And then also from my trans friends, being a trans woman online is like doubling down on that. And then on top of that, being a famous trans person who's, it's just, it's gotta be a lot. And I feel for you for sure. But I just meant like overall, where do you see America going? How the f did this happen? How did, what was the transition for your dad going from like somewhat of a liberal darling? I was never a fan, for the record, because he's a billionaire. I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that.
This is not something you agree on. I know him. He was never on the left.
No. He was presented he was presented as a liberal darling, is what I meant.
Yeah, because a marketing scheme.
Yeah, I think that it was always bullshit for sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess
it works enough for this bitch named Boy in a Band to make a video called "This Man is Literally Saving the World," and I watched that as a 10-year-old and wanted to punch him in the face.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh no. Oh.
I loved his music at the time. I was so mad.
Okay, that's brave. That is very brave of you to admit that you liked Boy in a Band's music at the time.
I was 10. Okay.
Wait, we got to pull it up. Hold on. Let's react to it. Hold on. Yeah.
What's the fucking playlist look like?
Well, there you go. Hasan keeping his word. If Elon kept talking shit to him on Twitter, his private restricted speech platform, that he would have his daughter on, and Hasan did just that, and they seem to have quite a dime together. Really seems like they already in a short period of time have a better relationship than Elon and Vivian seem to have, as he has apparently completely written her off, disowned her. Pretty bad dad type stuff, really. I don't accept you for you. My God, I can't believe how much streaming we've already done today. And yet we still have a bunch of stuff to get over. Still, even with Tesla. Now let's go to some of the global protests against Tesla that have been happening real quick. I just felt like leaving these in here in the segment, even though this is not American news. Kind of is, in a way. Protesters gathered outside the Tesla showroom in London as part of a coordinated international protest targeting Elon Musk.
The only way that we as individuals in Europe can have a big impact on Trump and Musk and his mates is by trying to destroy the economic viability of Musk's business. That's the only direct way I can see we can do it. We've got to stop the sales of Musk's cars and of his businesses, and that will have a big impact back in the States.
The demonstration is part of a global day of protest planned under the umbrella of the Tesla Takedown movement. Protests took place globally, including in Berlin, Germany, and in the United States. Okay. Yep. Organizers are encouraging people to sell their Teslas, boycott the company, or otherwise protest Elon Musk and his very Nazi ways. Okay. Let's talk about AI real quick. Specifically, xAI, Elon Musk's AI company. You know, I think this is honestly got to be related to the protests right now, and to what those protests have done to Elon Musk's stock price. This piece of news you may not have heard yet, but xAI is now buying X. That's right. Elon Musk's AI company is buying Elon Musk's private social media company. He's, oh my god, it's so incredibly convoluted. Let's go here to Bloomberg Television from yesterday to unpack some of this. Seems like Elon Musk gave himself a deal on this one, as he's cashing out to himself for about $33 billion. 25% less than what he bought it for a couple years ago, or however long it's been now. Did he buy it again?
Elon Musk just made an announcement on X that xAI has acquired X in an all-stock transaction. It values xAI at $80 billion and X at $33 billion. Keep in mind, Musk bought X, when it was then Twitter, for $44 billion back in 2022. For more, we turn to Bloomberg's Max Chafkin, who covers all things Elon Musk for us. So, Max, he suggests that the combined company blends xAI's advanced AI capability and expertise with X's massive reach. Are you surprised by this one?
Well, in some ways, I'm surprised because we have this, late Friday news in which one Elon Musk company is buying another Elon Musk company. Not totally clear how they came up with the valuation. In another sense, it's not surprising because these two entities, xAI and X, have been kind of operating like one company. So X, which is the name for Twitter that Elon Musk gave it, has this chatbot inside of it, Grok. That Grok was created by xAI. xAI is training off of data from X. I know it's a lot of X's there, essentially all your social media data. And it's also seemed like one of Musk's plans to make this Twitter acquisition pay off. He paid $44 billion and then promptly lost a lot of the advertising, was to kind of pivot to AI. So you did sort of think, how is he going to do this while having xAI as a separate company? And I think now we have the answer. This sort of makes it a little less clumsy. I think there are going to be...
So it's basically, what's happening is just to sort of unpack this in less words, Elon Musk's AI company is buying your data from himself, and now they're going to feed all of your data that he wasn't already feeding in there now into Grok or whatever. And my estimation of all this, right, it is my belief that this has to do with his stock prices right now, not just the fact that X is hemorrhaging money, right? Because I think that by doing this, he's essentially hiding losses, also finding a way, perhaps, to make his balance sheets look better than they are. Because right now, in this moment, he's got, he's got a situation on his hands. He's losing money every single day. Tesla was down like 4% on Friday. It was down, I'm pretty sure, every single day last week. And so every time that goes down, he loses money. And he's been for a long time using his assets, like stocks, as a way to get loans, right? Using his stocks in Tesla or whatever else as a tool, right, with which to barter between banks to suggest, okay, well, we will freeze this amount of stock. You loan me, I don't know, $1 billion, 100 million off of this number of shares, and so I'll go and I'll have some spending cash, and I won't have to take the income from selling the stock, right? Which he may have been technically better off doing now that it's imploded. And I think it's probably putting him into a very nasty situation. And so by buying himself out, I think in some ways XAI, Grok, is paying off some of his bills to the Saudis, right? Because he still owes a bunch of money because he borrowed money from the Saudis. I can't remember if it was from the Sovereign Wealth Fund or not. But basically, went out there years ago, bought, got them to back his buying of X, which has completely gone upside down on him now. And so I'm assuming some of that has got to have something to do with the fact that the Saudis no longer want to hold stock in X. They want to be paid back. I could be wrong, but I'm probably not wrong. But hey, if everybody has a better estimation of things, I'd be glad to hear it. All right, let's do one more story before we take a break. We still got a few. Oh my God. Is it really 6:30 Eastern Standard Time right now? Jesus Christ. Wow. How are we going to get through all of this today? I might die, chat. We might have to cut this short at some point. When I lose it, when I hit, 10% before I literally fall apart, I might have to call this. Okay, one more AI story. You know how we're talking about Grok just now? Let's talk about ChatGPT. Because one man is apparently very disturbed by what he got in a response when he searched himself on ChatGPT, and is now filing a lawsuit against the company. Here's France 24 English from 4 days ago. ChatGPT, when AI upends the real world, mixing real elements with crazy, disgusting hallucinations.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
OpenAI is facing a complaint about its chatbot, ChatGPT, after a Norwegian man who decided to find out if the app had any information on him went and asked it, and it replied that he was in fact a criminal who had killed his 2 sons and been sent to prison. The very fake story worryingly contained some real elements, notably the name and ages of the children, for example. Well, we're joined now by this man, Arve Hjalmar Holman. Thanks so much for joining us. Can you tell me a bit more of exactly what happened? If I've understood correctly, you were a bit bored, and instead of Googling yourself, you decided to see what ChatGPT had on you.
Good morning. Yes. What happened was that, like many other people, I was curious about what kind of result I would get if I would ask the question, who is Arve Hjalmar Holman, so my name. And I had done it a couple of times, and it gave me various results. And sometimes it was like this, the thing many other people also have got. Like it says, this is probably not a public figure. I don't find any information about this person. And sometimes it just cooked up something. It told me I was a politician, which I'm not, that I was a CEO, which I'm not, I was an important scientist, which I'm not, mixed with this, I don't have any information. But all of a sudden, at a certain moment, it showed me this message where it said that I had killed 2 of my 3 children in Trondheim, and that's the city where I was born. And this was a mix of real elements and hallucinations, crazy, disgusting hallucinations. And my first reaction was shock. Like, this is
Zero
creepy,
Megastar just cheered
because
1,000
it's eerily
bits.
similar to my own life.
Oh, Megastar. My God. So many bits tonight. It's like you're trying to get yourself on top of the all-time podium over here in bits donations. Much appreciated. I got this. Thank you. I thank you, Megastar, multiple reasons for the support, financially and the emotional support that you're giving me. I appreciate that. I believe in me too.
Except for the fact that I have never done anything criminal, and I'm absolutely not a murderer, and I love my children more than anything on this earth. After the shock, I got worried that other people would get the same or similar output if they would ask the same question.
Yeah, and that's disturbing to think that someone might go searching for this guy. He's just minding his own business, and somebody out there is thinking that he's a goddamn murderer.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And then I wondered, will other people get something similar if they ask about themselves?
Indeed, it makes us all try to kind of think about it, because, as you say, to be compared to say, oh, maybe it's a politician. I mean, I don't know how unique your name is, but I could see how in other cases, at least, Tom Jones there might be a lot of them out there, and it might make references to other people with the same name. But the worrying thing in your case is the fact that it started to bring in real life elements and then make some fictional story about it. I believe you've because of your worry about how people would perceive what you read, you have launched a case against it.
Yes. First of all, my name.
Okay, yeah. So this guy has now decided to sue ChatGPT, OpenAI, for damages. Yeah, and if people keep doing this kind of stuff, it's really going to make it tough for these AI companies to exist, because they are often spitting out things that are not true or could be seen as damaging to people's reputations and whatever else. The facts. All sorts of freaking things. Yeah, I wish I could do, and I don't know how to do this. Maybe there is a way to do it, but I gotta figure out how one does a chat highlight for Twitch. I wonder if there's a good way for me to do that, like a selective one. Because I hate having the chat on Twitch just like constantly rolling on the screen. I feel like for some things I should be able to. I don't have it. Oh, Megastar. Evil laughing to yourself in the Twitch chat. Okay, that's going to be it for the second or fourth half, depending on how you want to view it, of the stream. Gotta take another break, as we've already gone through nearly 8 hours of content. Few quick galactic messages, and then we'll take a moment of recuperation time for us before we get on to the rest of things. Well, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon too, so you don't miss any of the latest galactic content. Now, while you're doing all that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support, of course: YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars in the goddamn Milky Way galaxy is to, of course, become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Just a few US dollars a month. You can get access to a treasure trove of space bennies. Anyway, Chad, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Alright, chat, I'm back. Sorry for the delay, just making myself some food so I can eat. We've already been going over 8 hours now, and I didn't eat a single time in there. It's about time I need to put some food in my stomach. The volume? What's wrong with the volume? Oh no, sorry, no, the music died. I was slow to getting back. To my seat. Okay. Well, definitely got some things to talk about here. Let's go to Canada to start things back off here in the third and or fifth half, depending on how you want to count it. Can people not hear me right now? What's going on? I see Jerry saying volume, Mitty saying nothing. Is everybody live on the stream right now? All right, let's. I'm gonna assume, because I'm seeing levels on my end, you have to be hearing me at this point. Let's go to Canada. Or should I say, let's go to talking about Canada as one U.S. enclave is now caught in the middle. This nasty, nasty trade war that Donald Trump is waging against our neighbor, Canada.
Let's put it this way. Obviously, Point Roberts is very unique in the fact that it's 5 square miles, 3 sides water, and 1 side Canada.
I'm in Point Roberts, Washington. And if you want to get to the mainland United States, you'd have to drive around 20 miles around Boundary Bay to reach to the south. That's what makes it a rare U.S. exclave and a geographic oddity. This community has lots of dual citizens, and it's so dependent on Canada's goodwill that Trump's tariff war is now inescapable.
If we don't get the support from the Canadians, this town will die.
Generally this time of year, February, March, it's a slowdown. I mean, we're kind of...
Whoops.
kind of a seasonal weather-driven store. But this year we're down probably 20% from bad.
COVID obviously was bad. That killed all of us. I counted at least 8 businesses that laid everybody off or went out of business. Now, this is the first time we're struggling because of one person.
Great, thank you. Want this?
And we know who that person is.
I'm being repressed!
We've heard that business is
Illegal.
down, Canadian visitors are staying away, and Point Roberts residents are left wondering what they'll have left without their northern neighbors.
Oh, I love Point Roberts. I think it's one of the finest places to live in the United States. We have a very close-knit community. We're very politically critical. We love Canada. And I can appreciate how they feel, and I support their efforts to protect their country. And I hope they remember that small communities, enclaves like we have, will be severely hurt if they continue to think that we are like that percentage of population.
Yeah, this is a rough situation. And I'm going to explain to you what exactly, because it's not, I don't think it's made completely clear during this video exactly what we're talking about. So I'll show you in a second what we mean.
For Trump, and we're not.
If next weekend is busy, I am hopeful that maybe we can get through the spring. But only time will tell. That depends on what happens, you know. We're going day by day because every day something's changing.
Okay. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So Point Roberts is technically part of Washington State in the United States, but let me just show you geographically what it is Point Robert, where, yes, you'll see here shortly. They're in a really between the rock and a hard place here right now. Yeah, zoom out a little bit here. Whoopsies, whoa. Son of a, don't play this game with me. Let's not do this. Okay, Google Maps is being a real dick to me right now. Okay, here you go. Let me try and pull this out slightly so you can see more what I mean. There we go. So this is Point Roberts. It's at the end of a peninsula near Vancouver, BC, but technically lies within U.S. borders. It's on the other side of this straight line that goes across, the Northwest. And so these people here at Point Roberts are almost completely dependent upon trade with Canada. I mean, more so than perhaps anyone else. Maybe like, I don't know, the Thousand Islands, or I can't think of a place that's more dependent. I mean, they're, if not for a random line thrown out here, they'd be Canada. You know? It would make a lot more sense for them to be Canada than the United States in many ways. But now these people are here stuck between an ocean and Canada, and in the midst of Trump's trade war, they are going to be in a very weird situation if he doesn't put an end to it. Oh, Nadia with the super chat. Did you do the Democracy Now! Story on how every member... We literally did that. That's absolutely right, Nadia. At the beginning of the stream, which is what we started this second half of the stream off with. Well, actually, we didn't start it off with it, but at some point we got to it. I don't know exactly how deep in we were. I think it was the second half. I think we spent like 2 hours unpacking Elon stuff, and that was definitely included. He has a very disturbing sort of family. Really disturbing. All the Nazi stuff, all the apartheid stuff, all the hatred of democracy, all of it. Okay, this is our last Canada thing. Let's go to global news from yesterday, see what Mark Carney had to say. Some of you may have already seen this. Quickly watch this, I think yesterday.
Last night, the President of the United States reached out to schedule a call. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss how we can protect our workers and build our economies. I will make clear to the President that those interests are best served by cooperation and mutual respect, including of our sovereignty. I reject any attempts to weaken Canada, to wear us down, to break us so that America can own us. That will never happen. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada. The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. In the past...
There we go. Mark Carney saying that the old relationship between Canada and the United States is over. Oh, Canada. Whoopsies. Oh, Canada, I'm going to miss our friendship. I do hope we can get it back sometime in the near future.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah, it's very sad. It's a very sad moment. All right, let's go on to some environmental issues. Oh no, Nadia. Are you still having a health situation over there? Okay, started off the environmental stuff. Let's go to Forbes breaking. Oh, sorry, More Perfect Union.
This is our cold water.
Please hold, ma'am. I just did it again. More Perfect Union from 2 days ago. Your utility bills. I cannot talk. This is what happens when we get past 8 hours. I start to lose my goddamn mind.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, your utility bills are subsidizing Facebook and Amazon.
Zuckerbucks.
Here's how.
This is our cold water pressure in the kitchen. This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah. And this is what's in all the pipes.
Just the well itself is probably 20,000, and that's not counting any of the
all
faucets.
The replacement of the fixtures and faucets and toilets and the lines that come underneath the house. It's overwhelming because you really feel like you are up against this huge wall that you can't penetrate. There's nothing that you can do, and they don't care.
I'm here in Mansfield, Georgia, driving by Meta's new 2 million square foot data center facility. Facilities like this are being used to power things like ChatGPT and other AI tools that are becoming integrated into our daily life.
Data centers, going to be a very hot item.
This entire supercomputer is built to power Grok.
We see data centers as the most exciting asset class.
Meta is building a 2 gigawatt plus data center that is so large it would cover a significant part of Manhattan.
What? But data centers come with big costs. From light and noise pollution to the environmental impacts, to the potential rising costs of energy bills. These facilities put extraordinary demand on the power grid and require entirely new infrastructure.
Oh my God.
They should be responsible.
Exactly what I was
for that,
thinking.
Not us.
Search the internet for profits that Meta has made, Amazon, Microsoft. They can afford to pay for their own generation.
We came to Georgia to ask two questions. What's the true cost of the AI revolution? And who should be paying for it?
Could you drum up?
Your house is here, and the data center is right there.
It's less than 400 yards.
Beverly and Jeff Morris bought their home an hour's drive from downtown Atlanta in 2016. But their roots in the community run much deeper.
Being in the country has always just been my peace and my therapy. When we found this place, we decided that this was it. It was perfect.
I was actually raised probably 5 miles from here. It felt like coming home.
The data center that's now the Morris' next door neighbor happens to be owned by Meta, the company you know for Facebook and Instagram, but has also been breaking into artificial intelligence. They started construction on this data center campus in 2018.
Definitely changed everything. They destroyed the environment, taken down all the trees across the road.
Beautiful pines, beautiful forest.
The light pollution is...
We don't have to have a night light in the house. You can walk around the house at night and see everything. It's that bright.
This is a video of the dust from Facebook where the construction was.
This is what it looks like right now.
Out my front door. The wind blowing in all of this stuff from across the construction, across the road.
This is all from Meta.
Yeah, I was standing on my front porch. I think eventually that affected our well water. We're on a well here, and we started having issues with our well in 2018. I have to replace the hot water heater. I've replaced 2 washing machines and a dishwasher because of the sediment that's coming in.
A lot of what the Morrises are facing is from the polluting effects of this massive construction, but that's only one part of the story. There are serious costs to communities once data centers are operational too. To explain that, we have to back up for a second. I wouldn't blame you if you were asking yourself, what the heck is a data center anyway? Their origins date back to early, clunky supercomputers or mainframes in the 1950s and 60s. And then in the 90s, with the birth of the internet, the modern data center was born as a way for internet providers to connect businesses and the world to the web. In the 2010s, data centers became larger as they became critical to new cloud storage.
To the cloud. With the cloud, we share a sync folder that allows us to all work on the same documents.
Everything from your pet photos to entire workplaces to files for video streaming, like this video you're watching right now. We're in the cloud. Today, we are in the midst of a tectonic shift in processing needs, as large as the birth of the internet. Artificial intelligence.
A transformational moment for data center demand.
But the thing is, AI processing demands are much larger. One report showed that a Google search using a ChatGPT-like AI feature used 30 times as much power as a normal Google search. In the next 3 years, data center use of electricity is expected to double or even triple. And the state of Georgia has the fastest data center growth in the entire country.
The 2 biggest reasons data centers come to Georgia are that electricity rates for industrials, which is the class that they're in, are 42% below the national average. And the second biggest one are data center tax breaks. They received over $180 million in tax breaks last year.
The week we were in Georgia, a showdown was happening at the state capitol over 2 bills tied to data centers.
Senator Hofstadter had proposed 2 different bills, and one of them was SB 34.
Okay, hold on. We can't watch this whole thing. Even though this is certainly something that's going to be affecting absolutely everyone. The more and more that these, technocrats continue to do what they've been up to, everyone's going to be paying more for their electricity so long as they get to hook up directly to the grid and all this other nonsense that they're getting into.
The result of mounting residential anger and the work of dedicated advocates across the state, like Diana Dietz, who lives 50 miles away from the Capitol in Fayette County.
This is a huge industrial project plopped in a residential area. This was the original plan, 122 acres. And then the Development Authority got involved.
In 2022, officials in Fayette County voted to annex and rezone an additional 412 acres for a data center campus. Fayetteville's City Council voted 5-0 in favor of the development, despite passionate opposition from some local residents. The site was then purchased by QTS, which is owned by Blackstone, for $153.8 million.
These speculators, investors, are secretly buying up land right next to homeowners. And it was all done so that when we all went to the 4 public hearings between the county and the city, it was a done deal. This is
wow. Yeah, they did some fancy negotiating with legislators, got that sweet, sweet deal, and it took them outside of an area in which voters would be able to vote on it. The voters who it's going to impact the most, it essentially put them outside of that jurisdiction, making it so that basically voters couldn't even stop it. Oh, it's disgusting. And now they're benefiting while everyone else is paying more money for it. Right? And by more money for it, I mean electricity. And Everybody's electricity bills are going up. The more power that these people suck up. Just so they can get AI to replace your next job. Coming to a town, county near you. All right. Let's quickly go to see what Sheldon Whitehouse had to say earlier during this Senate hearing. He seems to have some red flags on some of the EPA's plans.
I now recognize my ranking member, Senator Whitehouse, and I would like to welcome Senator Barrasso when he'll give him a chance here to introduce the general shortly. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to take my time this morning to discuss something that's going on with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is a fund that was appropriated by Congress, obligated, and the funds disbursed to a private fiscal agent, Citibank. But because it relates to climate, and because the president insists falsely that climate change is a hoax, people who are subordinate to him feel obliged to go after this greenhouse gas reduction fund. The problem is that the manner in which they have gone after it reflects the actual weaponization of the Department of Justice in ways that the prosecutions of President Trump never saw. So it begins with the interim United States attorney saying publicly, before he's even in office, that this fund is total graft and needs to be stopped.
Illegal.
So he's already announced his predilections about that. This fund includes nefarious actors like Habitat for Humanity. The veto clock had run, so there was no role to undo the funding. It was even disbursed, as I mentioned. So what they had to do was to try to cook up a way to freeze the fund. And the way they tried to cook up to freeze the fund was to create a pretend criminal investigation.
I don't want
And then they
reality.
could point to the criminal investigation and tell Citibank to freeze the funds pending the criminal investigation. The problem was there's no evidence of any crime. And that became apparent when the ask went from interim U.S. Attorney Martin to the chief of the criminal division in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, and was told by the chief, there's no crime here, I cannot do that. Rather than stop, what he did was force the resignation, fired the career
if not sooner.
criminal chief. This is a guy who's never been a prosecutor before, and he's firing his criminal chief. So that's a pretty big red flag when you get an answer from the career staff saying, boss, there's no crime here, and then you fire them for telling you that. Then he tried to shop this notion around the office, and no career U.S. attorney would sign. I've been a U.S. attorney. It's almost unfathomable for a U.S. attorney's office to send out a pleading without a career attorney being involved. So he couldn't get a career attorney. Another big red flag. So then he went forward himself. Again, this is not an experienced prosecutor. This is not somebody who brings a lot of game with him. He just wanted to do it. So with no support from the career people in the office, he went forward alone. The alone bid is another very strong signal that something is very bad.
Wow, a lot of red flags here. Seems like the Trump administration is willing to do anything, regardless of precedent or legality, to try and block funds being used to stop greenhouse emissions. Seems like a great plan. There's no way that goes wrong.
So hot right now.
Let's go down to North Carolina. What do you say? Talk about how the town of Marshall is attempting to recover now 6 months after Hurricane Helene. Has it really been 6 months already? Wow. How time has been doing such strange things recently. All right, CBS News from 20 hours ago with the story.
It's been 6 months since Hurricane Helene made landfall as a Category 4 storm. Helene caused nearly $79 billion in damage, stretching from Florida to the mountains of western North Carolina. Skylar Henry was in Asheville when the storm hit back in September, and in the days after, he visited hard-hit Marshall. He traveled back there to see how recovery is going, and particularly why cyclists are making their way back to the small town.
All right. Here's our bruised little town.
As you ride into Marshall, North Carolina, rubble and roots greet you where buildings and trees once stood. Nearly 900 people live in what was a vibrant small mountain town about 20 minutes outside of Asheville.
What is it about Marshall that makes for a good biking playground, if you will? It's the roads. Beautiful, well-maintained roads, scenic roads. There's you, nature, the bike, and the ride.
Adam Schmidt is an avid cyclist, longtime resident and business owner. You get a different point of view cycling through the town versus driving.
You're going at 40, 50 miles an hour down this road. Right. And your brain says, destruction. Sure, right. On a bicycle, you're like... You see it in a completely different way.
6 months ago, Helene roared through, causing nearly $60 billion in damage.
I'm covered in mud. What was the cleanup like?
Dude, we're just getting started.
We were here in Marshall days after the storm hit. It was the first day business owners were allowed on Main Street. We saw them trudging through mud, cleaning up and salvaging whatever they could. That's exactly what Alex Weber was doing.
Keep finding parts of our shop on the other end of town.
She is Adam Schmidt's wife. They own On Your Bike, along with Weber's daughter, Maddie. It's a cafe serving up coffee, pastries, and lunch with a shop fixing all bike needs.
It felt like we lost a friend when this place flooded.
Like most businesses along Marshall's Main Street, they suffered a great deal of damage after Helene.
Water up to the ceiling.
Yeah.
In here.
Our refrigerators were floating and poking holes in the ceiling.
Hanging up the ceiling.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's worse than I had imagined. There's the wall. The coffee bar was here.
For Weber, it's like history was repeating itself almost 20 years later.
My daughter and I came here after Katrina to get away from hurricanes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The trauma stays with you. But this time, it was home. It was home and we didn't want to leave.
The family came together and made the decision to stay put.
8:29. I'm so glad you guys are here. Right on up for you. Oh, thank you. We're happy to be back.
Getting to this point took some dedication and elbow grease.
I'll admit, I didn't expect to see any store this quickly look like this.
I didn't think we've had a day off in 6 months.
Yeah. We just do everything.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you do it yourself, you can control your own timeline.
A lot of work has been done in a short amount of time. That's got to feel good.
It's really been an amazing thing to watch.
Aaron Haney is the mayor of Marshall.
A restaurant called the Star Diner, and it was a very nice establishment.
We first met him as his town was dealing with so much devastation. His goal today, he wants more businesses to reopen and get people visiting Marshall again.
We really rely.
Oh yeah, it looks like a great place to visit right now. Come on. Yeah. Small towns like this often count on things like tourism. They're often, one industry type places. And the cleanup is still very much ongoing, even though that one cafe is back up and running. It's not the case throughout the entire town, it would seem. A lot of work to be done there still. I thought Trump said he was going to fix all this immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Don't have a ton of environmental stories today. Very truncated version of the stream today. Well, not really, but it feels weird. Like we're going to blast through this part of it and go straight through to Earth news, but I sort of anticipated that it would take us quite a while, not quite 4 hours, but it did, to get through the TYT stuff. Hopefully we'll never have to visit that ever again. All right. Can you imagine leaving Katrina, leaving like Louisiana or wherever else, trying to get away from the devastation of Katrina, showing up to North Carolina, quite a ways away, then getting hit by Helene. Okay. Before we go on to quickly talking about, before we go on to talk about Myanmar, let's quickly talk about Arctic sea ice levels, as according to scientists, this year's Arctic sea ice has hit a record low when it should be at a peak right now. Here's Reuters from yesterday. Whoa, what just happened? What, did this get taken down? Why did it just skip ahead? Hold on. What? Oh my god, I can't, it's not on my list anymore. Son of a bitch. Okay, fine. Let's go to Myanmar then, I guess. Okay, well, no, this was in Thailand, but this is relating to the quake. The epicenter was in Myanmar. Here's Guardian News from 2 days ago. If you didn't see it, if you didn't hear about it, there was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Epicenter in Myanmar, but stretched for, I think, 1,700 kilometers all the way to Bangkok, Thailand, where devastation was quite severe. Images like this all over the news. Well over 1,000 people dead at this point, and they are still trying to do the recovery efforts as we speak right now. I don't know what happened to this fucking video. I rewatched it yesterday. I'll try and find it again maybe I'll try and clip it. I've been meaning to do so many clips lately. I keep saying to clip things and I don't do it. Gotta be better. Oh my god. Looks like a bomb struck or something. In fact, there's not a lot of earthquakes in Myanmar and in this region. Let's go on and see some of the other stuff. This is the aftermath at Naypyidaw Myanmar Temple. I believe this is a Buddhist temple here, which was toppled. Who knew it was just bricks and paint? But, yeah, it did not hold up to this earthquake at all. Yeah, yesterday we looked at the photos. Just look up Naypyidaw, however you say that, Myanmar temple. And it was quite a sight to behold before it all toppled to the ground. Alright, let's go here to BBC News from yesterday. been a kind of fucked up week, hasn't it, chat?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I just want to bring you a line of breaking news on this story. The AFP news agency now quoting the Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand saying that at least 3 people are now confirmed to have died in the building collapse that you heard being described by Butu, our colleague from BBC Thai. And these are the live pictures from the scene of the collapse of this 30-story building.
Now, this story came out very shortly after the earthquake happened. That death count is not at all accurate to current. There's a lot of people trapped beneath who knows exactly how many tons of rubble. And I think we all know too well how hard it is to get people safely out of collapsed buildings. Oh, God.
Under construction in the Thai capital, Bangkok. The Deputy Prime Minister, according to the AFP news agency, saying that at least 3 people have been confirmed to be killed in this building collapse. We knew from the authorities that 7 people had managed to get out and that at the time 43 were still missing. But in the last couple of moments, the Thai Deputy Prime Minister, according to the AFP news agency, saying 3 have died. The scene in Bangkok, but the actual epicenter.
Okay, hold on. We're going to keep going through these. We don't really need that. I really didn't need that one. Let's go to CNN. This at least shows us a map where the epicenter was. This is NBC from yesterday.
Many of them, Karma. And now to the devastation in Southeast Asia. A powerful 7.7 earthquake centered in Myanmar caused widespread damage, even rocking neighboring Thailand. At least 1,000 people are now reported dead, and that number is steadily climbing. NBC4's Robert Kovacic joins us now with the latest on this disaster. Robert.
Carolyn, and consider Myanmar is a country already embroiled in a civil war, already dealing with millions of people displaced, already facing a shortage of food and health care at crisis levels, and now this. The USGS estimating that the death toll could exceed 10,000 as search and rescue operations continue right now at this hour here at home. Relatives tell us they know the clock is running to find survivors. Tonight on Hollywood Boulevard in the heart of Thai town, waiting for word.
It did happen in central of Thailand, and I have a lot of family members and friends still in Thailand right now.
The earthquake is caused a lot of issues, structures on the building and everything, so it's a big mess right now in Thailand.
Moments of terror as far away as Bangkok.
So you can see it's right in central Myanmar, but it went all the way down here. It's pretty incredible just how far reaching the effects of this quake were. Now let's see some more of the footage that's come out, some of the different things that people have captured. I mean, this is terrifying. This is not the ocean, of course, this is a pool. And not only is it a pool, this pool is on top of a goddamn skyscraper. Look around you. You can see the tops of all these buildings over here. I don't know how many floors, but probably it's supposed to be like 100 floors up. Something insane. And you're on top of, can you imagine being on top of this freaking building? Watching this pool behave like, a tempestuous ocean. The storm is coming through or something like this. This is crazy. Oh my God. I'm not sure I would be standing here calmly filming this if I were in this person's position. can't tell if this one's on the ground or in the air. Probably on the ground. It's my guess. Either way, this is some crazy shit. Standing there filming is probably safer than going down. Yeah, I don't suppose going in an elevator is a great plan in that moment. But I just felt it strange. This guy was seemingly not panicking at all, just filming the pool as it does some real weird stuff. All right, let's go here. Associated Press. This is bird's eye satellite photos showing a collapsed airport tower. Yeah, Jesus. So that puts this airport out of commission. Emergency parachute. Yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need in that moment. Emergency parachute. All right, let's go to Forbes breaking news now. This is more footage on the ground at showing buildings collapsed in Mandalay, Myanmar. Jesus. Oh my God. I gotta say, there was already enough problems in Myanmar before this happened. This, on top of the civil war and ethnic cleansing and everything else that's going on, the military junta in charge of the government, this is probably not what people needed in Myanmar. All the starvation, famine. Yeah, this seems bad. I mean, aside from the obvious, right? Like the obvious bad stuff. Because I'm just trying to go another layer into this catastrophe. We have to go deep. What is the quote? We have to go deeper into this dream realm, or whatever it was. Inception. It's been too long since I've watched. I gotta watch Inception again. When do we get to the dream reality timeline where things aren't so crazy? Okay, let's talk a little bit about the rescue operations that are ongoing. Here's France 24 from earlier on Saturday.
Well, rescue workers then have been struggling to cope with the extent and scale of the damage. The past 4 years of civil war have significantly weakened the country's healthcare and emergency systems, forcing the military junta to issue a rare call for international aid. For more on the humanitarian angle, Marie Manrique, program coordinator for the International Federation of the Red Cross, joined us on the program. Marie, thank you very much for taking the...
I've never heard anybody pronounce junta, which is how I've always believed it to be pronounced. I've heard people say junta, but junta? Am I the one saying it wrong? Have I been going through my whole life saying this wrong? What is a junta?
To speak to us today. Now, you have rescue teams on the ground. What type of work are they able to carry out now?
So thanks for having me. So the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent supports the Myanmar Red Cross Society here in Myanmar. The Myanmar Red Cross Society immediately was engaged in emergency response, which includes support for search and rescue operations, as well as doing any sort of emergency health needs that are necessary, including ambulance service, pre-hospital care, and first aid, as well as trying to reach people in need, particularly those that have lost their homes. This is really some of the biggest activities that have been done. We know the humanitarian needs are quite large on the ground, and we will see higher numbers as the days continue.
You say that humanitarian needs are large on the ground. What do you think?
Okay, this is how Google thinks it's supposed to be pronounced. Say it.
Junta. Junta.
Junta.
Junta.
Some of the most urgent needs then 24 hours on from the quake?
So the urgent needs right now that we're looking at, of course, would be around housing for the people that have lost their homes. We're also looking at the need for water and sanitation. Clean water is incredibly important. Myanmar, and particularly in the areas that were deeply affected due to their closeness to.
Looks like America and Britain are still at war. Here's the American pronunciation.
Junta.
Junta. Here's the British pronunciation.
Junta.
See, we're still doing this. We need to collaborate somehow, clarify how we're going to say these things. It's very confusing for me.
The epicenter is what is considered the central dry zone of the country. We just had last week that temperatures rose to 42 degrees Celsius in one location. Heat waves with the largest temperatures have actually been registered last year, and we're looking at the same thing to move forward. We're also a few weeks away from the monsoon season. We need to get people back into some sort of shelter, safe shelter for them, knowing that these homes have been damaged.
So there were very few foreign rescuers in Myanmar prior to this earthquake, Marie. Why has the junta refused most international assistance in the past?
I really can't speak to decisions of other actors, but I will say, too, that really the focus now, and I think of everyone within Myanmar, is we're very much focused on the emergency response and really reaching the people in need. I think that everyone knows in a large-scale earthquake of this type, we have a small window of opportunity to reach the people that are still trapped under the rubble. We know that local responders, and when I say local responders, I'm talking about neighbors, community members, religious groups, community groups actually coming together to try and reach those people that are still under the rubble. We still have a great deal of hope that more people will be rescued in the coming days. But
okay. That's the latest we have on it. They are racing against time because people are trapped inside of this rubble right now. That number of people dead right now, I think, is approaching 2,000. The last I checked. I don't have a story for you on that, but that is my understanding. They may be may be higher than that at this point, because the last time I checked was well over 8 hours ago, since we are now approaching the 9th hour of this stream. All right, let's go quickly to some space news and then on to the Earth news. Guardian news from 21 hours ago. A live stream of a partial solar eclipse visible across the northern hemisphere. Space news.
Now, we should say that, of course, this all depends on the weather.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a very mixed picture across the northern hemisphere today. We have telescopes on the ground in 7 locations today, and it's been pretty chaotic this morning with weather reports coming in, some of them good, but mostly not so good. We've had some last-minute relocations. It's all been pretty hectic here.
By the way, this telescope image of the sun is from Romo, Denmark. Let's move on a little bit into this because we
Anna
see
and I
no
here
eclipsing. Here we go.
Time and date.
Ooh, they got some sweet, sweet music. Haha, 2x, it's actually pretty good. Music stays good at 2x. This is kind of making me want to do a little eclipse dance, this music right here. Eclipse dance. Eclipse dance. Eclipse dance. But okay, it's super weird how in Denmark, the sun is coming from this angle, and in London, it's coming from over here. That's trippy. Okay, I think I'm going to have a seizure if I have to listen to that track at 2x. Oh, pretty cool, chat. Let's see at the apex of the eclipse. Where was it? I guess it was right about here. Right? All right. Am I losing my mind? I was doing some weird fucking stuff. By the way, thank you, Nadia, for the super chat. There's history about the WACL, Klaus Barbie, real guy's name before the doll, Rhodesian Bush War, etc. Junta, or Junta, is both Portuguese and Spanish. Really? Both Portuguese and Espanol. I assume it's a Latin derivative. There you go, chat. Little space entertainment for you all. Partial solar eclipse and a little bit of fun dance music to go along with it. All right, on to the Earth news. Earth news. Where are we going to start? Greenland, a place we've been going a little too much to talk about, but it has been a big topic of much discussion. Not just us, everybody's talking about it. Yeah. And the rhetoric From old JD. Definitely, well, since we last checked in, did not get better. Not at all. Let's start it back off here with BBC News. Oh, sorry, Forbes breaking news. Forbes, here's Forbes. Oh, this is just Usha and JD getting off the plane just to get us into the vibes. What the fuck is going on here? The vice presidential invasion of Greenland. Why do I have no sound? Oh, because it's not playing. What are we doing here? By the way, I still love the fact that they both decide to wear matching jackets. It's so cute. Aww. Why are we doing this? What is the deal right now? You just don't want to play... Oh yeah, you just don't want to play the videos for me. Thanks. That's super great. Oh my god, what is happening right now? An error occurred. No shit, that's an error. Quite error-some. Please hold. Oh my god. That is funny. Not gonna lie, that is hilarious. Our wonderful galactic moderator, Mitty, making a lot of strong points. They should have captured. You're right. You're right. Greenland, they had an opportunity here to do something great, and they failed.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
What is going on? I don't understand. Oh, I just realized one thing that's fucking with all this. It's on 2x, isn't it? It is on 2x. That's probably... That could be part of it. Okay, anyways, we don't need that video. It's not important. Let's move on. BBC News now from a day ago. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance addresses media in Greenland.
Well, this was originally supposed to be a private tour by Usha Vance, the wife of the vice president. With relations between the US and the Danish territory souring, there were warnings of protests. Then it emerged that J.D. Vance was coming here together with a group of US diplomats, despite the fact the Greenland government hadn't actually invited them. Well, they've arrived, but the trip is now being held in a remote US base hundreds of miles from the capital here, Nuuk, in Greenland. And of course, earlier on today, Greenland declared a new coalition government with a promise of unity and national unity. Andrew Harding reports.
It is an exquisite wilderness. Greenland, an ice-smothered island now claimed entirely and aggressively by the United States. In the capital Nuuk this morning, the first hints of spring, ice breaking. And in the harbour, Carl Peter preparing to go out fishing for halibut with his colleagues. If, that is, they can clear a path to the sea. I asked him about America's president.
I don't feel safe. I'm worried. Trump is trying to control the country.
What do you want to happen?
I want Greenland to control its own fate.
But will an assertive America let that happen? Today, a high-level US delegation arrived pointedly in Greenland. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, and his wife, Usha, visiting this remote American military base in the far north, arguing that vital US security concerns are at stake here. But Greenland's politicians are unimpressed. This afternoon, they were celebrating the formation of a new coalition government to run the island. This is a small community with an emphasis on respect and dialogue. American bullying doesn't go down well here.
All Greenlandic people have already shouted out to the world that the Greenlandic people is the one who's going to decide how the future is going to be.
And not as an American state?
Not as an American state.
The strength of local feeling explains these images. American planes landed in Nuuk this week in preparation for a much more public visit by J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, but they had to cancel for fear of local protests. Greenlanders have scored a small victory.
Oh my God, why are we doing this?
Embarrassing the White House into cancelling its plans for a meet the public royal tour kind of visit here. But the tug of war over this vast...
Just wanted to go back to this part. Where is it? I just love this. I love how we're so brave and we're just being so friendly that J.D. Vance he can't even, you know, they got to bring the armored cars to the U.S. military airbase, hundreds and hundreds, however many miles he said, away from the capital of Greenland. This does seem friendly. Why not bring a tank?
Much more public visit by J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, but they had to cancel for fear of local protests. Greenlanders have scored a small victory today, embarrassing the White House into cancelling its plans for a meet the public royal tour kind of visit here. But the tug of war over this vast island is really only just beginning, and there are concerns that the Americans may start to ramp up the pressure. What's clear is that Greenland's days as a quiet, beautiful backwater are over. Andrew Harding, BBC News, Nuuk.
So what happens now in terms of the relations between these two countries? Well, Andrew Harding...
All right, we are not done with this situation. Exactly. Right, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, Donald Trump... Exactly, Grand Theft Auto about. To protect them from loving snipers, I guess. I mean, like, you know, if Greenland... Because Donald Trump keeps saying it over. Greenland keeps calling us. We didn't call them. They called us. They said, we really want you here. We want you here so badly that you're actually not invited. And we can't come to the... Wait, what? But it's like, yeah, if they want you there so bad, why are we just visiting the U.S. Space Force base rather than the capital, like was the plan originally? Why do we need armored trucks if Greenland wants us there so badly? Aren't we safe in this very friendly meeting? Or invasion, whatever we want to call it? Pre-invasion? I guess we'll call it a pre-invasion.
This wasn't the trip that J.D. Vance had planned when he announced he was going to Greenland. It still might be the one he wanted. The US Vice President and his wife arrived at a US military base in the north of the Arctic Danish island on Friday. Their trip comes amid ongoing claims by Donald Trump and his administration that they'll acquire it sooner or later.
We know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe.
Vance's visit was greeted with a frosty reception. Originally supposed to be included on the trip was dog sledding and local tours and photo opportunities. Many have instead made it clear that Vance is not welcome.
A lot of people had signs showing Yankee go home and we're not for sale, and then we went down to the US consulate in Nuuk, and they didn't want to risk the same kind of photos being shown to US voters on social media.
Humans are not for sale. We are not for sale. You are not for sale in your country. You know that. That's why I am very angry about that.
I would like to say to Trump, don't even think about repeating it. Don't even think about repeat it that you want Greenland. We don't want you here.
The US Vice President's timing might also be considered diplomatically fraught. Greenland's politicians presented a new government coalition agreement on Friday. The new head of the majority government, Jens Friedrich Nielsen, had urged parties to show unity in the face of Trump's campaign to annex.
Yeah, because as you can see, Greenland locals not a fan, seemingly. With if you look at the polls, almost 9. I think it's maybe higher than 9 in 10. Greenlanders just don't want anything to do with being a part of the United States, and there's also a pretty high number, just generally speaking, that they just want to be independent from all countries, sovereignty, and have their own. And there were also protests, which we saw some of yesterday. I don't have that footage in here anymore because I tried to shorten this list a little bit. And, you know, I don't like to do too many replays of things. You know, that's what the weekending report is for us to kind of go back over things more. But let's go here now to Forbes breaking news to see some more of what JD had to say while at the U.S. Space Force Base.
The president has previously not ruled out military force when he's talking about taking over Greenland. But your rhetoric today is more about encouraging the Greenlandic people to vote for independence. Do you think the rhetoric has changed about that, or what's your message there?
No, I don't think it's changed at all. Look, the president said clearly he doesn't think that military force is going to be necessary, but he absolutely believes that Greenland is an important part of the security, not just of the United States, but of the world, and of course the people of Greenland too. It's very simple. I think the president's been very consistent here from his State of the Union, from his inaugural address, and every public statement that he's made. This territory, Greenland, really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now, and if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure, we could do a lot more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe.
Wow.
They just
In what way?
It's very simple.
In what way?
All of our friends in the American media.
This is hilarious. The Denmark hasn't done enough to protect them. What, from the United States? This is the closest there's been to an invasion of Greenland, and I don't even know how long. You know, this show of force, essentially, it's very strange vice presidential visit. I think that's it's wild. Denmark not doing enough to protect the Greenlandic people from America.
Attack the administration for pointing out the obvious. What is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic?
Huh?
To give up the Arctic?
To who?
To China? To Russia?
Oh.
And to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to
Wow.
keep the people here safe, but to keep our own country safe too.
We need to take a significant position here in Greenland. Those are both wild sentences. Hard to unpack both at the same time. But the thing he said right before that was maybe, I'm not even sure which one's more disturbing, that he seems to think like, well, the Greenland is supposed to be doing everything it can to help the United States? What was that he said? That Greenland's not thinking in the interests of not Greenland? What? Hold on, I have to hear that again. Everything about that was just wrong. What happened to my... Who did this to my volume controls? Hold on. What was that you said?
The administration for pointing out the obvious. What is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic? To give up the Arctic? To China? To Russia? And to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take...
Whatever, I missed it. Well, I don't think I missed it. He just said that it's not... The United States has no other choice because Greenland is refusing to take into account the United States, a different country. Weird. Very weird. There you go. I don't know what they mean by take a significant position. It sounds like if JD is basically saying the United States just needs to, illegally annex more territory in Greenland for some reason. That seems like a bad precedent. Let's see what the Danish foreign minister had to say about all of this. Here's the Associated Press from 21 hours ago.
I have a message for our American friends and all others who are listening. Much is being said these days. Many accusations and many allegations have been made. And of course, we are open to criticism. But let me be completely honest. We do not appreciate the tone in which it's being delivered. We respect that the United States needs a greater military presence in Greenland, as Vice President Vance mentioned this evening. We, Denmark and Greenland, are very much open to discussing this with you, with an open mind. Today, NATO's security guarantee also covers Greenland. But we very much welcome if NATO and allies would play a greater role in the Arctic. We will shoulder our share of the responsibility. No one should doubt that.
I don't know if anybody picked up on this, and maybe I'm just reading into things too much, but the way that he brought up NATO in this moment where the United States is going after NATO, it almost makes me feel like Denmark's sort of quietly appealing to NATO countries like, hey, so I don't know if you guys noticed, but it seems like maybe the United States is thinking about invading us. Would you like to come here? They want a bigger, maybe there should be a NATO military presence here. I mean, maybe, once again, I'm just reading into this too much. But that is what that sounded like to me. It's like, yeah, United States, you should definitely have a larger military presence. Same thing for the rest of the NATO countries. Ahem.
I'm pleased that the Vice President today emphasized the right of the Greenlandic people to determine their own future. This is important. Just a few hours ago, a new Greenlandic government took office with strong support from the population and a strong desire to develop the Greenlandic society in close collaboration with Denmark and with the Danish government. We look forward to embarking on this work.
Okay. Now,
President Trump says the United States needs Greenland for international security.
Almost done here on Greenland. CBS News from 23 hours ago. Donald Trump had more to say about Greenland. Where is it?
Missiles, the shortest route would be across the Arctic. President Trump has said he wants to take over Greenland for security reasons. And yesterday he repeated his territorial ambitions.
We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can't.
The president's refused to rule out using force.
Yeah, Donald Trump just really, really obsessed with Greenland. Like, genuinely obsessed with it. I mean, I don't know, like, he seems to be talking about Greenland more than anything else right now. It's really freaking me out. Really, really is. Gotta say, this is not the peace that we were promised during the election. Now, of course, I didn't really take Donald Trump seriously. I had a great deal of skepticism. But this is even worse somehow. If you combine all the things that he's done, speaking of, aggression, territorial aggression, war, all that stuff, it just really is more than I was expecting. Okay. That's it on Greenland. Donald Trump saying he wants Greenland, JD coming out and backing him up. So is America respected again yet? Have we done enough crazy shit for the world to respect us again? Been a laughingstock ever since Biden took over. Now that I'm back, everything's probably great. I don't know. I don't really listen to anybody but Sean Hannity. Alright, let's go to the UK. Got some things to talk about here. I'm getting tired, chat. I'm getting very tired. I've gone almost 10 hours now, if you count the short break between streams. God. Okay, to the UK. Rachel Reeves, Shadow Chancellor, delivered 2025 spring statement in Parliament earlier this week. Let's watch a little bit of that.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government was elected to bring change to our country, to provide security for working people, and to deliver a decade of national renewal. That work began in July, and I am proud of what we have delivered in just 9 months. Restoring stability to our public finances, giving the Bank of England the foundation to cut interest rates 3 times since the general election, rebuilding our public services with record investment in our NHS, bringing waiting lists down for 5 months in a row, and increasing the national living wage to give 3 million people a pay rise from next week. Now our task is to secure Britain's future in a world that is changing before our eyes. The threat facing our continent was transformed when Putin invaded Ukraine. It has since escalated further and will continue to evolve rapidly. At the same time, the global economy has become more uncertain, bringing insecurity at home as trading patterns become more unstable and borrowing costs rise for many major economies. Mr. Speaker, the job of a responsible government is not simply to watch this change. This moment demands an active government, a government not stepping back, but stepping up. A government on the side of working people, helping Britain to reach its potential. And Mr. Speaker, we have the strength to do just that. As one of the world's largest economies, an ally to trading partners across the globe, and a hub for global innovation. These strengths and the progress that we have made so far mean that we can act quickly and decisively in a more uncertain world to secure Britain's future and to deliver prosperity for working people.
Wow, there's a lot of big talk coming from Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves here. Well, they may be achieving some things. I'm not here to say that they're not achieving any of those things, and there's a lot to undo after over 15 years of Tory government. But I do feel like maybe she's perhaps shooting for the stars a little too much at the same time as, or well, I mean, I feel like she's supposed to, that's the wrong colloquialism. what am I trying to say? I feel like, she's trying to sell a cake that can't be eaten, if you know what I mean. So you can have it. No, that's not it either. I'm not doing good with the analogy. It's probably because I'm starting to become a little delusional after such a long stream here. Let's see what the LBC has to think. Sheila Fogarty and Natasha Clark from 3 days ago.
Getting to some detail there. A lot of detail, well, I say a lot of detail, a lot of topics and headings in Rachel Reeves' speech. On the basis of what we learnt, Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor here, on the basis of what she said today, and we'll wait, there will be more detail, no doubt, we can't describe that as austerity 2.0, can we?
Well, we can't until we look at the details of what we're about to see from the OBR and from the Treasury, which we haven't looked at yet and haven't come out. My first thoughts, just looking at this, is it feels like the Chancellor's gaslighting me a little bit by telling me how good it is, and it doesn't feel like it's that good. Growth halved this year. She slipped in there, in case you weren't listening, this year from 2% down to 1%. Inflation is going to hit, I think, more than 3% later this year. And day-to-day spending, fiscal rules staying, basically doesn't feel to me like the sunlit uplands that Rachel Reeves is promising in that statement. That, she's saying that all of her planning reforms are going to have made the OBR revise up growth. Not that much, it's fair to say, 0.2 to 0.4% of GDP, of course, better than nothing. But I can't help but feel a little bit underwhelmed by that statement. I guess that was the point. It wasn't a full fat budget. We weren't expecting to get a lot in there. Almost every...
Yeah. Well, I agree with this. And, if you really unpack some of the things that she said, and I listened to more of it than we just listened to, I'm just trying to keep this moving so I don't fall asleep mid-half here. But, fact is I'm a little disturbed by some of the moves that the UK is making right now. The Labour Party seems to be following in the footsteps, in some ways, of some of the aspects of austerity policy and of what Donald Trump has been doing. Now, I know some of it is in response to what Donald Trump is doing, but, for instance, cutting foreign aid development in order to boost defense spending. Now, of course, I'm of course in favor of them boosting the spending that they've been doing in the NHS, which has been supposedly lowering wait times over the last 6 months. Apparently, they've been going down. But, then at the same time, she's also talking about cutting benefits to people, much like the United States is talking about doing, adding basically like work requirements and things like that, kicking people off of their, I think it's called, what is it, UI, I think is what they call it in England, basically unemployment, or UA, I can't remember what they call it. Same idea. And also want to say thank you, Nadia Event Chambers, another super chat. Macron publicly offered to provide nuclear defense of Greenland and other European allies versus the United States. Enough nukes to deliver? NFI, but he did say it. Well, yeah, I'm not prepared to do the nuclear math right now. Let's all just say a prayer to Gary that never happens. That would be disturbing. If it came to that, I was promised Donald Trump was going to be getting a Nobel Peace Prize for all the peace he was going to make. Now we're talking about nuclear war with Europe. Seems bad.
That she said today was something, apart from the actual financial figures, were things that we already knew that the government was going to be doing, apart from maybe one new quango of a defence growth board, which has been launched. But I feel a bit underwhelmed.
on the positives that she is claiming, and as you say, on days like today, we have to take everything with a pinch of salt before we've dug down into it with a bit more detail. But on the positives that she's claiming, those OBR forecasts, she says that their planning reforms, Labour government's planning reforms, will permanently increase GDP, so the nation's wealth, by £15.1 billion.
Permanently.
She
Yeah.
talks about the OBR says that house.
Yeah, this is a strange term to use. Permanently increased GDP? I've never heard of such a thing. There's no way. There's no way for it to go down. It's permanently increased. It'll never go down. It's impossible.
Building will reach a 40-year high. And she talks about the OBR upgrading growth you've touched on by a small amount for next year and subsequent years. So she points to, I thought she was a bit off-piste when she said working people are feeling the pinch. That's not quite, it's a gentle way of describing what an awful lot of people are feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we sort of mentioned universal credit and the welfare cuts as well. We were talking about that with James earlier today.
But on that, she seemed to say pretty much that the OBR had assessed the reforms and said, bar a couple of million, they match her calculations of £5 billion of saving. She didn't seem to add more cuts, did she?
So she basically
OBR. We got at least a couple Brits in chat. That's the Office of Budget and something. I want to say. Sorry, some of your acronyms evade me.
said that the universal credit health element will be cut. That was a new bit of information that I hadn't heard from her say before, frozen over this parliament. So that's going to save her a little bit of extra money. But you're right, it's taking us up to the 5 billion or ish that we were promised by Liz Kendall last week. So it wasn't quite the £3.5 billion that we thought it might raise. It's actually gone up a little bit more than that. I don't know. I just feel, there were some positive points in there. The OBR have upgraded our growth forecasts for the years coming from next year onwards. It's going up to 1.9% 2026, 1.8% 2027, and our economy will be larger than at some point that it would have been without these planning reforms.
But the big question is by how much?
By how much? 0.2%, 0.4% according to the OBR, according to these planning reforms. Like I said, it's no mean feat. It is a slither of a chunk on that.
Yeah.
Is it going to make a difference to people's household incomes? She claims it will. The good news is that Rachel Rees, and now I can say we haven't seen the detail of this.
Yeah, but what about those people because once again, sort of a have your cake and eat it too type of situation. You know, some people's incomes will potentially, theoretically, go up, but then people who already didn't have an income will have even less income because they'll lose their benefits. Seems some of these things either like self-contradictory or sort of undermining some of the other things that they're working on. I don't know. Honestly, there's a lot to unpack with all of that, and even the LBC is still working on it at this point. I'll try and get you guys some more on the plans from the Shadow Chancellor here soon. All right, that's it for Britain. Now let's go to France. Because Donald Trump is attempting to... before I get to... You know how Donald Trump recently started pretending that he was in charge of every college and university in the United States? Started trying to dictate policy to all of them as if he was, the dean of the college or something. Well, you can, I guess, breathe a sigh of relief that he's not just focusing on the United States, because he seems to think that he is on the board of the Sorbonne now. Let's go.
Zero Megastar just cheered 1,000
Oh
bits.
my!
You is a good boy.
Oh my God, Omega! You are so thoughtful. That is like 3,000 bits in one stream, Omega. I don't know where you found all these bits in your couch cushions or whatever, but I am very appreciative not only of the donations, but also of your very supportive messages. I feels like a good boy now. Corgo 1000. Wish I could see that emote. I can't see that emote. Oh, it's cute. It's a little corgi. With the hearts and everything. Oh, that's very cute. What was I saying? Oh, right. Donald Trump thinks he's he's in charge. He's the director of the La Sorbonne in Paris and all the other French universities because he's trying to enact policies. He's trying to tell them what to do from the United States. Let's go here to France 24 from 14 hours ago. Quote, it's going to be difficult to see how this could be enforced, unquote. U.S. expands diversity ban overseas.
Illegal.
Dude, these Napoleon references, I've been making fun of Donald Trump, calling him, the Orange Napoleon. This guy is really trying to make me right about that one. Holy shit. DEI can't be allowed not just in the United States, but on planet Earth. I have decreed it.
Illegal.
This is part of Donald Trump's continued push to root out diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's already taken aim at his own government and has fired off a number of executive orders aimed at curbing that. And now he's attempting to do that abroad as well with companies that do business dealings with the United States government and have contracts with the United States government. It's important to note, however, this will not be impacting private companies that sell goods in America. So if you are a wine manufacturer or champagne manufacturer, this is not going to be targeting these kind of sectors, but it is going to be targeting things like the aviation industry, the defense industry, big consultancy firms that do business with the United States government as well. But it is going to be somewhat difficult to see how this could be enforced by the US government on these French contractors.
Yeah, no
Unlike
kidding.
in the United States, France doesn't gather data on people's ethnicities or
Well, that's gonna get
religions
complicated.
or sexual orientations or anything like that as part of its laïcité, the rules which make people basically not be put into different categories. France doesn't collect that. The idea being that everybody is French first over everything else. So it's difficult to see how these are going to be grouped together. Now, it's also seemingly a bit of a scattergun effect because we're hearing from some companies who have heard.
What? You don't have DEI? Well, then, what you're gonna need to do is start a program and then end it, okay? Otherwise, no money. No money for you. Sorry, France. You don't keep track of these things? Is everybody's French in your mind? What? How's that work? Hey, what? Who? How do you know which ones are bad and which ones are good? How are we doing? Are we really about to take a 5th break shortly? Oh my god. Oh boy. We are at least getting through this content. 2 streams in one night. Pretty crazy. I know. But that just shows you the amount of galactic dedication I got around here to bring you all the latest stuff. My god, what a crazy... It almost, it hasn't been that fun, but it almost feels like a Sunday Fun Day stream. TYT drama, Elon, Hasan drama. So much good stuff in this stream. Of course I'm perhaps a little biased on that. Okay, leaving France for Serbia. 60 likes. Oh boy, I think we're way behind on support characters right now. Nope. Because we've been combining in an unprecedented way likes from the first stream and the second stream. The first stream got 70, the second one has 60, giving us a total of 130 frickin' likes. Gotta go to the Galactic Cantina for more support from the GCU 15. And forward. T. Mork. And Big Panther. All right, let's go to Serbia. Quickly talk about that. We got AP archive footage of people in Serbia rallying together against the corruption in Serbia. And apparently, now they don't talk about it in here. They don't actually talk about it in here, but apparently, Jared Kushner has been looking to do real estate deals in Serbia recently, looking to take advantage of some of that corruption. Thinking about doing real estate projects here in Serbia. Just watch some of this footage of people rallying, banding together in the streets of Serbia earlier this week. We are running out of support characters here, folks. I came here today mainly to give my support, so that army headquarters is not destroyed. I'm an architect, and I think it's unacceptable for anyone to demolish cultural heritage. So yeah, this building, apparently Jared Kushner has been looking to buy. I came to support students. I have been supporting them for the past 4 months, and I'm here today, of course, because it is clear what is happening in our country, what they're planning to do with our cultural heritage in our country, and I'm against that. But yeah, apparently that building, which is a part of, history of Serbia, it was destroyed. It was an army building, and during the Bosnian War, and Jared Kushner's looking to turn it into some sweet, sweet apartments, I guess.
Follow the rich white man.
All right. Now, let's go to Turkey, where there's been more protests going on. Back to France 24 News from 22 hours ago. Anger mounting over Mayor İmamoğlu's jailing. Now, prepare yourself for these crowds. We've been watching these crowds in Turkey grow and grow and grow. And the last figure I saw was something like 300,000 people. Or some wild number. I cannot remember the exact number. There's been so many protests, honestly. Trying to keep track of protest figures in my head. It's getting a little overwhelming. Hey, StreamLord, I nominate Kritten from Red Dwarf as an emotional support character. Okay. I would actually put that, if you're in the Discord, get in the Discord. Let me know about that. By the way, people, please agree to the rules in the Discord, because if you don't do it within a certain period of time, I'm literally going to kick you from the Discord. Because first off, you're not even using the Discord. You don't even have access to 97% of the Discord, aside from the welcome channel, which you can't type in. You can't do anything but react to the rules. So make sure that you react to the rules if you join the Discord. Otherwise, you're going to get extradited from our Discord. Is that the right word? I think it is. You get kicked out. Yeah, we had the last emotional support character vote in the Discord as well as in the stream. We combined the votes. And it's an important place to be if you want to get more galactic, want to get involved in recommending things, especially because it's hard for me to keep track of stuff recommended to me in chat, not gonna lie. Much easier if I have a place to go back to look at. But yeah, thousands and thousands of people have been taking to the streets, as thousands of people have been so far. The number's over 2,000, supposedly, protesters who've been jailed by, almost called him Erdogan. Let's go here.
Turkey, it's been 10 days since Istanbul's opposition mayor, İmamoğlu, was initially detained, sparking nationwide protests. This is a scene this Saturday, a massive rally taking place. Since İmamoğlu's original detention, there's been a crackdown on dissent, police raiding homes. Nearly 2,000 people have been arrested. That repressive response has been sharply condemned by human rights groups as well as political leaders abroad. Protests underway this Saturday. Let's speak to our correspondent, Jasper Mortimer, standing by in Ankara.
Thailand.
Jasper, just a quick question for you. How are the protests going this Saturday?
Well, they've gone peacefully so far, and it has been a massive rally. According to the main speaker, the official leader of the opposition, Özgür Özel, there were 2.2 million people there in Maltepe.
I must have misheard or seen an earlier story or something that messed with my head. 2.2 million people. That's wild. Hold on, we need to see that bird's eye. Holy shit. It's an army. Oh my god. Look at it. Holy shit. That is a lot of people. My god. And it doesn't even, the camera, the angle, the frame doesn't even capture it all. That is wild.
Has been a massive rally. According to the main speaker, the official leader of the opposition, Özgür Özel, there were 2.2 million people there in Maltepe, a district of Istanbul on the shores of the Marmara Sea. Behind the speaker's podium, you can see the ships at anchor in the Marmara Sea. On Monday, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan predicted that the opposition protests would fizzle out. But I think from the size of today's demonstration, the opposition has proved that wrong. During his speech, Özgür Özel said things like, let's show Ekrem İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul, who's now in prison, and the dictator, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
I think we are all now starting to see why Erdogan put this guy in jail. He is clearly a political threat to his position of power in Turkey. Holy cow. The fact that this many people have been coming out and just continue more and more, the numbers just continue to grow. Even in the face of threats, arrests, violence from the police, they are definitely not fizzling out, as Erdogan seemed to think they would. Seems to be quite the opposite.
Give me a joke. How numerous we are. He also said that in the coming presidential elections, the opposition wants a brave opponent. And by that he means that President Erdogan is a coward for arresting İmamoğlu and putting him in prison so as to reduce his chances in the election. Then a third thing he said is, those who resist the coup makers defend democracy and the future. Towards the end of his address, just before I had to come here, he accused state television and the most popular private channels, NTV and CNN Turk, of betraying Turks. And he said, you know, here, as I'm speaking to you now, NTV is showing a weather forecast. And I changed to the NTV channel, and Özgür Özel was right. There was a weather.
Wow. Seems like Turkey is waging a propaganda war against its own people to try and gaslight them. or just completely shut them out from knowing what the hell is going on. Weird. Weird. Doesn't seem super democratic. Speaking of fake democracies, let's go to Israel. AP archive from 2 days ago. Israelis protesting in the streets outside of Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence in Jerusalem.
Heeding the opposition's calls for mass protest, a
Wait,
sea of red
what?
in Istanbul.
I have
Tens
two
of
of
thousands
these?
have turned out to rally behind
Oh.
Ikram Imamoglu, the city's jailed.
I just realized this is the same thing. It's just the later France 24 report. Let's go to saying Israel. What do you figure? Do you think these people are anti-Semitic? Do you think these are anti-Semites? I've just been wondering to myself recently, how does the U.S. government specifically view these protesters? Are these anti-Semitic protesters? Are these pro-Hamas protesters? You know? Anybody? I feel like, you know,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I do genuinely feel a little bit like I'm taking crazy pills right now. Because I could have sworn protesting against Israel, criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu and what he's doing, I thought that was anti-Semitism, right, guys? So are these Israelis anti-Semitic too? It's just something I've been wondering to myself. Okay. Bob, that's a beautiful comment. You know, somehow this gives me great hope. Makes me feel, you know, something. It makes me feel things inside. I go to sleep and GSL is on. I wake up and GSL is still on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You're out here. They're anti-dentites, yes. That makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. Where's that from? Is that from Curbed? Where's that reference? I'm like, my brain just broke. But I know I can just like, it's like in the tip of my brain skull noggin. All right. Yeah, let's go here to Forbes breaking news from yesterday. One Bernie Sanders in the Senate, laying it out. What is anti-Semitism? Maybe Bernie can help us.
Of this committee and saying that hate and discrimination of any kind is beyond acceptable and has no place in our society. In the United States of America in the year 2025, it should not be a controversial statement to say that anti-Semitism is horrific and must not be tolerated any place in our country. Let us never forget that anti-Semitism has plagued Jewish people for many, many, many centuries, culminating in the slaughter of some 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. Mr. Chairman, a number of years ago, my wife and I visited Auschwitz. I don't know if you have ever done that, but I would recommend that anybody here who goes to Europe drop by, and it's certainly something that you will never forget. A number of years ago, I happened to be in Pittsburgh, and I spoke with the rabbi at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. As you recall, it was the worst slaughter of Jews in American history. 7 Jews were killed by somebody at a synagogue. So let me be very clear. Anti-Semitism on college campuses or any place else must be condemned in the strongest possible terms.
Immediately, if not
But today
sooner.
we should also be clear that we, and again, I hope I speak for every member of this committee, condemn all forms of bigotry. Vile hatred is not something that should exist in the United States, whether it is racism against the African American community, whether it's sexism, whether it's homophobia, whether it is xenophobia, or whether it is Islamophobia. Today in America, we have Asian Americans who are walking the streets and getting harassed. We have Muslims who are walking the streets and getting harassed. We continue to see people who are African American and Latino face prejudice of all kinds. And in fact, we have seen a rise in hate crimes against the transgender community as well.
Illegal.
And I want to remind people, because this is kind of a little bit personal, in my city of Burlington, Vermont, just a couple of years ago, 3 miles from where I live, 10 minutes away, 3 young Palestinian students, wonderful kids, because I ended up talking to them. They were shot in cold blood, shot because they were Palestinians. So, Mr. Chairman, I applaud you for holding this hearing, but I hope when we look about prejudice and bigotry in America, we may want to expand it. Anti-Semitism, unacceptable, so is Islamophobia and other forms of bigotry. Now, the other thing, and you touched on it a moment ago, Mr. Chairman, there is a great dispute and debate in this country about what's going on in Gaza right now. No great secret about that. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, in October of a year and a half ago, Hamas, a terrorist organization, launched a horrific attack against Israel. It killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, took several hundred people hostage. I don't think there's anybody on this committee who does not believe that Israel had the right to defend itself and go after Hamas, terrorist organization. But, Mr. Chairman, there are very serious disagreements about what the Netanyahu government has done in Gaza. And some of us think that Netanyahu has not just gone after Hamas, they've gone after the Palestinian people.
Illegal.
And in a nation or group of 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza, over 50,000 of them have been killed, over half of whom, 2/3 of them, are women and children. Over 100,000 people have been wounded because of the incessant bombing on civilian areas. The entire infrastructure of Gaza, their entire healthcare system, their educational system, their water system has been completely destroyed.
Illegal.
And according to international law, and in my view, what Netanyahu has done is criminal. So we can agree that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in all forms. But some of us happen to believe that the response of the Netanyahu government to the Hamas attack is also unacceptable. And if anyone wants to suggest that I or anybody else who speaks out on that issue, whether you're on a college campus or in the United States Senate, is anti-Semitic because we think that what Netanyahu is doing is outrageous, we can have that debate. If I attack the Italian government for doing what they may or may not be doing, I'm not anti-Italian, or the Irish government.
I don't want reality.
To attack the Netanyahu government for their outrageous activities in Gaza does not make one an anti-Semite.
100%, Bernie. Could not have said it better myself. Someone shadow banned in chat? I can see you, so you're not shadow banned from me. Okay. Let's go to one more story here in Lebanon before we wrap it up on the Middle East. Actually, no, we're at 6 hours. No, I'll take. Oh, God damn. This is a fucked up spot here. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll take another break. Feels weird. What is this? Break 6? This is like break number 5? We're about to go into 6th half? Is that even possible? Is that physically possible? I don't think so. Sounds wild. Okay, chat. Quick frickin' break here. We'll be right back with the show, which we still have more to get through somehow. I guess I could save it for Sunday Funday, but I feel I'll have a revolt in chat if I don't do my job and finish the content that you all so dearly deserve. So, quick break. We'll finish this out. Well, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're doing all that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as you are our only hope. That's right, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. It's necessary for me to semi-frequently remind you of that fact, and of the ways in which you can contribute and show your support to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways, it's almost impossible to list them all. We got YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. We got the Twitch, bits, subscriptions, on-screen celebrations, and things like that. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving either of those two aforementioned social media platforms their cut, and rather it all go directly to your pal StreamLord, so that I can keep the bills paid here on the Galactic Space Station. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits in the entire galaxy is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Only $3 a month. And you can get access to a treasure trove of space benefits. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. I will be right back.
we're getting some breaking news actually from Lebanon. The Israeli army has issued forced displacements for the residents of a suburb of southern Beirut. That's a suburb of southern Beirut, forced evacuation orders from the Israelis. This is probably off the back of 2 rockets that had been fired from Lebanon earlier today into Israel, and Israel had retaliated. We're just looking to see if we are able to go to our reporter. Zaina Khodr is live for us on the phone. Zaina, can you tell us what's the latest on these evacuation orders?
Well, Sarah, there is chaos and panic in the Lebanese capital, in particular in the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Israeli army issuing this evacuation order for one suburb, the Hadath neighborhood. This is a densely populated neighborhood. This is the first time since a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah came into force in late November that the Israeli army has issued an evacuation order for a location in the capital, Beirut. You mentioned those 2 rockets that were launched from Lebanese territory toward northern.
There we go. I was muted that whole time? Son of a bitch. I've been saying stuff for a minute. For quite a while now. Nobody noticed until... God damn it. But I said so many things. I said so many things before this. God. Why?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Why? This is what happens when you stream for approaching 11 hours in a row. No breaks. You start to lose your freaking mind. You start making mistakes. Look at the dearth of emotional support characters we have here. It is an embarrassment of galactic riches. I think perhaps never seen before. This is unprecedented. Of course, we've also never combined the likes for 2 streams in one. This is wild.
That's too much, man!
But yeah, what I was sitting here asking apparently just myself and the abyss... None of you space fans out there, but I was just wondering if anybody here was wondering if, or what the, well, not if, but what the supposed military objective of striking a residential neighborhood is exactly. You know, anybody got a thought on that? What this densely populated neighborhood filled with apartment buildings, in what is clearly an urban area, is the military objective of this strike? Something I dearly, dearly want to know. I don't have an answer to it. It's really a hypothetical sort of question, rhetorical in nature. Not expecting an answer from anyone. It doesn't feel very military-ish, right? Right? What, a residential neighborhood? Is that the normal place that you should strike? Fact is Israel was already breaking the ceasefire over and over and over and over again. They basically didn't follow a single rule of the ceasefire for however long that was going on for. Was it 3 months? They refused to pull out of the territory, left troops in there throughout the entire time, even though they were supposed to be gone. They were killing Lebanese people.
Illegal.
What else were they doing? I mean, they and now they're doing this with what justification?
Give me a joke.
Israel. One fell in Lebanese territory, the other was intercepted. This is the second time there's been rocket fire from Lebanese territory in the past week, and the third or fourth time since the ceasefire came into force. So we are getting, tensions are escalating between these two warring sides. As of late, Israel has been stepping up drone strikes, airstrikes against what it calls Hezbollah targets. And it doesn't believe it is violating the truce by doing that. But Lebanon has accused Israel of violating the ceasefire because of these ongoing attacks and because of the fact that Israel remains in some positions within Lebanese territory. So this conflict, despite...
Yeah, and the fact is, like, I don't know, I can't remember if she just said it, but we've covered this enough now that, the strikes that they're talking about, Israel's claiming as the justification for striking an entire residential neighborhood, strikes which Israel intercepted with zero problems, weren't even claimed by Hezbollah. And they are incredibly consistent about claiming attacks against Israel, because they see it as a just response in the past when the ceasefire was not ongoing to fight back against Israel in the midst of this genocide they're waging against Palestinians, right? And so it's very strange to me that they wouldn't claim responsibility for an attack. And so it's just, this whole thing just reeks of some manufactured, justification for all of this. All right, one more on this Lesbola. I am losing it, people. I am losing it.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Hezbollah. This one, it's not really Hezbollah's strike. They're not. They haven't even claimed that this strike hit any Hezbollah targets. So I should be more precise with my language.
Precision of language, please.
Why are my sound
Correspondent
shot
with us,
so
Rawad Taha, waiting for us. Rawad.
Oh, my sound shot because I turned it down for the break.
Precision of language, please.
Thank you, Katie. Precision of language. She's right. I should be more precise with the language. Lebanon, not Hezbollah, because they haven't even claimed that this had anything to do with Hezbollah. It's just an indiscriminate strike on a random neighborhood in the capital of Lebanon. It would be like Canada telling us to evacuate Washington, D.C. Something like that.
Correspondent with us, Rawad Taha, waiting for us. Rawad, fresh strikes in a southern Beirut district. Tell us what's happening on the ground.
Indeed. So in particular, earlier this morning at around 7 a.m. Beirut time, a number of rockets were fired from southern Lebanon into northern Israel. Hezbollah officially did not claim any responsibility for those rockets, and as well as issued a statement mentioning that it is not behind those rocket attacks against Israel earlier this morning. Shortly afterwards, Israel launched a number of airstrikes, mostly on southern Lebanon initially, targeting different villages and towns across southern Lebanon as a retaliation to those rockets fired into northern Israel earlier this morning. Despite the fact that these only two rockets were intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome, and despite that Hezbollah did not claim responsibility for those rockets, Israel is still holding the Lebanese state accountable for any rockets launched from Lebanon.
This is a fascinating, I didn't quite catch this before, but honestly, this is sort of a fascinating shift from France 24. They've been incredibly willing to parrot Israeli talking points for the last 16 months, or however long it's been now. Maybe, is it approaching 17 months now? I'm trying to think. I think it's getting close. I have no idea how it's going on. But even France 24 seems to be somewhat skeptical about this justification. Israel, it almost seems like France 24 is agreeing with me that this all seems a little too convenient for Israel to continue doing exactly what it wants to do. Meanwhile, Hezbollah not claiming responsibility. Oh, wow, even France 24. They've actually been some of the worst foreign coverage that we've had on all of this. In many cases, they, like I said, sort of just parrot talking points sent to them from the Israeli government every time something happens. And even now, they seem like maybe Hezbollah is telling the truth? And Israel's doing this for their own personal objectives? Next, they'll be telling me that Benjamin Netanyahu is actually kind of a bad guy who's trying to avoid his corruption trial or something. All right, let's go to Yemen. Because, of course, the United States has been feeling left out. Ever since Donald Trump took office, he's been watching Israel and Russia and whomever else bomb the shit out of everybody. And, you know, he wants to get involved. You know, his guys are raring to go. And we have been talking about some of these strikes recently. Of course, the most transparent government. So transparent, we actually let in a journalist into the chat talking about these strikes. So we figured, why not show everybody the strikes too? Here's a little footage for you people. Perfectly calm looking city, beautiful area, and blam.
Illegal.
It looks like just the center city. There you go, the U.S. getting in on those indiscriminate strikes in the Middle East. We will not be left behind in committing war crimes, while Israel's just sort of unleashing them on a daily basis. Thankfully, we have the most transparent government doing, talk about these plans in the open. Okay. We are getting close to the end of this stream, people. Very, very close. Let's go to this late breaking news from yesterday. And by yesterday, I do mean Saturday. France 24 once again, but now in Africa. Let's talk about the DRC. Because apparently, a second round of peace talks has been going on between the DRC government and Rwanda, as well as M23 rebels. Let's get into this real quick.
More with our correspondent in Rwanda, Juliette Montilli.
According to multiple sources, another unexpected meeting took place today in Doha, but this time with representatives of the M23 rebel group. They met with Qatari mediators but did not engage in direct talks with Congolese or Rwandan officials. Last week, Rwandan President Paul Kagame and his Congolese counterpart Felix Tshisekedi held their first meeting since the M23 rebels escalated their offensive. Kagame insisted that all parties, including the M23, whom he's been accused of backing, should be part of the political solution. That meeting, along with their call for a ceasefire, offered a glimmer of hope for the escalation in eastern DRC, but the M23, emboldened by a recent series of military victories, dismissed those calls, stating that it was not bound by these statements. On Thursday, the Congolese army had accused the M23 of breaking its pledge to withdraw from the area around Walikale.
Well, that's disheartening. So I guess I was mistaken in what I said just now. The M23 were not at the talks themselves. I guess I misheard this. When I listened to it before, I was listening to it probably a little too fast. But the M23 were not at the meetings. It was just Rwanda and the DRC. They agreed on a ceasefire, but the M23 said, actually, we don't give a shit. We've been doing pretty good on our own. And so we're just gonna keep it going, I guess. That's great. That should be good. That should be good for the future. All right, let's go to this. Now, I want to start this with a grain of salt, because we're about to go to a place that I basically never go to, which is, it's basically almost YouTube tabloid journalism. The Sun. Yeah, this is an outlet I think everybody knows here I don't use a lot. I tend to not agree with how they frame things oftentimes, and am dubious about some of their methods. But I figured we'd go here. Let's go to Russia. The Sun has some interesting footage, supposedly from over the last like 36, 24-ish hours, as there's clips of a burning limousine on the ground in what I believe to be Moscow, somewhere in Russia, though. And according to the Sun, they have footage of the moment that one of Putin's limousines exploded in a huge blast, which, after the fact, apparently a great deal of investigating is being done by the military. Let's go here. One of Vladimir Putin's limousines exploded and caught fire in Moscow as the tyrant ordered sewers. Wait. No, go back. As the tyrant orders sewers to be searched and the pat-down of his own guards. I gotta say, though, this is one thing. I don't know if anybody's seen the photo of Vladimir Putin's limousines, but that is what it looks like. That is absolutely what that limousine looks like. I'll show you what pretty easy to find. Oh, actually, I just searched it, and it looks like more people are reporting it now, so I may have... It seems like the Sun may have been right about this one, but as you can see here, it's maybe hard to... Do you see how, these are clearly the same car, kind of car, right? So I know it's a little hard to make out, but am I losing my mind here? Those look very, very similar. An Urus limousine from Putin's official car fleet blew up in a huge blast just north of Moscow's FSB's Secret Service headquarters. Footage showed that the fire, which started in the engine of the 275,000-pound Urus Senat, had spread to the interior of the vehicle. Oh, goddamn. Putin limousine, allegedly blown up in the streets. 2 p.m. in the UK, 6 a.m. in LA. That's right. Galactic News Network reaching all across the globe. But my understanding is that Vladimir Putin was not in this limousine, so he was uninjured by this blast. Now let's go to China, where China's Xi Jinping urged foreign firms to resist acts that turn back the wheel of history and progress in the country. Here's South China Morning Post from Friday.
That includes investment for the legal ambitions when it comes to digital technologies, so does Aramco. If we go back to China being in a way.
We have always believed that the stable, healthy, and sustainable development of China-U.S. relations is in the fundamental interests of our two peoples. The essence of China-U.S. economic and trade relations is a mutual benefit and win-win. And economic and trade frictions should be properly resolved through equal dialogue and consultation. China will handle the broad future of China-U.S. relations with the principles of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. We must jointly maintain an open and cooperative international environment. Some countries have engaged in small-scale activities, high walls, tariff barriers, as they politicize, instrumentalize, and weaponize economic and trade issues. They have forced companies to take sides and make choices that violate economic laws and are not in line with market rules and the general trend of opening up. In recent years, the international economic environment has changed significantly. They've introduced a series of policies stabilizing foreign investments to continue to build a brand for investment in China. All regions have strengthened service guarantees for foreign-funded enterprises. This work will get better and better. The Global Openness Index has been declining, while unilateralism and protectionism are intensifying. I found that last one, I found that last one to be a little bit ironic for Xi Jinping to be talking about while he's, doing a little bit of expansionism in certain places, little outward aggression things, but whatever. I don't know. Does that count as unilateral? Who knows? Anyways, let's go to South Korea. In our second to last, penultimate story of the morning, I guess. Little round of applause for you space fams for making it this far in the stream. As we are on hour 11 right now. Trying to set records around here, something like that. And quite the stream. If you combine the two. Alright. Things in South Korea are still basically where we left them. People are quite divided on the issue of the impeachment of Yoon Suk-yeol in the country after he declared a martial law for seemingly no good reason.
I don't want reality.
And has been, going through the different processes of South Korean impeachment. First, it was in the, what's it called? The Congress, right? I think they have a Congress. And then it went on to the Constitutional Court, where it's been getting presided over for now, I think, over a month. At one point, he was in jail. And, people are still protesting in typical South Korean fashion. And by South Korean fashion, I mean literally filling the streets with people. How they've done this day in, day out, I am honestly a little bewildered. I think I'm too used to the sort of complete lack of participation in American democracy.
개업의 정당성은 합법적이었고 그리고 개업을 통해서 이 상황을 몰랐을 거고 개업을 통해서 온 사람들이 다 깨어났기 때문에
Sorry, I was a little slow on the translations there. It's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But yeah, I mean, when you look at crowds like that, I feel like pretty much all of us could take a lesson from South Koreans, wherever you might fall on the line of whether or not you agree with the impeachment or not. But I think we could all use this sort of solidarity and focus on political action at Koreans do, because they are so involved in these protests. It's wild. Both sides, just one side of the street is all it's pretty wild. Okay, let's go. This is a Yoon Suk-yeol supporter here. The legitimacy of the martial law was legal, and through the martial law, people were awakened. Since the charge of rebellion was not included in the reasons for the impeachment of President Yoon, I believe the martial law was legal, and it is correct that Yoon's impeachment should be dismissed. Oh my god. They got like Top Gun montage music going on in the background. It's so weird.
The major parties want...
Oh god. Okay. All right. Final story of the day/night, wherever you might be. However you might see it, this is it, people. Let's go to Australia to wrap it all up. Made it all the way around the globe. SBS News from 2 days ago. Let's talk once again about the election happening in Australia. I felt like I did not cover this well enough yesterday. I did a little bit more research on what's been going on in Australia. I feel like I have more of a handle on the situation, at least 20% better. SBS News. What happens if no one wins? Australian federal election announced as minority government looms.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The major parties want to win outright. To do that, they must secure a majority of seats in the lower house, the House of Representatives. There's 150 of them. So if they fall short of winning 76 seats, they can seek support from the crossbench. That's the minor parties or independents to form a minority government.
It normally involves an agreement that there'll be support for what's called confidence and supply, which basically means in any want of confidence motion, the minority party will support the government, and on any budget or budgetary matters, the minority party will support the government.
It doesn't mean the minors will automatically support all government policies, so ongoing negotiation is needed. Now, the last time we had a federal minority government was in 2010, when the election delivered a hung parliament.
We're going to have to talk a lot. We're going to have to impress each other.
In no way should my support be taken as support for any of their policies.
It demonstrates that the quest for power is now the only principle that the Labor Party holds dear.
The then opposition promised chaos, and it was a turbulent political time. But in terms of passing legislation, it was a very successful period for the Gillard-led government, with a higher pass rate of its agenda than most of the Howard terms. And analysts say that can be a feature of a minority, not in spite of it. And given the collapse of primary vote support for the major parties over the past couple of decades, we should get used to them.
Certainly the statistics show us that younger voters, or younger cohorts of voters in particular, are much more ready to shop around.
Confidence is the issue. You don't need a formal alliance with the Greens or with anyone else. That is the big lesson that Anthony Albanese has drawn from the Gillard experience.
Add to that major funding boost to some independents. For example, Climate 200 backing candidates in dozens of electorates. So Labor and the coalition aren't just trying to steal seats from each other, but play defensive seats once considered unlosable.
If it's a Labor minority government,
then clearly that would be a government supported by some of the Teals and the Greens as a political party. That would essentially shift the government to
Tony Abbott, the suppository. The suppository of all knowledge. Good play on words there. Like that. I was expecting repository, and then I read it again. I was like, nope, that's not what that word is. Well played.
left. Whether that works for the government in terms of the wider electorate, I would very much doubt.
A lot of people actually want to see a minority government. They want to see a major party, most likely Labor in this case, just on the numbers, actually have to respond to community concerns. Because while we often see these negotiations happen in the Senate, when those negotiations have to happen in the House, that's how you see major policy changes.
So yeah, we will certainly try and keep you availed of what's going on here. In Australia with that elections. And, from what I understand at this point, it all kind of depends on how the non-major parties, which have been gaining support over the years, how those guys do, specifically like within that group, as to what the potential of a future coalition, or multiple factors here, including whether or not Labor could get a majority, but it looks more and more like they're not going to, as seems like the all the third party options, if you will, of which there's way more than one. But I think the most left party, from what I can tell, is the Greens. But there's also a great number of sort of nationalist, like conservative, independent parties, and it should be interesting to see what happens here in Australia. And there's a lot to figure out in all countries, because it seems like the ground is shifting geopolitically every minute. So many elections for this one galactic spacecaster to keep track of. But it doesn't look like the Greens are going to be able to get anywhere close to even like a plurality. They have a pretty marginal support in the country. So for now, you got to hope Labor does decently well, and that so does the Greens, that they can pull Labor further to the left. Because, Albanese hasn't been the best. He's no Joe Biden, but, he's closer to the neoliberal wing of things. All right, well, 10 hours and 41 minutes. We still have an after stream to do. Well, it looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Well, I can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narrow by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noah, Nadia, Choki, what just happened? Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, This is Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, world's shortest late night after hours galactic chill stream getting started in 3, 2, 1. Just happened. What just happened? We can't start. No, we don't start in the middle of this. No, we start at the beginning. God damn it. Hey, what are we doing here? What is that? Is incredibly rude. Why? I'm gonna slap you right now. You know? I have a mind to slap you right now, YouTube. Don't make me do it. Right to the moon.
Tax proposal.
Mr. President,
oh, God. I just realized something. We're gonna lose.
Everyone knows.
You're gonna lose the camel after this weekend. Part of our Ramadan decorations is gonna be gone. Monday. The holidays. Thankfully, we always have another galactic holidays to celebrate around here.
Is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons.
Alright, that's a good question, Mitty. One that I was asking myself. But the only reason that I put it up is because I noticed... Sorry, hold on. We have to address this question. This is a fair question, Mitty. I, to myself, was thinking the same thing. But the only reason that I put it up was because I saw a bunch of people who were actually celebrating Ramadan putting up camels of their own. Right? During our early Ramadan coverage, I saw people rocking camels all over the place to celebrate it. They were selling camel plushies and camel statues and all this other stuff. I was like, well, this must be a thing. And I hope it isn't racist because it wasn't intentionally so.
projections were that
I think it's, it's like, what I'm trying to think of what the approximation in a different thing is.
war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks
I
for
don't
the
know.
wealthiest people in this country.
Either way, it's going to be gone in a day or two.
Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that area.
Okay, now I just want to give you a little secret, super secret, late night after stream Galactic announcement. I am definitely planning on doing a Sunday Fun Day stream. In fact, I'm going to try and go to bed immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And try and start Sunday Fun Day even earlier for increased fun. So I see that. You know what to do.
Remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion.